Hey, welcome, Albert. Hope you're doing good, dude. I don't know who I'm going on yet. Yeah, it's hype, dude. I still gotta get one. Hey, nice, dude.
Work complete.
Yeah, that's probably the best way to do it. Yeah, I really messed up by not getting one, like, early, though. Yeah, back when, like, suits were hella cheap, you know? It was like a grand. For, like, a full suit, you know? Price got so high on them. Yeah, that's dope.
Make this quick. Good luck out there.
Oh, lost your way?
Alright, let's see what my volt is.
Champion, may I have a word
See
with
what
you?
we got here. What the f- How do I get 3 trinkets, man? How do I get 3 trinkets? Wait, this has speed on it, though. I don't know if I use crit, though. I don't think I use crit. I'll get rid of my haste. That wouldn't be good. If that had haste speed, I think that... No. Probably still wouldn't have been good. Well, I guess I'm getting my trinket. Kinda got robbed on this. It's like the worst vault to have during the start of the season. So either 100 intellect or 100 intellect. That's my crit. %9 crit. I just do my trinket, I guess.
Work complete.
That was a poop reward, though.
We protect the Isles.
No, I was just gonna queue arenas, though. And draw, I guess. I don't know. Or just watch YouTube videos while waiting in queue.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, I got to tell you about.
One sec, be right back.
Here is as far as you go. person who thinks all the time has nothing to think about except thoughts. So, he loses touch with reality and lives in a world of illusions. By thoughts, I mean specifically chatter in the skull, perpetual and compulsive repetition of words, of reckoning and calculating. I'm not saying that thinking is bad. Like everything else, is useful in moderation. A good servant, but a bad master. And all so-called civilized peoples have increasingly become crazy and self-destructive because through excessive thinking they have lost touch with reality. That's to say, we confuse science with the real world. This is the beginning of meditation. Most of us would have rather money than tangible wealth, and a great occasion is somehow spoiled for us unless photographed. And to read about it the next day in the newspaper.
Yeah, my mic's really messed up. Keeps disconnecting.
For us than the original event. This is a disaster. For as a result of confusing the real world of nature with mere science, we are destroying nature.
Holy fuck, dude.
Tied up in our minds.
I need to look at Amazon for a mic. Like, this one is actually dying. It's on its last limb.
What is reality? Obviously, no one can say
It is struggling.
it isn't words. It isn't material, that's just an idea. Reality is... The point cannot be explained in words. I'm not trying to put you down. It's an expression of you as you are. One must live. We need to survive, to go on. We must go on.
Wait, what the fuck? I didn't... Did I queue for this? Thought I queue rated. Thought I only queued rated. Hello? Oh, I had to see if my mic was working again. Alright, what would my Mog look like on a Volpera? Or Torn, actually. What would it look like on a Torn? Oh, that's good enough. If no one's going here, I kinda wanna move. Never mind. Alright, easy clap, easy clap. Yo, this move hits so hard, it's ridiculous. Oh, 200k. Oh, 200k. Bro. I kill this mid here. Big damn, big damn, big damn, big damn. Oh, I got healed. appreciate it, Barkimus. Hope you're doing good, dude. Where's my pet at, man? I actually don't know where my pet's at. My pet was actually in Narnia. Yeah, Chaos Bolt hits so hard now. It's crazy. Wait, there's so many people here. Good. I don't know why the whole team is literally in one spot on their team. Oh, is that a pink hyena? I haven't seen the pink hyena. What the heck? I want a pink hyena. Pink beans? Pink hyena with the beanies? Big chaos, big chaos. Oh, he's scared of it. He doesn't want it. He doesn't want it. It's hidden though. Oh! It almost killed him. Fuck. Try to stun him. I slowed him right off the bat. They killed him. Unending resolve, so I can't be interrupted here. Big chaos. He loses it though. Man, my mortal coil didn't heal me. I should just trinketed really good too. Why does my pet ever do what I tell it to? Like with the CC, do I need to be facing it? What is going on? Why doesn't it go off? I'm spamming my command demon ability. I don't understand why it's not going out all the time. I'm pretty sure I can be stunned and I can still cast my... Yeah, I can still cast my, like... my ability on him. And I have him on passive too, so... Yeah, he's on passive, so I mean... Yeah, I think it should be pretty fun though. I don't know what I'm gonna play. I kinda wanna play Pally, but I also feel like Pally is gonna be boring because they don't have like many changes. Like, they're getting changes, but overall, they're kind of the same. I think I might just go Hunter, just because Hunter's best. My mouse just randomly decided to die on me. And it wasn't even like... wasn't even dead, that was weird. Like, where's my Fell Hunter ability? Why doesn't it go out? Listen to me! Do the thing! What the fuck, dude? I think it's bugged. I think my, like, bind's broken or some shit. I don't know. My Fell Hunter is, like, actually not working. Or not Fell Hunter. Wait, my keyboard's not working now, what the fuck? Yeah, maybe my PC's dying. Command Demon, I'm gonna rebind that. It's the same bind. Since it didn't get replaced. Yeah, probably Hunter. Arcane Mage healing sounds kind of fun. Shaman Tank also sounds pretty damn fun. Maybe I just do Shaman Tank. Because I do like Shaman. Shaman's pretty fun class. Alright. Do Windwalkers have a pushback? Because I thought they didn't have a pushback. He just pushed me back. Unless he's playing Brewmaster or has that like PvP talent that I think is like a Lee Sin kick. I think Brewmaster has Lee Sin kick or something. Or like PvP talent. Big chaos, big chaos. Big chaos, big chaos. Boom! 200k. That man is dead now. They made destruction so fun with the damage increase on chaos and making it like a longer cast time and shit. Just making it like a baseline hard-hitting move. I think it was a good idea. I like it. They just gotta be careful about other classes doing it, you know? Like, we already have Marksman. Marksman and Destra. Gotta be careful adding any more, you know? The sub's already pretty nasty, too, with their burst. And then Frost is getting pretty nasty nutty with their burst, too, you know? I guess a lot of classes have good burst-ish. But the Chaos Bolts on the single ability are nutty. Wait. Okay, I need to set up a portal here. This game's already over though, such. Boom. No, that would have been so sick. Where's the crit when you need it? Trying to find that old dubstep song. That song. I remember liking it a long ass time ago. Mr. Postman dubstep. 14 years ago, dude. Oh my god, I'm old. Back when my only worry was if my eyes were red or not. That comment though. Hey, Mr. Postman, oh yeah. This is a big nostalgia hit. God, it's such a good song still. Just reminds me of my degenerate like high school days.
Champion, may I have a word with you?
I totally got you baited on my arena here. Sorry, I was grabbing my coffee. Some dubstep was good though. Like that Postman song was good. That wait a minute part too. Oh my god, it's so fucking good. It's actually a minute too, where it's like, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, just wait, 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 and then just like it hits you, and it's just, oh my god. Such a good track. I actually wanted to download this is like this gel pen. For Krita that someone made. That I really like. I haven't really like reinstalled it since I reinstalled. And someone made a new one. don't actually know how to add a pen. Oh shit, I'm in game.
For Zandala!
Try to go to the end.
Big game here.
Grant him an honorable death.
Okay.
Grant him an honorable death.
Big. Big game. Big damn. Big pressure. I should have trinketed. Big damn. Yo, the dam. It's so fucking big. Bro, where are the teammates? Oh my god. Literally the demon hunter and me just carrying the lobby. That one. Okay. Holy shit, big damn, big damn, big damn, big damn, big damn! Oh shit! It was too much. Oh my god, the chaos bolts. Oh, the juicy, juicy chaos bolts. I feel like I might get hard aggroed here. Maybe not. That's kind of rude. Some trinkets that wants to combust. I almost spent enough shards here for my burst here. I can just do now.
Grant him an honorable death. Grant him an honorable death.
And
Grant him an honorable death. Grant him an an honorable death. Grant him an honorable death. You
No,
did
my
not
teammate got
have
fucked.
Eloa's
I should throw out some
blessing.
fears instead. He's literally targeting me with Cyclone on me. I don't know what he's doing.
Grant him an honorable death.
Bro, can this guy stop cycloning me? They want to burst me here so bad. Nice. I was gonna pump there too. Actually, no, I didn't have that many shards. Whoops. Yeah, that was my bad. Fuck.
To the afterlife.
Yeah, I thought I was playing so bad the last round. F. 4 rounds at least, though. No, I don't have unending resolve, I just lose. F. I don't know why my seduction doesn't go out. I keep trying to get my seduction to go out, it's just not going out. Like, my pet should have insta-seduction there. I need to get my sockets. They're getting bad.
Okay, so what's this video? Everybody keeps talking about this video. YouTube, Warcraft, YouTube, Platinum WoW made some video that everyone's like, S-Fan, dude, my DMs are blowing up about this video, and this is a video from Platinum WoW on the Warcraft YouTube channel. What's new in WoW Classic Season of Discovery? Okay, so everybody keeps telling me to watch this video.
The drums of war sound again, and the newest experience being added to Classic WoW is the Season of Discovery. A familiar yet different classic experience which focuses on exploration, open world activities, and wild, never before seen player progression with unique gameplay.
Okay, I want to take a look at this.
Activities and wild, never
So you got the
before seen
Metamorphosis. Wait, what's going on here with the little tiny shadow priests? What?
player progression.
The little tiny shadow
with
priest is so
unique
funny.
gameplay.
You got the Paladin Avenger Shield. Let's go.
WoW, and let's uncover all of the cool new
Priest
features in this
Homunculi, it's a
unique
rune,
classic
okay.
experience. First, let's start with the discovery aspect of the season. All around Azeroth, we see our favorite locations, monsters, quests, loot, and
Hogger.
experiences. But
Yeah,
with some
dancing on the
unique
mountains.
twists, like hidden areas, never before seen quests, and new monsters.
This is what I wanted originally. This is what I kept saying they should do.
Hidden amongst these
Plus,
little
plus.
discoveries, you might
Rune of the
find the
Chimera.
Season of Discovery's most exciting feature. Runes. Runes are items that you can engrave on your
Mage,
armor, which
Burnout,
can
Enlightenment,
work like a
a bunch of
secondary
stuff.
enchantment. These runes can provide active or passive abilities from future expansions or entirely new ones that can change.
Okay, so this is what people. Okay, this is what people keep talking about. Look,
Howling Blast.
these are the Paladin runes. We got Divine Storm up here, Horn of Lordaeron, Aegis, Ardent Defender, Augmented Seals. I don't know what Augmented Seals is. Howling Blast. This is, dude, immediately, I can tell you, immediately seeing this, I can tell you that it's, yes, it's bait, 100%. The classic team has, if you follow these guys on Twitter, if you've been like paying attention to the stuff they've been talking about and all that, I think that they are just trying to throw out everything to just mess with people. Like whatever opportunity they can to mess with people, they're taking it. And one of the prime examples of why I say that is when you go right now and go look at the seasonal realm selection, they literally have 2 realms named Is There a Limit to How Many and Streamer Realm. They're just, these guys are just trolling us now. Like they're like, come on. Yeah, I feel like it's one of those things where they're taking every opportunity to get people to talk about stuff, and they're doing a great job at it. I mean, they got me to watch the video because a bunch of you guys are messaging me. But yeah, so and I saw some of you guys say in chat that they've clarified since then, since this video came out, I guess, that it's not Agron said on Twitter that it's not a real thing. But I think that's funny. I like that they're doing that because it just gets people talking, and it is funny. It's cool, you know. They're having fun compared to the 2019 vanilla release. Dude, you know, and not to take away anything from that, because obviously that was an amazing time, and I had a lot of fun. A lot of you guys had fun. A lot of you guys are experiencing Classic WoW for the first time right now, or you're about to experience Classic WoW for the first time right now. But I feel so much like 2019 Classic WoW was like Globo Gym, and now it feels like Average Joe's, if that makes sense. It's a lot more like it's a lot more firing at the hip. It's a lot more. It's a much more like casual, kind of fun environment than it was in 2019. Everybody was like just showing up. It's like the best way I can describe it is it felt like esports, but it was Classic WoW in 2019, and it was kind of like it was way too serious. It was way too serious, and now it's a lot more it's a lot more, I don't know, it's just more fun. I mean, I love 2019, don't get me wrong, I love 2019 Classic, but I hope the game matches up with this fun feeling that we have. Anyway, let's continue the video.
Ones that can change the playstyle of your class. Some examples include paladins with Avenger's Shield, summoning an army of void minions, or totally role-defining runes like warlocks, shamans, and rogues now being able to tank or mage.
I hope we actually get a mage healing spec in retail.
It's time for the show. Don't disappoint me.
Oh fuck, I messed up. I'm getting locked out of fucking everything here.
Oh, so close. This just means more entertainment for me.
Fuck, I didn't have dots on them.
Interesting.
Nice.
I did not expect
Immortal Coil, the
this
healer
outcome.
too. Whoops. Bad port.
Oh, so close. This just means more entertainment for me. Oh, so close. This just means more entertainment for me. I see who the
No, dude.
strongest
I was gonna
mortals
pump,
are.
man. I was gonna pump.
For now.
Just leave. Real? They gotta give people priority queue when that happens. Shit is
Just being
lame.
able to heal with time magic. Another cool
Ghostbusters.
feature of the Season of Discovery is level banded content. When the servers are first released, all players will have a max level of 25. And then over time, it will be raised to 40, then 50, and finally 60.
Strength and honor.
The unique thing
And then you
about
go back
this
to
is
Windows
that for
XP.
each level bracket, there will be new, never-before-seen endgame content that players can participate in. For level 25, the Black Fathom Deeps dungeon will be transformed into a 10-player raid with new bosses.
I wish they had done SFK for this.
Each
Yeah,
level
Shadow
cap will have a
Fin
new
Keep would have been
BFD
cooler.
is
aimed
okay
to be
too.
approachable to most players, but interesting
makes
enough
sense
to
for different
provide a
reasons.
challenge with a difficulty akin to the original raids of Classic WoW. But when you're traveling to the new Black Fathom Deeps raid, be careful, as the contested zone of Ashenvale is now rife with conflict.
I love
Another
this.
new feature is Battle for Ashenvale. This new feature
Ooh.
transforms the zone into a world PvP.
Yo,
Look at this real quick. Look at
that's
this
so
video.
fucking cool. Yeah, I'm
This
actually
is-
hyped
this
now.
is the
I'm
new
actually hyped now.
Ashenvale map, right? Look at this. You've got logs and you've got a
That
house.
one
Horde
update right here,
Alliance.
that actually made me hype.
So these are the
PvP
points
stuff.
of where the PvP areas are going to be in Ashenvale. So these are the nodes. I really like that they're doing this because the story about Warsong, like everything in Vanilla WoW is like
It's all about
a lot
the
of things in
class,
WoW have like a lore explanation.
like,
Warsong
fighting
Gulch
each
as a
other.
battleground doesn't just exist. It's the area between Ashenvale and the Barrens. So cool stuff.
Into a world PvP hotspot, where Horde and Alliance players will battle over territory and defeat enemy war masters and leaders in something similar to Alterac Valley.
Oh, this is our first look.
With this
The
event, you
Lord
can earn
Moonray.
reputation with the Silverwing Sentinels or the Warsong Outriders, and obtain new rewards like mounts that can only be ridden in Ashenvale, new
Dude,
helms,
OG, these are the OG epic mounts, the unarmored epic mounts that they didn't put these in 2019 Classic because I remember I had a chance to talk to some of the devs and I said, like, is there anything you guys can do to put the OG unarmored epic mounts in the game? Maybe like put them in the game for like the first phase as like a reward for people to get their epic mounts early. And they didn't want to do that because they didn't want to like promote like unhealthy, like, you know, people rushing to get an epic mount in phase 1 or whatever. That was like kind of the plan. Which it was a real bummer because I'm like, man, I love the old unarmored epic mounts and I think it's cool to give people an opportunity to actually use them. So I'm glad that they didn't waste those models and they're putting them back in the game for Ashenvale.
Ashenvale, new helms, and weapons. This is just
New
a brief
weapons.
summary of the content being introduced in the season
New
of
weapons sounds
Discovery.
like-
And there will be so much more to explore within the future phases of these seasonal servers. Altogether, this experience is about Azeroth being the main character. It's about exploring undiscovered lands, creating unique builds for your character, battling the enemy faction in world PvP events, and delving into new raids with your guildmates. Now is the perfect time to return to the world of Azeroth and explore the familiar yet different lands in the season of Discovery.
I cannot wait, dude. I cannot wait, man. That's a great video. I'm so happy that Blizzard has been working with some of these guys like Platinum WoW and you know, Hurricane has been doing a bunch of their cinematic stuff for Classic, and it's so great to see, man. I'm so unbelievably happy and excited about Season of Discovery, and I really hope it lands, man. Based Classic dev team. I hope, dude. When's it dropping? Dude, it's dropping tomorrow. It's dropping November 30th. So it's dropping today. It's dropping in 12 hours from when we're watching this, okay? Them drawing inspiration from what the 2019 Classic beta was and capping it at 25. There's some people like, oh, well, it's only to level 25. Is there really that much content? You know what? Only to level 25, there might not be that much content in the game, but the amount of player-driven content that was made in the 2019 Classic beta when the cap was 30 was incredible. The PvP events, the world felt bigger than ever because there was zones.
That's what I'm most excited for. Old school classic PvP again. That shit was just fun. Ah shit, I didn't read that. Yeah, I just had so many alts. I didn't really
So there
care.
was all kinds of places
much.
everywhere that we could not go to. There were places in the world that it was basically impossible to get to because everything is so much higher level than you that you're just going to get destroyed instantly.
Doing here?
Like, it's actually amazing. It's such a fun feeling. Even going to do different dungeons. Like, we did with 5 level 30s. We did Scarlet Monastery, Armory, and Cathedral. That was insane. I remember doing that with Asmin. Was like one of the, dude, it was me, Asmin, Stay Safe. But that was incredible, dude. And that was a legitimate world first. We had Zeroed the Hunter and we had one other guy. Yeah, it was Zeroed the Hunter and there was one other guy and I can't remember who the other, oh, was it Loy? So Zeroed was a hunter from Raid 3, from my private server guild, Raid 3. But yeah, so that was like a legitimate world first. I mean, it had to be, because who would have been insane enough to ever do SM Armory and SM Cathedral with only level 30s? Like, that probably was. Like we were like, wait, this is actually like a real. So it's cool. It's cool that we're going to have the opportunity to do that again with a level 25 cap. And I think part of the reason, maybe it was just one bonus reason as to why they chose level 25 instead of 30, 40, 50, 60. I think it's because 30 was done with the beta, maybe. I don't know. 40 was also done with the beta. So again, who knows? But I think it's going to be fun to see doing Gnome Rigon at level 25. Who knows? We might try Armory or Cathedral again at level 25 and see if we can do it. Probably not. It's probably going to be impossible. But I think setting our goals is to, like, let's see, now that they've added all this stuff into the game, let's see if we can clear with 5 less levels. Let's see if we can clear as much content as we did at level 30. I think it's going to be cool. I think it's going to be very fun. I think it's going to be incredibly fun. I think it's going to be cool to see. I know they're going to be scaling up the difficulty of the content, making the mobs do more damage and have more health and all that stuff. So it's just going to be super cool to see. I can't wait. Season of Discovery is going to be incredible. They're making a bunch of changes to Ret Paladins. They're making a bunch of changes to Prop Paladins. Basically, Season of Discovery is like, it's one thing short of it being my ultimate dream scenario of what World of Warcraft could possibly be, and that's seal twisting. If we have, and seal twisting exists, but seal twisting specifically between Seal of the Martyr or Seal of Blood and Seal of Command. If they add that in, that is my own, that is my personal, like, oh my gosh, this is going to be incredible. I cannot wait, dude. Yeah, I cannot wait. Between how fun Prop Paladins are going to be, how fun Ret Paladins are going to be, and even the very, very tiny issues that Holy Paladins actually have to deal with, they're getting some really strong buffs too. So on a personal front, I'm excited. I love this. It's going to be great. We're getting the band back together. Crusade's coming out, the Season of Discovery. It's going to be good stuff. So I hope you guys are excited as I am for Season of Discovery. Leave me some feedback in the YouTube comments. If you guys want to leave feedback for devs as well, like, you know, these guys go and they read YouTube comments everywhere. So if you guys have some good legitimate feedback, throw it in the YouTube comments. Hopefully they see it. Hopefully they read it. Like the video, subscribe, turn on your notifications, all that stuff. I hope you guys enjoy. Like I said, super passionate about WoW. I do everything on this channel, but Classic WoW is kind of where I come from, and I'm super excited to bring it back with Season of Discovery. And yeah, YouTube, Instagram, Discord, Reddit, Twitch, Twitter, Threads, X, everything is SFan TV. Make sure to follow, subscribe, like everything, whatever. And I'll see you guys next time. I'll see you guys in Azeroth and Season of Discovery.
Hey guys, Super here. So on Reddit, a user called Artmeister has made a analysis of WoW
Oh,
arena
wow.
stats. Our Druid, Mistweaver, Holy Priest, and Disper. So yeah, like in general, you can see like no one's really going healers, right? In Shuffle. It's all about going DPS, and it's all about killing the shamans, priests, the druids, the frosty case, and I guess also warlocks. Yeah, and fire mage I thought would be a bit higher, to be honest. Very, very cool. Yo, big thanks to Artmeister for kind of putting this together. I'll link it in chat too. Very, very cool. And actually, highest up.
I fucking knew Holy Paladins were down there.
Surprising. Resto Druid, Mr.
Wait,
Holy
it's
Priest.
Holy lowest? Wait, no, it's not lowest.
Arsham and Holy Pala. Rip Holy Pala. They're kind of starting right now.
I knew it was gonna be a Holy
They
Valley.
do have
Like,
heals though. Doing good, man, Cheeks. What about you?
they do have good
Thomas,
util though.
welcome.
Good like bubbles and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, actually.
Stop damage, but
Actually, don't matter. Or like half of it, yeah. Best healing healers. How much can healers top people by in a 5-second window? Holy Priest
Resto,
actually
really?
crazy bursty, like it's like Serenity and stuff. Disc Priest, Ardruid, Preservation Evoker, Ardruid, no Arsham, sorry, Mr. and Holy Pala.
I'm
did
surprised
Holy
by
Pala
burst
score, like,
healing
the
on
lowest of
Resto.
all the healing things, man. Oh no, guys. Yeah, Guardian Serenity, you know, gives Holy crazy burst healing. CC done. So like here's like where you see like Sub Rogue scored fairly badly in like overall DPS, right? And like you see this graph, and then it makes a bit more sense like why Sub, you know, is probably, you know, one of the best.
They have
specs in the
so
game,
much shit
right?
in the game to like work with.
What do you see this graph right here? 'Cause
Blind kick
if you only saw one of the
with the
graphs,
teleport.
you'd be like, yo, Sub sucks.
Like, that's all you need.
But you know, it's definitely kind of catching up on it here. With more CC by far. CC duration cost per second, guys.
They gotta be
Imagine
careful
this
because
graph
Sub has such good
before
CC
CC
with
nerf, I
a
think.
shadow step
Imagine.
like attached to it
But yeah.
for that instant CC. You know what I mean? So they really got to be careful. They
Yeah,
like
they're
Rose
only
got
doing 1 CC per
movement
second.
and everything.
Like
just-
overall, you know,
they got to
it's
be
shuffle-
careful.
It's a shuffle, but I guess keep in mind. So you know, it's multiple targets. All right, but yeah, so Rogue, Sub Rogue by far, then Outlaw, then Asa, makes sense. Pharaoh actually scoring fairly high, even though like once you're gonna get down from these, right? Like the difference on these specs, it's like 0.1, right? So, but Pharaoh, we have stunts, right? And I think it also counts roots, I'm guessing. But you know, we do have a lot of stunts for Pharaoh. We also have Cyclone, so Pharaoh can do a lot of CC. Then we have Survival Hunter, Demo, Shadow Priest, Destro, BM, Windwalker, Fury, Frost, Arms. Keep in mind, it's like the difference in all these, it's very small. Like it's almost identical. Like, you know, almost these specs here. So keep that in mind. Like the biggest difference there is like, I guess, like rogues, and then like here is a very small jump down. Yeah. Then we have Havoc, Ardruid, Arcane Fire, Affley, Frost and Holy, Devastation, Rets, Augmentation, Mr. River, Holy Priest, Holy Pala, Preservation, Ellie, Enhancement, Ardruid, and then Disc Priest. Makes sense. Like Disc Priest is not really pushing much for fares in some games, and yeah. No, hamstring does not count as you know. I guess like things that DR. I mean, that's my guess. Guys, damage taken. Okay, so here we see, guys, Enhancement Shaman taking the most damage on average every game.
Yep.
Oh no, dude. Then Shadow Priest and Pharaoh. I mean, honestly, not that surprising that like this is top 3. Actually, Shaman, I didn't expect Enhancement to be like number 1. But yeah, SP, Pharaoh. Then we have Frost DK, Boomy, Destro, Ellie, Fire, and Holy, Devastation, Asa, Fury, Survival, Windwalker, Outlaw, Repel and Arms, Frost, Mage, Affley, Subly Rogue, Arcane, Augmentation, Havoc, Beast Mastery Hunter, Demonology Warlock, Preservation, Holy Pala, Arsham, Ardruid, Mistweaver, Holy Priest, and Disc Priest. So yeah, like in general, you can see like no one's really going healers, right? In Shuffle. It's all about going DPS, and it's all about killing the shamans, priests, the druids, the frosty case, and I guess also warlocks. Yeah, and fire mage I thought would be a bit higher, to be honest. Very, very cool. Yo, big thanks to Artmeister for kind of putting this together. I'll link it in chat too. Very, very cool. And so yeah, some pretty like eye-opening things in it for me as a Feral player. Like when you see the breakdown of like how little healing Feral's actually doing. But yeah, hey, cool to go through though.
doing, dude? Who started it? Everyone who played in 2016. That's who originally started it. 2010. everyone who was playing like back in 2012. Pretty much everyone then who is still playing now. That's everyone who started.
The late 90s was a treasure trove of kids' cartoons, and when 1997 came knocking, it was time for Disney to throw another name into the hat of beloved shows, with Recess. Having 6 seasons spanning over 4 years and a memorable movie to boot, we're going...
I mean, Aspen's always been there. I've always come back to WoW. Soda Poppin's literally always been there. Who else has always been there? I feel like S-Fan's probably been there for a long time. I don't know how long he's been making content on it. But he's been there a long time. He's always been streaming WoW. I think XQC played a little bit of WoW too. Poke used to play WoW. Dude, anyone who was like alive and around or like had a computer around when World of Warcraft first started, like that shit was big. They did midnight releases for like Burning Crusade. People, it was still like not sure if they're like midnight release videos. Nah. Yep. Yeah, launch date Burning Crusade. I felt like it would be the Burning Crusade because that's like the last time they really did like an actual big thing. But look at this shit. Yeah, everyone played WoW, man.
You are not prepared.
Time left in queue. Wait, I actually remember seeing this. WoW was huge though.
Oh my god, I'm just so excited! I'm so excited!
My name is Christian Fernandez, and I come from Mexico just to get Burning Crusade.
My name is Jacob, and I came here to get a piece of the collector's edition of Burning Crusade, and we came from Tijuana, Mexico.
Okay, that's... Oh! Take that!
This was in California, actually. This was on 100% of fries in California. I think my cousin went to it too. I'm like not too sure. Okay, WoW was massive though. There's like little documentaries about it back then too that were like trash. They were so bad. Like 17 years ago, goddamn.
Teenager hooked on violent computer games. He's playing them an incredible 16 hours a day. His mother says his personality has changed and that he's become moody and violent, and his addiction is tearing the family apart.
They don't realise how addictive it can be.
It's a world of fantasy and fun. But But for 16-year-old Cameron Sandler, this is more than a game. It's an addiction and an illness.
I am addicted to the game, but I'm not fully addicted. Like, I can quit whenever I want. That's right.
Yeah, I don't know how to draw. Yo, Captain Laserhawk was so fucking good though.
Well, I'm late on this one, but better late than never. Today, folks, I'm talking about Captain Laserhawk, which is a relatively new series here on Netflix. An adult animated series, which, hey, I'm always here for that. Now, off the bat, I gotta say, I don't know video games that well. Shocking, I know. But for Rayman, is this normal? Like what he's doing here? Is he typically this risque? I don't know. I know enough of Rayman from like seeing ads about him on like EGM, the magazine periodical back in the day, for literate men and ladies of the gaming world. But whatever happened to EGM? Are they dead? All right, I digress. I remember seeing the ads for Rayman back in the day, him pissing on the wall, and I just don't know if this tracks, where it's like, has he always been this crass, eating sushi off of naked bovine? Could we all be so lucky?
That scene was so fucking hot.
I imagine
right?
This
so
show
lucky.
Probably dials it
Holy
up to
shit.
10. I imagine that's why so many folks are also so excited to see this and talk about it on Twitter.
Loved it.
Because I've seen a lot of people run with this concept with the cowgirl and go wild with it. So they're obviously treading something great here. Again, I love seeing adult animated shows. I like seeing ones that are breaking the box when it comes to adult animation in general. It's not just an adult animated sitcom on Fox's animation domination. It can be more than that. And that means it can have deep themes and a narrative flow, that it can be mature for violence, not just for sexual, jokes and visuals and gags and whatnot. And for Laserhawk, that's the spine of the show, is like the violence, the themes of just talking about something that's pretty damn mature, which admittedly I'm still trying to wrap my mind around, which I will explain here in a second is a little bit of a complaint. Not a complaint, but a critique. I'll explain in a second. So this series is the product, at least one of the companies or studios that contributed to it, being Bobby Pills, with Bollock, who is a part of that. So Bollock, I've talked about before. He and Bobby Pills worked on Peepadoo back in the day. Remember that video of mine? We won't talk about that one episode. And yeah, they're contributing a lot to animation. Those French, I've always admired the French with their animation. And I know that's a sweeping, like generalization to say, yes, French animation in general all do this the same way. It's not always the case, but there's definitely a style that comes from French animation that's a beautiful combination of like Western animation, but with like an anime flair to it. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I definitely see it here in Laserhawk, and I'm here for it. Always a big fan of Bobby Pills. Hey, they even sent me like the art book, by the way. Like I got the plushie of Bullfrog as well. So this is not an endorsement of saying I've been sponsored to talk about this, but more of I really appreciate it when, companies and studios go above and beyond, and the art book looks pretty badass. And also I got my little plushie right in the corner with my other ones. Oh, that one blew up though, didn't she? Yeah, she's dead. Now, again, I don't know Ubisoft that well. So while watching this show, I was curious, because that's the thing, is this seems to be like an Ubisoft like ensemble of characters. And I'm like, I don't know Ubisoft. I know Rayman. That's about it. I'll be real. I thought it was Ubisoft for the longest time. Apparently it's Ubisoft. But I was concerned about...
Let's go. About that. Really don't think I should fight in here. Bro, heal me! Holy shit, dude. Oh my god, he's lost. I'm chasing him for a fucking hour and he's just going the opposite direction, man. Like, what can I do? My healer doesn't know where I'm at. I'm getting hard focused. Great. Caught that way too soon. Bro, you're leading him back into the healer that I feared the opposite direction. I don't understand. I didn't mean to take that. Let's go. Who needs Fell Hunter when you have a fucking CC? You know what I mean? I should be starting Fell Hunter though. Actually, I don't know. I like having the CC ready. I'm just getting hard to do. care. Fuck, I didn't know where I left that. He's not happy about that CC. So fucking annoying. That's dumb. There we go. Fuck that guy. Oh, I see what's going on. Just walk away. The fuck is
You'll never be mine. Innocent. You'll never be mine. Innocent. You'll never
I don't know how deep to select. Control Shift A.
them reason.
games! All you weaklings do is run around! Get in there and fight! Stop hiding! All you weaklings do is run around! You bore me! You bore me! Man, you bore me! Get in there and fight! Stop hiding! Get in there and fight! Stop hiding! Yes! 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 Get in there and fight! Stop hiding! Finish him! Finish him! All you weaklings do is run around! Finish him! Finish him!
Holy shit, that's so annoying. Don't die. Nice. Nice. Yo, Rukev, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate it, man. I don't know why my alert didn't go off. Appreciate it, though. Thank you.
All you weaklings do is run around! All you weaklings do is run around!
Hello? Should I get a smell?
Yes! Yes! All you weaklings do is run around!
He got pulled toward me again. God damn it. I thought you could still get hit by that shit.
Yes! Yes!
No, dude, he just had to walk out of the circle. If he walked out of the circle, that would have done AoE damage to them both. They would have been both chasing him. They're both melee. It would have exploded for like 200k at least, man. It was so winnable. I think I had Infernal though. I could have Infernal first. I should have placed it further up. I should have placed it the opposite direction of where I placed it. Like to where the circle is on the opposite side of where I put it on.
All you weaklings do is run around. All you weaklings do is run around. Get in there and fight! Stop hiding!
Okay, I have healer focused. I think I just do it now.
All you weaklings do is run around.
Into a fear. Nice knock. Oh. That's sad. I thought we'd be able to kill him there. My Havoc doesn't go on when he actually shields. I shouldn't have done that. Let's stun them both here. Big damn. Left the circle. I don't think he has trinket. Or does. My teammate might be dead. Trying to throw some fears out. But I think he's dead. Nah, he's good actually. Big damn here, big damn here. Big damn here. No! Oh wait, yeah. I thought I lost. I Havoc the other guy. I just thought my teammate died there. I like to start off with a Syed first.
Get in there and fight! Stop hiding! You bore me! You bore me! Get in there and fight! Stop hiding!
Big damn, big damn, big damn, big damn. Alright. I didn't get to do that much damn yet. I was gonna ramp though. Yeah, 2 more.
You bore me! You bore me! All you weaklings do is run around!
I messed up really bad just now.
Fight! Stop hiding! All you weaklings do is run around. Yes, yes.
Yeah, I might need to throw out some fears.
You bore me.
Get big damn on this DK here. I'm just gonna trinket that. Fear.
Yes, yes.
My teammate's dead. Never mind, he's fine. Again? Oh, they all left the AoE. Oh, I can stun this guy? Oh, that's huge. That's so huge. He swapped HP. I want to havoc him. Okay, I havoc him.
Finish him!
Some Fell Hunter. Oh, I messed up my interrupt key. I forgot it's Shift C. Oh, I fucked up so bad. I want to move this to Alt E. So I can Alt Q, Alt E faster. It's easier. Maybe I should move Death Coil to Shift C. No, I should keep it like that. It's fine. It is so hard to get a 6-round game in solo shuffle.
Get in there and fight! Stop hiding! Get in there and fight! Stop hiding! You bore me!
Insta. Should be able to hit this rogue pretty hard. While I hit the DK. Oof.
You bore me!
Got 4 rounds at least. I mean, that works. I'd Havoc on the other guy. I need a pet move to macro. That way I can set up my pet better against the healer while he's stealth. I wish you didn't LS me there for a second. Shadow Priest is free pumping me. Yo, can I get some fucking help, dude? Holy shit, dude. You're just watching me die. Okay, my tab didn't tab onto the Shadow Priest there? Question mark? I'm trolling. This huge, this huge. Huge, 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 huge. Wait, fuck. Maybe not. Lost? No. I was pumping too, and I had my passive pop off. Or my talent pop off. And Big Dam was coming. I don't know the best place to portal on this map. He's still mega chasing me. He just wants to sit on me from the looks of it. Missed a trinket. This guy literally just wants to sit on me. See if he still wants to sit on me. He still wants to sit on me, I think. Nah, I think he gave up now. He actually gave up. So we like to see free casting demon bolts. I'm done. Wait. Oh man. I'm so done. Holy fuck, dude. Come on, dude. How am I half HP? What happened? Hello? What the fuck? Where'd my HP go? Big damn, big damn, big damn. Big damn. Never mind. Big CC, more big CC, into a fear. One more fear. Quick summon Fell Hunter. Up there. Big damn, big damn. I gotta fear this guy. My teammate might die. My teammate still dies. Unreal. Unreal. Like, how, man? How? Straight up, just how? That was the first 15 seconds of the round, I kid you not, someone died. I'm like, bruh.
There is only one real peace now, and that is peace for all. Peace for all. There is only one real peace now, and that is peace for all time. There is only one real peace now, and that is peace for all time.
I'm back making some food. Hey, Bran. Welcome, welcome. I have no idea how to draw, by the way. No idea. Like that.
Today, your cries of battle and the clash of your weapons will be heard by the great Loa, and the fallen will join them in the afterlife.
Oh shit, I'm late.
For Zandala!
Big damn, big damn, big damn. Big damn, big damn, big damn. Big damn. He's not happy. Hopefully that doesn't mess up. Of course, mess up. I don't have totems on. Shit. Done. It's hiding from Convoke.
Grant him an honorable death.
Big Havoc, Big Havoc. And maybe not. Next spike, I have my big damage burst though here. I'm setting up for it too. Just need to not die by. Should have interrupted that sooner. I say survive. No. Okay, solo. Oh! Let's go. The fucking healer just got popped like a bubble. I hit him for 200k and someone else I think hit him too. I think the Havoc hit him. Yeah, they want to dive me here. That's just hard focusing me at the lava burst.
Grant him an honorable death.
No way. Teammate just got fucking wrecked. They're actually just hiding so hard right now. Big stun, big stun. Huge stun. Oh, I should do this. I should have done that. Oh, fuck. Man, he locked me out.
Him an honorable death.
Nice. I need to be setting up my Bonds of Fel more. I tried to mortal coil that guy. My teammate should have trinketed that really bad. I don't know why he didn't. Really just don't understand why he didn't. There's a reason why the shaman has more wins though than the fucking other healer. Drew's just getting lightning lassoed, doesn't know how to play. Oh, I canceled? No. No, I didn't want to cancel earlier. Oh! Oh! The 250k crit. 250k crit. Oh, 250k HP is so much HP. Alright, I'm gonna eat real quick.
Will I lose something in translation of not knowing like who's is Bullfrog a real character? Because I know Assassin's Creed well enough, but I'm like, is there a frog in Assassin's Creed, or is this like an original character? So, and that was a challenge for the show they were squaring up with, but I feel like nothing's really lost, you know? It's not like it's inaccessible for a general viewer. It's not like you need like
Show's really
previous
good, by the way.
knowledge
You
to know these
guys
games
should
to
watch it.
understand it. That's good. You know, well done. That's important to make sure that it is accessible. And then for those who do know games and the properties, well, there you go. It's enhanced because you now can get the references. Now, this is where things get a little bit tricky. The synopsis. I watched the show, I paid attention to it, and I still had some trouble following it. So Captain Laserhawk is our main character. This is some kind of, I think, VR world, or not really. There's a lot of theming about like, you know, transhumanism, robotics, dystopian authoritarianism, anarchy, racism between like people who are like hybrid creatures and then the humans. You got like this kind of Amazon-esque, you know, corporate feel of everything, you know, 1984 vibes of just, you know, a corporate oligarchy in control, fall in line, everything's brainwashed early on with kids, you know, yay, it's Rayman, I love Rayman, I'll report people because Rayman told me to, you know, citizen fall in line. So there's a lot of those kinds of themes, and I'm here for it. And I feel like the show did a good job thus far. And I say thus far because the show is not done yet. This is one of those bullshit things again where Netflix takes a show and they cut it in half. And I'll be real, I'm not a fan of that. You know, the studios make the shows to order, and I think Netflix says, okay, it's actually not one season, it's 2 seasons. And I could be mistaken with that, you know.
I think it's scummy.
Thought. But I've heard through the grapevine that is the case at Netflix. They'll just take something like this season of Cuphead is now 2 seasons. And it's like, that's not really the case. And I don't know, it's because Netflix is like, there's too much to market. We can't afford it. Let's search our dollar. I don't know. But I'd rather just get it all at once because the chances of me returning, unless I really loved it, are kind of slim. Now, I'll be back to watch the rest of Laserhawk because, spoiler alert, there's a cliffhanger and there's more to be done. But, that being said, I feel like it does more harm than good. So Netflix, if you're listening to this, just release it all at once. Unless I'm missing something here. But Laserhawk here is like a freedom fighter. He gets betrayed by his lover, his partner. They're trying to, I guess, overthrow this dystopian authoritarian regime. The city has a bunch of citizens who follow, you know, in line. And here's the thing, and I feel bad because right now it sounds like it's a really sloppy review. Like I didn't do my due diligence. No, and I could be wrong with my take here, but I think the show's just far too dense with what's going on. Some of these characters were visually,
there's a lot going on,
memorable, but character writing wise, I can't really recall them. There was this green-haired girl, thought she was really cute. Spoilers, she dies way too quickly. The characters who stuck out to me the most, though, being like Bullfrog the Assassin, this French assassin, loved him. He's very memorable. And then you got Rayman, who's also memorable. And it's because I think of the designs, and they just got staying power in my mind. I'm like, okay, I know these guys. But then these other characters, I'm like, there's like this weird like wrestling monster, or like this, I guess, pig monster. Can't remember his name. I can't even really recall what he did. He like sacrificed himself, I think, for some like hybrids. The story follows Laserhawk getting like duped left and right to like fight his cause and then get roped into another cause. There's this lady in charge of a prison who will like Suicide Squad blow your brains out if you don't listen to her. Wait, she's a double agent. Wait, no, she's a double agent, I think. There's this dude who's in charge of VR like facility that's run down, but there's like some uprising before. But now he was a prisoner who was put in there from some other previous uprising. That it's too clustered. It's a bit of a clusterfuck, unfortunately. I wish there was more room for this to breathe. I feel like we could get
I'm fine with
the characters and absorb the world.
how it is.
I'm not saying it's poorly done. And hey, maybe it's on me. Maybe I'm not paying attention. But ultimately, it felt like it was just way too dense, and I couldn't follow, and I struggled.
No, I love the depth. Me personally, I thought there was a good amount of depth to the show. A lot going on. Just all around, but it wasn't too hard to follow up. I don't know.
I liked what I saw. It just wasn't.
It kept you guessing, like, what's going on here.
Sometimes for me to
And how the
slow down
world
and really smell
like, is
the
a little bit.
roses. And even Laserhawk felt a bit like a one-note character. But I gotta give props to the animation.
Yeah, Laserhawk really was.
Music, fantastic. Love that synthwave. Colors.
I also hated these scenes right here, though. They have these like periods in the show to where it like swaps to like this game view, where like it's like this, and they're just like going through like a game menu, just like pixels moving through a level, like the original Metal Gear Solid, but even like less detail. You know, just like it doesn't look very good. It's really dragged out. It's just a lot of talking, and there's nothing to really look at while it's going on.
Great.
It's just very
There's a lot of
uninteresting.
cool mixed media where you got like polygons.
I like
you
that
got,
mixed
cool
media right there,
homages to
though.
Video
Yeah.
games, of course. You got 16-bit. You got scenes where you even have live action actors, but it's all like
That was interesting, the live action stuff.
pixelated for them on screen. Feels like they were a cut scene from like another game from like the Dreamcast. I wish I knew games
Or, like,
better to
PC,
actually
yeah.
give you accurate,
Old PC.
gaming history here. But as a consumer who's a basic ass bitch when it comes to gaming, I enjoyed it. So visually outstanding, character design's top notch, very fluid movement. And I love the music. And also again, the theming of like anarchy versus like a totalitarian rule. Always dig that. I just wish the characters could slow down for me to really absorb them, for me to absorb the stakes. It's too busy. It's too busy currently. And I could, hey, let this next season, quote unquote, roll out. I could be wrong. Maybe that, saves it in the third and fourth quarter. But ultimately, I like Laserhawk. I want to see more of it. I'm going to rewatch it here in the near future. Maybe that might help me out. But ultimately, comments, like or dislike this video if you agree with me or not. And I will see you all next time.
I'm excited to see another season. I think it was really good. Rayman did really well too in the show. Rayman was such a badass. Anytime seeing Rayman on screen was an absolute treat in the show.
And they just get staying power in my mind. I'm like,
So
okay, I
good.
know these guys. But then these other
I'm gonna wash my hands real quick. Alright, I'm back. Wait, what is that? What is this about? Is this drama?
We've mentioned this in the past few videos, but a real interesting talking point around the return of Tfue. We saw a lot of comments on our videos and online. I'm sure you guys did too. If you did enough surfing, a lot of the comments were just like oddly not very excited, some borderline disrespectful around his return. And that's why we come to talk about this in today's video, of the whole excuse of it's just playing video games. We have talked about this in several videos for several different reasons. The first of which was Ninja and Cloaksy talking about Tfue streaming around 250 hours per month for 4 years. It was a long, strenuous Twitch contract he had that, yes, paid him very well, but also signed him up to, you know, really be streaming pretty much any free time that he had, which sparked a big debate of people wondering, okay, like, how should you feel about this? Should you feel bad for the guy because he's working so much in a contract that he signed and he's also being paid a lot of money? And the flip side of being like, hey, yes, it might be for a lot of money, it might be a lot of time, but it's still
like 50-50.
It's a strenuous job that a lot of people don't understand how difficult it truly is. A lot of people
For
were
real.
split on this point. I enjoy seeing both sides. I'm kind of right there in the middle of understanding where both are trying to come from. I think I lean a bit easier on a guy like Turner.
Like, let's talk about like 80 hours, right? 80 hours a week is, or 8 hours a week is, I'm sorry, 8 hours a day, 40 hours a week is like the 40 hours, right? 40 hours times 4, you're looking at 160 hours.
It was a 2-hour thing, so I have 20 minutes left.
Okay. So you got 160 hours if you're just doing 8 hours a day, right? Which is what everyone's supposed to be doing. He had almost double that, arguably. Like, that means he's got to do like 8 to 10 hour streams.
Yeah.
Every day, including weekends.
That's how many I do.
Well, let's just do the math.
Mine's like 300 hours,
Let's
350
just
hours a
simple
month.
math, right? We go calculator. Let's just say it was 300 hours. 300 hours divided by 30.
That's 10 hours a day usually. Yeah.
If it was 300 hours, I think it was like 200, 250.
10 hours a day every day.
And you guys might not know this, dude. You guys might not know this, but Turner was live at like 5. He was live at like 5 or 6 a.m. every day.
He streamed 8 hours a day.
Yeah.
9 hours a day. For like 2 years.
And then it was someone like Tim the Tatman who also talked about this, where people are saying it's just playing video games. I think further provoked a bit more discussion around this topic. And I'm curious where you guys fall on this, right? Like when Tfue has to stream this many hours to meet his contract requirements,
it's a lot of hours. Like,
or do you even care? Because that's where I often lie on all of these topics. I really don't care. I just enjoy talking about them.
Since he's not getting any sub revenue, like his deal was like no sub revenue, I think. So it can, that would feel pretty taxing if you're not getting like any sub revenue while you're streaming like 10 hours a day and you're like locked in for this long ass contract like that. Like that'd be, even if you're getting paid well, it would still kind of suck, you know?
Been trying to
a little bit.
Understand both sides, you know?
It's you know, I'm excited for him, man. I think it's a big deal, bro. I really,
because it's like it kind of like cuts you off.
Him signing to Kick, I think that's a big deal. And then for 2, just coming back after taking a little, you know, I don't know, what was that? When did he take the break? Like 4 months ago, roughly 4 months.
That was like 6 or a year.
That's my ballpark. It was probably like a 3 to 4 month break, a little bit there. I mean, dude, he needed it, bro. I don't know if y'all saw the clip.
He hella grinded.
Tyler and Clock were talking about his contract, and I think Tyler said, and I know what the contract is. I know how many hours it was. I think it was like over like 200 hours plus. And candidly, I think he was on like a 3 to 4 year kind of deal.
Damn.
You know what I mean?
Damn.
So
that'd be pretty taxing.
4, maybe 3-4 years. Like over 200 hours a month, man. Yeah, so you can see how he kind of got burnt out with that. You know, you can definitely see that. It's
absolutely.
I mean, that's a lot, man, for anyone. And I already know a lot of you are gonna be like, dude, it's just video games. You just sit there and play. Yeah, I get it.
Nah, anyone would get burnt out about that shit.
I get it, bro. I get it. Yeah, but like, that's burnout. I just to be clear, I could never do that ever. There's no shot. I mean, you got.
Even I go through the burnout phase pretty hard. Like. More like with genres of games a little bit.
Y'all see me, bro. Chat's like, hey, Tim got over 50 hours this month, guys. It's a good month. You know what I'm saying? Like, you guys know me. I could never, but just to be clear,
even
Tim
when I
got
was
over
grinding
50
hard,
hours this
right?
month.
I'm talking.
Oh my god.
I'm talking when I was going, right?
Overwatch days, he
probably at
was
one time doing around. I mean, what?
like
peak
8 hours.
Overwatch,
Yeah, see, I fucking knew it would be Overwatch. Like 8 hours a day, at least.
8-10 hours a day, roughly.
Yeah,
total.
he
So I'd
was.
do 3 to 4 in the morning, and then I'd do like 4 to 5 at night. That was usually my wheelhouse, and I was probably doing. I was streaming on the weekends too. I mean, I was going, bro. You know what I mean? But
Tim was top 500 too. He grinded. He has pop-offs moments. Timmy does have his moments.
like even at that peak, I was probably way back in the day, man. But like I've never in my life done over 200. That's insane, bro. You know what I mean? Now, bros, 8 hours a week. All right, guys. All right. But dude, I like a contract like that. I can see how that could just like tire you out and just be like, I don't want to do this right now. So I'm glad he took a break, took that breath, and I'm glad that he's coming back. And I'm hoping that the kick contract is not as intense as that Twitch one.
And let me talk this one out. Let me see where we get this one. I'll try and paint this fairly to all of you. You can let me know what you think. I'm not going to be like a random neighbor that I know back home that's like, oh my God, he's making millions of dollars playing video games. Wham wham, must be so hard. I'm also not going to sit here and be like, dang, that must have been torture for the guy. I think I fall right there in the freaking middle where it all makes sense with some proper explanation. And that's why there's been so many polar opinions out there. But at the end of the day, Tfue was streaming an incredible amount of hours. If you actually give respect and know what it takes to be a streamer and a creator and to live a little bit of life on the side, the amount of time he was spending in front of the camera, no matter who you are, was really impressive and had to be incredibly draining. Thanks to Shade, one of our mods out there, all of you guys who sent us these stories. It's amazing to break down the information where on average for the past 4.5 years, he was on camera just streaming around 6 hours per day every single day for 4.5 years straight. Where on paper, that somehow in today's world, that maybe doesn't look very difficult to a lot of people, but if you just go out and try and do this for a month, 30 days straight of 6 hours minimum streaming and then try and do all your other life stuff, that's an incredibly hard feat to do.
You don't get
But
to.
only people who actually have ever tried it really know about that. Now, on the flip side, hey, don't get it twisted.
You have some
He
time,
was
but
playing video games. He was making millions of dollars, and it is the contract that he did choose to sign, permitting him and in some ways enforcing him to meet a certain amount of hours required. Like he was a willing participant in a very beneficial contract that he signed. Although I'm not going to sit here and say it was by any means easy, I'm also not going to feel bad for the guy because Turner is set for life. Is that an okay take to have? That's how I felt looking at all this stuff, but I saw so many people on this side or the other.
I do hate how much Jake takes like the middle ground of like everything without having like an opinion. He's like completely voiceless though. I'm not a fan of that. I wish he would state his opinion a little bit. I don't care if his opinion is trash. I'm just curious, you know? It's not like anyone's gonna take it too bad to heart, you know? He always states it's, you know, just what he thinks, but, you know, I'd still like to hear. I'm tired of, like, the middle ground take, though. Just, like, every time. Oh my god, this animation was so good.
This video is brought to you by Raycon.
I absolutely cannot show it on stream, though. That shit was wild, though.
Jesus isn't too crazy about Mary and her what are you talking about? Oh, Mary and her distracting ways. So he scorns her and
This is a good animation.
kids react to gay marriage? Do you think any of the kids are gonna be like, ew? Would they leave that in? Because that would ruin a kid's life. If one of the children was like, ew, I don't want to
I would leave that in. It would beat the fucking parents. What is this?
Lucas is a homophobe. I'm saying it right now. Lucas,
Why?
he just...
Lucas is not.
I told you! I fucking told you! Oh,
What
shit!
the
Who is that kid? Who the
Okay,
fuck is that kid?
buddy.
Everybody find her and ruin her. Kids react to gay marriage. Do you think any of the kids are gonna be like, ew? Would they?
Yo, when season of Mastery Chat? Or Sod, I mean. Oh, I didn't queue. Wait, huh? Wrong account? Bum 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 bum. Wait. Where are my characters? Yeah, that's so dumb. I forgot Blizzard like charged people to stay on the like classic servers. I think. So I think that's where my character is, actually. In the Abyss. Actually, probably on Wrath, but yeah. Wait, can I not be logged into both WoW versions? I actually thought I could. I want to find some music.
I love 101 Dalmatians. And to that you might ask, which one? There's a few pieces of media that go by 101 Dalmatians. Yes, that's my answer. Everything there is that's 101 Dalmatians related, I love. And that's no exaggeration.
The first one was so good. I loved the first
based on
one.
the children's book by
The
Dodie
OG.
Smith, which is an all-time classic and one of my personal favorites. If you don't know the story, the Dalmatians of a musician and his wife have a litter of 15 puppies that are subsequently stolen by a fur-obsessed fashionista, Cruella de Vil, who intends on turning them
That era of
and
Disney
84 other
movies was the
puppies
best.
into a set of fur coats, causing the parents to go off to save them before it's too late. Yeah, it was honestly a pretty dark concept when you thought about it for even a second, and the crew behind the film definitely knew that. Taking the opportunity to make one of my favorite Disney villains of all time with Cruella, who's gaudy and ruthless and egotistical in all the best ways. I mean, she's literally named Cruella de Vil. It'd be hard for her not to be. She really mixed well with the setting and atmosphere to come off as a more humanized, old-timey cartoon character, leading to several iconic scenes. And speaking of style, 101 Dalmatians has loads of childhood bursting out of the old London setting and through all its characters, whether they're the owners Roger and Anita, the main dogs Pongo and Purdy, or even the side villains Jasper and Horace. They all add a lot to the film. Gotta be one of the most memorable Disney casts in my opinion, and even more littered across the film to keep it interesting. By the end, when all is said and done, the puppies are saved and the family all live happily on a Dalmatian plantation after Roger's career takes off, but it wouldn't be the last time we saw from the Dalmatians or Cruella by a long shot. I could go on for days about all the media 101 Dalmatians has had since the 60s film. One of the few good Disney direct-to-video sequels, one of the original Disney live-action remakes before they were all terrible and added nothing, a fun cartoon made on the cusp of the new millennium, and Cruella doesn't count. I only saw a few Dalmatians in that shit, no wonder they changed the name. They had to avoid false advertising. But you know, even if it is Cruella, I gotta give all the interpretations this. Not one of them doesn't have a specific voice. Whether it was different main leads, different settings, different art, whatever, something impressive about every 101 Dalmatians series is their ability to transform the property while retaining most of the same magic that the original film had, being reminiscent and distinguishable at the same time. Besides Cruella, how many times do I gotta say it doesn't count? It never But there's one bit of 101 a lot more its own thing than any movie or series before it. One I'm sure you haven't heard of when you should have. A series currently consisting of 26 episodes that aired in various regions of the world.
I heard of this. I never actually saw it. The animation looked terrible.
Buried to the point almost no one saw it. A series I think
it looks
was at least
so dumb.
partially set up to fail. So let me tell you about 101 Dalmatian Street.
But
to get to the show itself,
maybe
I
it was
gotta
good.
provide the background for why you
I
don't
didn't
know
see
about it, and that goes back to Disney TVA themselves, the people tasked with getting the show out there in the first place. And look, I already know what some of you might be thinking. Why would a company ever make a product just so it could fail? That doesn't make any sense. And you'd be right if we were talking in terms of physical property, but this is the entertainment industry, and in TV they go by another standard entirely. Viewership is money, and if the viewers ain't viewing, the money ain't moneying. And so a lot of the time, a series will get fully produced and made to air on a studio, and they'll decide it isn't worth giving up the space. So after that, there are a few ways to kill the show without hurting your margins. You could put it in an early or late time slot that no one's using so you don't take away from the main stuff. You could keep from spending money on an advertising budget so no one knows when it's coming out. Anything to run out the contract for airing and get it off as soon as possible. And then there's the last resort. Something that makes me angry just saying the words. Moving it to a paid channel. If you've watched cartoons in the past 20 years, you should know exactly what I'm talking about, because other than networks like PBS that can't spare to dump their shows somewhere else, pretty much every major cartoon channel has one. Your Boomerangs, your Nicktoons networks, and, of course, your Disney XDs. They're all paid channels, meaning that in a basic cable package they don't exist. You gotta pay extra to see them, which means way more people didn't have them because their parents aren't paying that damn money. They've already got cartoons on plenty of channels, and therein lies the tragedy. Look at viewer numbers for any of these paid networks compared to the main ones. It's night and day. Having a series of yours made a Disney XD or whatever exclusive or taken from the main network to the paid can only mean one thing. The network is shafting you in the most legit way they can. And in the dying world of television, where getting a few million views is considered impressive these days, it's only gotten worse and worse over at the paid channels. The issue has gone on so long and gotten so big, I've thought about making a mini-series in the future dedicated to looking at all the shows shafted over the years from each network. And 101 Dalmatian Street was the spark to set my flames going off in every direction. At the start, Dalmatian Street was broadcast on Disney Channel UK, though slightly delayed from its planned air date, to which it ran its course, and I'm not from the UK, but in the few posts I've seen talking about it, Disney didn't advertise it much there either. Shocker. But anyway, after the initial release in the UK, the series was meant to be shown all over the world across Disney channels in 2019 or 2020, but around that time, streaming had become majorly popular, so Disney decided the best course of action would be to put the series directly onto Disney+, which they did without any marketing before or after. Dalmatian Street was released to almost no fanfare, cause the fans weren't told that it came out, and none until over a year later did Disney finally syndicate it all on Disney XD, where it ran out the clock over the course of 6 months, ended, and so far hasn't been renewed for a second season because of poor ratings on both the channel and Disney+. And I have looked at those ratings. They're godly in how bad they are. For reference here, cartoons on Disney Channel average around 300,000 to 400,000 viewers every new episode. It's a far cry from a few years ago, and the number is only dropping, but that's the regular standard we're working with here. At best, Dalmatian Street got 100,000 viewers. At worst, 30,000. You heard that right. 30,000 viewers. That's how low the
That's
range was
pretty
for
low.
the show's audience, and undoubtedly it is all Disney's fault. The way they handled the show couldn't be described as any less than terribly. It got everything thrown at it: late time slot, no advertising, shifting around dates for when it would show up, delays, all merch being kept in Europe, and being moved to a paid network. They pretty much actively tried to get the series to fail, and I have no idea why. From what I've heard, there is still like the smallest possibility of it getting renewed for a second season if the Disney Plus numbers go up, and while I think it's almost impossible that a sequel season will come, I'm still gonna tell you why I feel like it should have one, and why you should watch what's out. I don't know, I'm an idiot and a pessimistic optimist when it comes to these things, so who knows, but I'm gonna give the show the chance Disney never did. This is 101 Dalmatian Street, a series worth talking about. Something to immediately note going into the series
maybe it's
is
good
that the
then.
showrunners made it a goal to never watch any media relating to 101 other than the original film. And that might sound like a weird move, or potentially even a detrimental one, but as mentioned, every piece of 101 Dalmatians media is radically differentiated from the last. And for the most part, they stay unconnected, so not watching everything done with the franchise isn't as odd a choice as it might sound. It wasn't done from laziness or impotence either, like the worst video game adaptations in recent years, but instead for the series' benefit. The showrunners wanted to make it so the series felt like a direct continuation of the original property with no interventions from anything else to potentially muddle its accessibility or appeal. They also didn't want to come off as taking ideas from places they either didn't want to or didn't mean to, and I think they did a phenomenal job since the lack of reference material led to a really different series from the last show. For example, in the 90s cartoon, Cruella is a major recurring villain, and that's kinda odd because she interacts with Roger and Anita like she didn't just try to kill all their pets after having some goons kidnap them, and with this show setting, it'd be obvious that she wouldn't be nearly as prominent. Though that isn't to say that she isn't there at all. Foreshadowing, potentially. Similarly, for continuity, in the 90s show, they lived on a farm in America, which is pretty weird when the original is set in the UK, and Dalmatian Street fixes that discrepancy by setting the cast in Camden Town, London, a very specific location that draws on a lot of the iconography from the real place it's based on. And don't get me wrong, the original cartoon still has a unique setting. I'll take anything that isn't basic-ass suburbia or a bland generic cityscape, but I have a certain preference for really specific locations over equally generic templates like farm. And Dalmatian Street has another factor that makes it more unique than all the other iterations before it. The series doesn't focus on the main cast from the first film. Wait, Braxton, hold on a second. How can there be a series about 101 Dalmatians when the main Dalmatians themselves aren't even in it? The live-action one followed the same characters, the sequel followed a named character from the original, the first cartoon followed named characters from the original. Why would they get rid of the main cast that made them who they are? The show's probably just using the name for branding. Well, first of all, let's get something straight here. These characters are still related to the originals. Since the show is set 60 years after the events of the original film, it'd only make sense that the story would focus on their descendants, and I think both those ideas are great in the grand scheme of things. Like I said, the newer specific setting is a breath of fresh air for both the franchise and cartoons in general. Plus, I think it's able to retain the style of the first film while making it modernized. Like, they changed the Twilight Bark, a gossip chain in the first film, into the Worldwide Woof, where it serves nearly the same purpose, but also has a more internet vibe to its usage. Also, I just thought the name change was clever. Little additions like that are so charming. And back to my point about the complete character change, you can say the show isn't complete without the main cast from the original, but if you look at any subsequent media that
Animation
came out
doesn't look
after
that
it,
bad.
one or a few of the puppies were always the main focus, but their characters were altered radically from the film. Do you know how? They were given characters. Yeah, despite there being such powerful personalities in the first film, among them, the puppies the thing is named after aren't included in that list. Sure, a couple of them get names, Lucky, Patch, Rolly, and they'd all go on to be expanded on as characters in other media, but much like baby characters who aren't the main focus, the puppies are more of a prop and obstacle than they are their own. The fact that there are so many of them means Pongo and Purdy have to find interesting ways to sneak around Cruella, to get from place to place, to find food, etc. The amount of them contributed significantly to the conflict, and that's all well and good. 101 Dalmatians had a focus and good characters and all that, but the puppies were neither of those, and that wasn't the intention. And even subsequent media that focuses on the puppies doesn't do so for all of them. In 101 Dalmatians 2, Patch is the main character, and the puppies again serve as a contributing factor to the conflict. 101 Dalmatians the series has 3 main puppies as the leads, but they go on mostly separate adventures, almost always without the involvement of their siblings, of whom only 3 or so are given names and focus. My point is, the puppies have always been the most moldable aspect of the property, and Dalmatian Street takes better advantage of that factor than any before it. Theoretically speaking, 101 puppies means 101 individual identities, and while Dalmatian Street doesn't go that far, it'd be almost impossible if they attempted it, they still do a pretty good job within reason, having 20 fully personalized characters, including the main leads and parents, and in case you were wondering, the other 81 all have their own names that have been stated, and impressively, even with that in mind, they're all names starting with D. Again, really charming little details this show has. And the characters can be defined just the same. Going in, I didn't know what to expect from the concept, but for sure I thought I'd end up stumbling over all the characters and forget at least one. But no, each is so packed with their own personal flair that even now I can remember every single one. Starting with the main leads, there's Dolly and Dylan, the oldest siblings who are put in charge of the house while their parents are out at work, which is pretty much all the time. The show has a clearly indicated system for how everything works using visual storytelling and recurring themes, mostly in regards to ideas like trigger words, which rile all the pups up in a frenzy that they try to avoid, and each pup being designated to have certain responsibilities, so problems will arise when the equilibrium of the house gets thrown off, whether internally or because of an external force, and Dolly and Dylan usually have to deal with it. Individually, they have the tried and true relationship of siblings with opposing personalities. Dylan is a clean, responsible geek, Dolly is an energetic rebel, but as the series goes on, their character traits are expanded on, and by the end of the season, they've clearly gone through some developments. As leads, they also do the difficult job of bouncing off not only each other, but every other sibling they interact with, which explains why they start out with such basic archetypes to start. It works from the beginning because they've got enough individuality to have completely contrasting reactions to situations, and therefore contrasting solutions, shown by how quite a few of the first episodes are about them clashing on how to do things, whereas later on, they spend more time agreeing with each other or collaborating ideas to make the best of both worlds.
Man, I don't know how to
It shows a
drop.
shift in dynamics subtly without ever explicitly
Symbol.
stating as much, and I appreciate how smoothly they did that. They aren't the only important characters by a long shot though, as most of the named pups with unique designs get at least 2 episodes each focused solely on them, and I'm not going to be going nearly as in-depth on all of them as I did Dolly or Dylan, but I will give a brief description of what I think of their characters. For reference, this will be addressed in order of importance or screen time. Da Vinci, easy to describe based on their name. They're the artist and the most creative-minded of the group, contributing
show
to
looks
some of the
cute.
most experimental animation in the series, which gives her some points despite almost always being a background character. DJ, pretty self-explanatory. He does all the music, and there's a lot of jokes focused on him using sound cues. My thoughts on him coincide with his personality. Chill. He's one of the more passive in the series, but still leaves a pretty strong impression. Dorothy. Since the oldest characters are established, it only makes sense that they do the same for the youngest, and she's a typical younger sibling, cute, but mostly used as a device for other stories. Perfectly serviceable. Dizzy and Dee Dee, a package of 2 hyper-gullible pups with a mischievous streak. They mostly take after Dolly and sort of serve as a representation for all the pups left as part of the collective in the series. Next to Dorothy, they're probably the youngest, usually serving as the main lead's indicators for when morals are becoming questionable, and in that regard, they do a fine job for what they are. Delgado, notable for being a bipedal dog with wheels to supplement back legs. Another one who gets along with Dolly, he's enthusiastic and fast, mostly chiming in on episodes having to do with extreme sports. One of the greater examples for how the show uses a multitude of body types for their characters despite being dogs of the same breed. He isn't all that complex, but he's still fun nonetheless. Dimitri 1 through 3, a group of triplets all with the same name and a different number. They kind of blend into one another in that they're rude troublemakers, and that's by choice, though I do like seeing the small additions given to each of them to diversify their designs. G-Pack. Now this guy's appearance tells a story. He's a literal yin-yang made to be symmetrical. The most zen out of everyone in the house, his main deal has to do with calming others down, while also being on edge most of the time himself due to the antics of his siblings. He also has the distinguishing trait of really liking cats to the point of obsession. I'm not entirely sure why, but I always enjoy characters that try to be calm who are constantly thrown off their rocker. It makes for good situational laughter. Diesel, a dog representing the most innate desires of man, digging huge-ass holes. He's not the brightest bulb in the drawer, but he knows what he wants, and I respect that. Keep fighting the good fight, Diesel. One day you'll dig through water. Delilah and Doug, the parents. They try to give love to their kids whenever possible, but they spend a lot of time on their own jobs, so they trust Dylan and Dolly to run the house when they're away. In the times they are on screen, they're also a likable duo of opposites, one composed, the other goofy, but they're a nice couple, and I quite enjoy them. Destiny, Dallas, and Deja Vu. Consider the 3 divas of the family. They're also the canonical reason the characters are able to live in a house without an owner. The 3 of them are actors and social media influencers who make the money needed to keep the family from ever worrying about needing it. And that's a clever explanation for how the Dalmatians stay afloat when they destroy the house almost every episode. Now, as far as characterization, I'm not gonna pick favorites, but it's Deja Vu. She's the best of the 3. While Dallas and Destiny are written to kind of phase into one another, having several jokes about lacking individualism, Deja Vu is just She just does whatever. You know, she isn't as pratty or full of herself as the others, just sort of in her own world, and she's the one who most often gets the best
It
moments
looks
when the
really
three of them are
cute.
split up. Dawkins, inventor and Dylan's on and off again sidekick, he's incredibly analytical, the resident nerd, and often fills in as the substitute leader when Dolly and Dylan go off on their own adventures, to the point there was a whole episode focused around it, because the show likes to make fun of its own tropes. A little more one note than most of the cast, but not bad at all. And then there's Dante. He might not technically be the most important, or have the most screen time in comparison to the other characters mentioned, but I saved him for last because, you know, he's my favorite. Being an obvious reference to the main character from Dante's Inferno, they even name an episode exactly that at one point, he's constantly bemoaning about the end of the world in any mundane scenario. That might sound kind of basic in concept, but on the contrary, he keeps the routine fresh across his appearances and always provides just the right tone to shake things up or catch you off guard. I'm also intrigued by his design since it's technically impossible. You know, there's always that question of whether zebras are black with white stripes or white with black stripes. There's a known answer, but I'll let you figure that out. Well, that's not the case for Dalmatians, because when they're born, they're always completely white and get their spots a few months after birth. That's not a slight against the show, though. I love the contrast and think it's pretty funny. He's great, and I'm glad he got a bit more focus placed on him than some of the other characters, but that leads into something else I'd like to mention. Though the series will obviously have episodes mainly focused on singular pups, that doesn't mean that the rest of the family isn't there. Even if they don't play a major role most of the time, a lot of the cast will get in a few lines or help with smaller bits or B-plots whenever possible, and that decision leads to the world feeling much more alive. In some shows, the side cast can feel a little bit two-dimensional, feeling more like props waiting in the wings for the heroes to interact with, but since the entire focus of Dalmatian Street is the pups and what they're doing, these guys are all busy with their own things when the main characters aren't on screen, and that distinction helps it stick out a lot among the franchise. Even the dogs with generic designs that act as a collective most of the time are usually off being independent in the background, which not everyone is gonna notice, but for those who do, it adds character. And boy, does this show know how to do that for the ensemble cast outside of the puppies. I'm not talking about the other animal characters either, though. What I'm referring to are the humans, and more specifically, spoilers for the series, skip to here if you want to experience it for yourself, the DeVille family, mainly headed by the great nephew of Cruella, Hunter. He's very much a less ruthless version of her in most aspects, but that isn't from a lack of trying or an effort to tone down her kind of villainy for TV. Rather, Hunter's intentionally displayed to be more of a kid in his approach to pulling schemes in order to show his innocence in comparison to someone like his great aunt, as well as making it clear he's far more redeemable as a kid trying to find someone who cares about him. His big redemption, as it were, comes in the season finale when Cruella comes back to try finishing the job from 60 years ago, and god, it is amazing. I've always had a certain philosophy when it comes to a character like Cruella. The bigger, the better. I like the 90s cartoon fine enough, but they went in the exact wrong direction with the character. She doesn't even try to actively hunt out the puppies in that one. She's more interested in getting the owner's farm and being into big business. I still like her fine enough, but god, she might as well have been a completely different character. Then you look at the live-action remake of 101 with Glenn Close, now that's how you do Cruella. More ruthless, more insane, more terrifying. That's the way to go. Same with the direct-to-DVD sequel where she tries to make the puppies into a goddamn art piece using their coats as the canvas. That is delightfully devilish, pun intended. And this might be my favorite depiction of the character yet. You think for the TV version they're gonna tone down Cruella's actions or not make him as serious? Nope, no puns about her trying to turn the puppies into an accessory now, only, oh yeah, that's Cruella DeVille. She wants to murder us and wear us like objects! There's a puppy murderizing machine for a demonstration! Like Dolly and Dylan's reaction here, that's the audience knowing the crew didn't pull any punches, and I respect them so much for it. Cruella also really leans into the scarier parts of her personality, completely reveling in her own evil deeds and turning into a straight-up slasher villain. Yes, I love everything about this. Her mannerisms, her warlike tactics for trying to capture Dalmatians, the way she's constantly spraying herself with acidic de-aging formula, the way she goddamn walks. It's all so perfect and feels like a natural continuation of the character into insanity. She's not just after any Dalmatian coat anymore, she's specifically after the descendants of the dogs that ruined her plan 60 years ago and has specially trained her great nephew to understand dog for the purpose of tracking them down. Plus, with how the show's built up a generally lighthearted tone and focused more on the puppies' personalities and relationships, the fact she's trying to kill them all holds a ton more weight to it. If the series doesn't get picked up for a second season, that's where everything will end. And while I can't say that if it ended here, the crew didn't at least give us some form of closure, I can't say I'd be fully satisfied either. The truth is, we don't have that many shows like Dalmatian Street around, with such a creative premise and reworking of a classic property into something new and worth preserving. It's got so many unique qualities worthy of being remembered for, and in the brief time it was given space on the Disney Channel UK YouTube, the views reflected that, ranging from 4 to almost 8 million views apiece. Compare that to a show like Randy Cunningham, Abraham, a series on Disney XD that did get a second season, and its YouTube numbers don't even compare. So a lack of interest isn't the problem, but like I said, a lack of advertising and opportunity. This is a series that, with all the characters it's set up, all the world building it's done, all the effort that went into the designs, the characters, the great rigged animation, it should have at least 2 seasons to flesh it out. 47 segments is still good, don't get me wrong, but I wholeheartedly believe the series deserves more than that for all the effort and passion clearly involved. Again, I don't know for sure if it's possible for a second season to come, but I still think there is even the smallest chance. It hasn't been too long since it stopped airing in America, and though by now it's been out for a while, there have been some far crazier comebacks I've seen, so if you can, watch it on Disney Plus, talk about it, make your own videos, whatever, and if a second season still doesn't come after that, at least you'll have a new show to like and look back on. And yet I wonder.
Oh, sorry, stepped away for a moment. I might have missed my cue. Oh shit, I didn't miss my cue. Drawing on stream's weird though. Like straight up. I feel it's just so uncomfortable.
Let the game get in there and fight! Stop hiding! You bore me! Get in there and
Okay.
fight! Stop
Might want to go for me, I guess. Hoping he charges me.
You bore me!
No charge.
You bore me!
Big damn here.
Finish him! All you weaklings do is run around!
I threw. I just trinketed nothing.
All you weaklings do is run around! Finish him!
Oh, oh. He's so low.
Yes, yes!
Chaos Bolt to win it. Chaos Bolt to win it.
Get in there and fight! Stop hiding!
Almost. Almost. Oh, my bad. I didn't realize the display capture was on.
Get in there and fight! Stop hiding!
Okay, I don't have totems on. I'm gonna decrease both their attack speed. And fear this guy. Seduce that guy. Pop trinket. Or wait, no, that was that dispel? Can Shaman dispel that? No, you use trinket actually. Use trinket. Okay. This is really good for us here. I just pump here. I just pump. Seduce healer. Might have to CC for my teammate.
Finish him!
Definitely unlucky. Unlucky.
Get in there and fight! Stop hiding! All you weaklings do is run around! You bore me! You bore me! All you weaklings do is run around!
Is he CCing me in there? Or like...
Get in there and fight! Stop hiding! Finish him!
Dude, where's my help?
Get in there and fight! Stop hiding! Get in there and fight! Stop hiding! You bore me!
Why is my portal not going through? I was actually tilting.
All you weaklings do is run around! You bore me! You bore me! Finish him! Finish him! Yes! Yes! All you weaklings do is run around! You bore me! Finish him! Finish him!
I should just keep running.
All you weaklings do is run around. All you weaklings do is run around. Get in there and fight! Stop hiding! Get in there and fight! Stop hiding! All you weaklings do is run around! Finish him!
Yeah, big damage there.
Get in there and fight! Stop hiding! Yes! Yes! You call me! Finish him! Yes! Yes!
Yeah, this game's not looking good.
All you weaklings do is run around! You call me! You call me! All you weaklings do is run around! All you weaklings do is run around! All you weaklings do is run around! Yes! Yes! Finish him!
too long. Something's not right, have I put a foot wrong? Explain to me what's going on. Cause I used to have friends oh so close. Cracks in my friendship left my bro. This ain't an emotion I ain't wanna show, but it's hard when you're standing alone. I think I'm in need of a healing touch. I got faith that I still got luck, but positive vibes just won't stay stuck. For me, this is all too much. I'm speaking out, so hear me out. Nobody's reaching out or freaking out. I'm speaking out, so
Cream soda Fago down, still dreaming. They hate on me, I don't know the reason. Finna wake them all up, cause I know they sleeping. I'm wide awake, but shit, I'm still dreaming. Cream soda Fago down, still dreaming. They hate on me, I don't know the reason. Finna wake them all up, cause I know they sleeping. I'm wide awake, but shit, I'm still dreaming. I wanna whip them cars now. I'm thankful for these scars now. I wanna whip them cars now. I'm thankful for these scars now. Got the kids jumping like it's recess. I just spend the bands and I reset. Reset, reset. I just spend the bands and I reset, reset. Hey, you need to reassess. And I'm counting ends like a motherfucking math test. Yeah, they talk that toxic, but I'm way past it. And she wanna get with me, cause she know I'm up next. Money counter, money counter. Yeah, this shit gon' count with or without her. Money counter, money counter. Yeah, this shit gon' count with or without her. Cream soda Fago down, still dreaming. They hate on me, I don't know the reason. Finna wake them all up, cause I know they sleeping. I'm wide awake, but shit, I'm still dreaming. Cream soda Fago down, still dreaming. They hate on me, I don't know the reason. Finna wake them all up, cause I know they sleeping. I'm wide awake, but shit, I'm still dreaming. Yeah, I don't need her. Shorty, she a tweaker. Swear that I don't need her. I was in the bleachers.
New season of For Honor. Hey, I should honestly re-download For Honor. Maybe, actually, I don't know. For Honor was good though. Like, I love For Honor. I thought that game had so much esports potential, and it was just absolutely ruined. There was so much potential there.
Welcome back, Warriors. Oh man, those
It
were
was
some
the
awesome
best
weapons.
dueling
I know
game
you
when it
couldn't
came
see
out.
'cause, like, we were off
There was
camera
no
there,
other game
but, like,
better.
this is the first time I'd seen most of those too, and it's like, wow.
Yeah, it looks amazing as
Yeah.
usual, right?
Yeah, they're awesome. So it's super cool. Hope you enjoy those. Look forward to them next week. But we are ready to kind of jump into our next segment. And joining me on the couch today to talk about some patch notes and also a new gameplay improvement is, you know him, you love him, the Lord and Savior JC is on the couch today. Yay!
Hello, hello.
It's all right. They're all clapping at home, I'm sure.
Complete newcomer. I've never been here before.
Never here. First time.
Yeah.
Welcome. Welcome. First time.
Thank you. It's nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too. Yeah, it's
I've,
been great.
I've never spoken to you before.
Not once, not once. So, but speaking of first time as well, we're joined by Agat, one of our graphics programmers as well. So Agat, welcome. Very nice to have you on the stream.
Thank you.
Cool. Do you want to maybe tell kind of to the community a bit of what you do, like for the project?
Yeah, so I'm a graphics programmer, so anything that's related to our rendering engine, things like that.
Nice.
Yeah, and I think Agat is the pure definition of first time, long time, right? You've been on the team for how long now?
So I've been on the team since 2014.
Yeah, so 9 years.
Almost 10
right?
years.
Yeah, almost 10 years. It's crazy.
That's a long time.
Yep.
By my watch. Okay, so wow, amazing stuff. And so graphics programmer, the rendering, all that stuff. So the reason why the game looks incredible is because of you. It's okay if you want to take credit for that.
Exactly.
There it is. She took credit for it.
There you go.
It's
because
done.
of me. So no, just thank you, Nolan. And as you just said, we're always trying to improve Foreigner's visual quality.
That's right.
That's why I'm very happy today to talk about a new graphic feature, new graphic option that's called local tone mapping.
Nice.
So what is local tone mapping?
I was going to ask because, like, I mean, it's one of those buzzwords, and I don't know if it's a buzzword per se, but, you know, you hear it around, you know, and you just try to pretend like you know what they're talking about. But, I mean, I'll be honest with you, I don't. So could you explain a bit about it?
I'm here for that. So
Thank you.
tone mapping without the local.
Oh, tone mapping.
Tone mapping is the name of the transform we apply to the frame to send it to your monitor or TV. We render the frame, then we do tone mapping for it to go on your TV. And that transform, we offset it using the average exposure of the frame so that it's different if the frame is very dark or very bright. But as you can imagine, it does not work very well in the case of frames that have like a lot of contrast. For example, if you're in a dark room and then you see the sky through a big window and you take the average of that, well, what happens is that you lose a lot of details in the very dark and in the very bright parts of the frame.
Okay.
That's why we did local tone mapping. So the idea of local tone mapping is that instead of using one average value, we are
much
using multiple
nicer.
exposures. Meaning the dark parts of the frame are not going to be exposed the same way that the bright parts of the frame. So we get back those details without losing the average, the overall quality of the
Very nice, very
Yeah,
nice,
and
very
we
nice.
kinda see,
You
like,
can see on the video, yeah.
Right, so basically, like, from what I understand, because also a bit of a neophyte on this thing, because I'm not a graphics programmer, clearly, but
Textures just look brighter on the walls and
brightness,
stuff.
Right? So you kind of adjust the brightness depending, because normally you apply it to everything, and it kind of, if there's like light and dark, it kind of all gets down to the middle.
The
whereas
brightness
this,
looks a
it
lot
makes
better
the
now.
bright areas brighter, and the dark area is like a little bit darker, I guess. So you see a lot more of the detail. Like I think this is one of my favorite ones because you look at it and the detail and the texture
Damn.
right above the archway at the bottom, like you see it so
Big
much
upgrade
more.
there.
You see the texture really, really well. It's super cool.
Yeah, you can see all the barrels and weapons and details around in the dark areas, but the sky looks exactly the same. It's not like blown out.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
it
yeah,
would,
right.
yeah.
Wow.
Super cool.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, you can really see the difference here, and yeah, it looks incredible. Like,
Yeah.
really good stuff.
So how do we turn this on?
So local tone mapping is a graphic option in your in our quality mode on current gen, so PS5 and Xbox One X, and on PC of
Xbox
course.
Series X.
Xbox Series X.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I get confused with a lot of
Yeah,
times.
it's very and on PC, and so it's disabled by default. So I really encourage you to go and try it, and I hope you'll like it.
If you're on PC, go turn it on like right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you
Well,
have,
maybe next
Well,
week.
yeah, next week. Yeah, of course, next week. And then, yeah, if you put on quality, well, for sure.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's really awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that and kind of explaining. I feel like I know a bit more about it now, and I appreciate.
All right, what
that.
else we got?
And again, I will say this once. I'll say it 1,000 times. I'm always impressed by the fact that we just have people on our team like yourself who just continue to push improvements and continue to just like push on the quality and the features of the game like this. After 7 years live, like it's amazing that we are able to still continue to do new things like this.
I haven't thought
and
about
bring
it.
new
7
content
years.
to us.
7 years, For Honor.
Thank you very much for sharing.
Good job on them.
Cool. So
I'm so glad they're still going around.
Moving on from that too, we have some
There are
patch
updates.
notes and
Patch notes?
bounce
that
stuff
haven't
to
been
talk
very
about.
good
So,
Alright.
JC,
in
you
terms of
wanna
like
walk us through
content.
it?
Yes. So let's go. So
Like the last thing was added was the breach content, which was like what 4 or 5 years ago. So they haven't added something in terms of content in a very long time. Besides characters, I mean, they still like characters. They have been recycling some movesets, but I mean, characters have been unique and very fun to play. So at least start adding characters, and they're keeping the game servers live, and you know that shit. I'm like, good job on them, you know, for that shit.
patch notes for year 7, season 4. So first up, we have something with the Dosh Bash change.
Wish they would add
So
more though.
If you've been playing, if you were there last TU, we pushed changes to everybody that had a front dodge bash that was 500 ms, right? We made them faster. We put them 433. But then what ended up happening was that we had a bit of an unexpected thing that happened, which is it widened a gap in which your opponents could dodge your front dodge bash at a much wider window without being able to be punished whatsoever. That was not our intent. And so we were doing a couple of things to make sure that this situation doesn't happen again. Just to be clear, on live before, when they were 500, there was 2 one-frame windows where if your opponent dodged in any of those windows, they were 100% safe. Clearly, it's a one-frame thing. It was super hard to time. In this case, the window was a bit larger. So what we ended up doing is that we adjusted the time, the tracking of all of these front dodge bashes, so that you have to dodge them 100 ms later to properly, for the tracking to kind of really break and to make sure you're going to dodge them. So it means that early dodges will be beaten by delayed bashes. Late dodges are beaten by either early bashes or like front dodge into guard break. So we've adjusted that like really hardcore to make sure that there is no more of any of those windows whatsoever, so that we really go towards the intention that we had, which was making those attacks really
Punishable.
good openers and ways to open up
Yeah.
your opponents and not have moments where, well, you know, I don't care, I'm just going to dodge at this timing and I avoid everything, and then it kind of defeats the purpose.
Yeah, it's very important they revert and make adjustments there, because that would have been really bad for the gameplay. The way the game works, like that would have been
It
awful.
took us like a bit of time to figure that
Those
one
adjustments
out.
seem like
Now
they
it's gonna be
needed.
live next week, so that's
Were
great.
needed.
On top of this, to make sure that the front
Because you're
dodge-
invulnerable when you dodge. You're invulnerable when you dodge in that game. So yeah, you can dodge attack along with doing a dodge. So if you're invincible and you're dodge attacking, that would have been really fucking lame. So adjustments there definitely needed. 1 second. Okay, sorry chat. I was eating earlier. It's a bad spot for a portal. Just need to get it out though. Oh, I can't hear him. For him. Wow. My team really should just LOS that. I don't understand why they didn't. They just hide there a little bit. They were right next to the gravestone. It was bursting soon. Fuck, I just have it too. How? How? Is he just not healing? Like like what? Like how the fuck? How the fuck, man? That's 2 rounds in a row. My teammate dies in like 20 seconds. And that was 2 rounds in a row where I had 1 DPS on me the whole time, to where he shouldn't have died in like the first 20 seconds. Okay, that's a rip on me. What is going on? How are people dying so fast? I've never seen so many fast rounds before. In a row. Like 3 rounds, someone dies in the first 20 seconds. Like 10 seconds. Like there's a healer issue here somewhere. Like, there's no way someone should be dying to 1 DPS this early into a round. There's just, like, no mitigation. There's no reduced healing. There's none. That game was just a little bit annoying. It didn't seem like there was any healing going out. I think that was the only game too, to where just like people have died that fast before. Like that was crazy. Like 4 rounds in a row, first 20-second death. That's kind of wild. Oh, what was this?
Recently, a group of self-described gay free hackers hacked a U.S. nuclear lab and demanded that they make cat girls real. Anyway, this video was streamed
I agree.
live, so if you guys want to catch my live streams, be sure to hit the like button
I
down
mean,
below,
is anyone
subscribe
disagreeing?
to the channel. Gay furry hackers breach a U.S. nuclear lab and they have demands? What the f?
Yo, that's crazy. That's actually some crazy shit. So
I actually like the
apparently,
shirt.
Gay furry hackers
nice shirt.
have breached a U.S.
Very cute.
nuclear lab. What the hell? Okay, I need to check this out. A group of self-described gay furry hackers have hacked one of the biggest nuclear labs in the U.S. and they have a very specific demand. Idaho National Laboratory, one of the largest nuclear labs in the United States, has confirmed they were hacked by SiegeSec, a group of self-described free hackers. I feel like I've heard of SiegeSec before. What are they known for? Oh, they only have like 700, 800 followers. I'm gonna follow these people. Hopefully they're not bad people, you know, but they seem cool. If they're hacking the government, that seems hella based, not gonna lie. On Monday, November 20th, Idaho National Laboratory determined that it was the target of a cybersecurity data breach and a federally approved vendor system outside the lab that supports INL Cloud Human Resources Services, they said in a statement. The company taking immediate action to protect thousands of records of users and employer data. SiegeSec revealed their bizarre demands in exchange for keeping the stolen data private. Oh my god. Meow, meow. The sexy hackers at SiegeSec just breached the INL, Idaho National Laboratory, divulging thousands of data points, such as full name, date of birth, email, security, phone number, address, employment info, and more, claiming to have access to employees and users' full names, birthdays, home addresses. We're willing to make a deal with INL, SiegeSec wrote in their announcement of the breach. If they research creating IRL cat girls, we'll take down this post. Dude, that is crazy. While the request for INL to bring real-life cat girls into the world might not be all too serious, the fantastical and unrealistic request is unlikely to offer any relief for the thousands at risk of having their personal information doxed. Offering some insight into why SiegeSec targeted INL, the group tweeted, "We are cats. In intricities such as why do not concern us. Seriously, you hack a lab that's trying to combat climate change, and your only explanation as to why is, I'm a cat? Are you 12? One user responded. To this, SiegeSec said, INL is responsible for a lot more than climate change solutions. They were not targeted due to their involvement in climate change mitigation. In a separate post, the group shared a headline reporting their hack and identifying the group as gay-free hackers, writing, "We love our fans." Dude, that is such a crazy story. Dude, what the hell? Could you imagine hacking a government lab and your one request is to make cat girls real? Damn, that's such an internet moment. That's such an internet moment. These guys better be fucking careful though. Like, they just put themselves on the map, like, big time. Like, you know, the FBI
Hey, stop playing around. Get in the kitchen and make me something now. Oh, yeah, sure thing, boss, yeah.
Those glasses, man. They are wild. I've never seen glasses like that.
Now we're kicking. Yeah, it's pretty good, isn't it? Hey, stop playing around. Get in the kitchen and make me something now. Oh, yeah, sure thing, boss, yeah. Now we're kicking. Yeah, it's pretty good, isn't it?
He reviews a lot of these animations.
Do not like Disney. Thank you. Thank you. I know it took a lot of personal
I
reflection.
loved Secret Nim. Secret Nim, one of my favorites. Definitely top 5 animated movie of all time. I think it's easily number 1. I want to say number 1. Secret of Nim, pretty goated. American Tales, very good too. Land Before Time was good. All Dogs Go to Heaven was really good. One of my favorites. Anastasia was another S tier movie. Definitely one of their best. Bartok the Magnificent, I low-key kinda like some parts of it. I tried to rewatch it recently. I was like, I can't. It was pretty bad. It's like Bartok and Anastasia was definitely better. Titan AE was very good though. That was an underrated one.
The small one was a sort of preamble to the team working on feature films, showing what they could do beforehand, and for a directorial debut, it's quite impressive. In fact, watching this helped me better understand Blue's point about the decay of Disney's animated film department, since it has a completely different feeling to anything else produced at the time. The basic premise of the short is that an unnamed boy in biblical times has an old donkey he cares for called Small One, but it's gotten too old to work, so the boy's father wants him to sell Small One in the market, leading to hijinks as he tries to find the right buyer. What got me about the tone of the short was just how down-to-earth the characters felt, despite how minimally we saw them. In the few minutes they had on screen over the course of it all, you get a perfect summation of the boy and Small One's relationship that a lot of full-length films can't manage to do for me. It's that sweet kind of bond tons of animal lovers with old pets can relate to, and Blue's distinctively expressive character animation really helps to sell it. He's a king at small details and exaggerations in all the right places to portray the most complex emotions in a few drawings. So Small One and the boy really fit that archetype of naive but aware of their surroundings, which I love. There are also a good number of complete assholes in the film, but they aren't over the top like the ones you'd expect from most Disney films at the time. They're all mean and cruel in a way that's not so exaggerated you couldn't see it happening in real life, but despicable enough to hate them. It's a delicate balance that they managed to keep consistent, including during the musical numbers. Oh yeah, the small one's technically a musical. It's barely 24 minutes, so there isn't exactly a lot of time to put songs in, but the ones they do have keep the personalities big and even out the harshness with an equal share of heart. The melodies are super basic, sure, but that works to the film's advantage, keeping up with its timeless aesthetic. The whole vibe of the short in general really radiates that energy of a movie you never quite know when or where it came from, but you also can't remember a time it wasn't always there, like Rudolph or Frosty. Did I mention Small One was a Christmas special? Cause it is, if you somehow didn't pick up on that already. It's very clearly set in the time of the Bible, and surprise, the buyer ends up being Joseph so he can help Mary get to the stable. Again, super basic twist, but in that charming sort of, oh, I knew that was gonna happen cause I watched this with my family by the fireplace every year kind of way. Not to say I've watched this up till now, nor have I ever seen it air on TV, but it gives out those kind of indications, you feel? Don't lie to me. I'll kill you. Wait, what? So yeah, the small one, good effort from Blue, has some of the marks of his signature style, gives early insight into what he was looking to do with his storytelling, impressive animation for a direct-to-TV film from the late 70s, all around an easygoing, fun little watch at the holidays.
Banjo's a cat who could not behave. He seldom did what he should.
Remember that short I mentioned Blue and a small team of animators did together on the side of their real jobs for 4 years before dropping out to form their own studio? Well, this, isn't it? Okay, it is, but I didn't want you to assume you knew what I was gonna say, cause, fuck you. The story goes that Banjo, a rebellious little shit of a kitten, hates getting in trouble all the time on his farm and thinks his family doesn't care about him. So he decides to run away and bring his mischief to Salt Lake City, where he can cause more collateral damage at a faster rate. Whoa, whoa, Banjo, watch out, watch out! Oh, God.
I didn't see that one. I wanted to see that one.
But while Banjo's bloodlust might be infinite,
character
his
looked too
stamina
cute.
isn't. And soon he realizes he made a big mistake, getting some help from a couple of city cats to find the car he hitched a
Like,
ride on and go
welcome.
back home. Considering it's Blue's only other short, I feel the need to compare it to Small One, and when it comes to story, it's way less organized. Everything after Banjo gets to the city is a montage of him doing shit, whether it's by himself or with the cats. And while I guess the story moves along over time, it's more like they force it to keep chugging along since they can't find a way for it to proceed naturally. For instance, after Banjo meets Crazy Legs, a street cat voiced by Scatman Crothers, Crazy tells Banjo, "Oh, I know how to help you, kid. Let's go see my trio of singing cat dancer friends. They'll know how to help us." But then all they tell Banjo is, "Be careful, there's danger," and "Family's pretty important, isn't it?" and "We're starving." That's the end of the sentence, followed by the main song of the movie about sticking together, but then the fucking singing cat trio is gone. The film goes back to Crazy and Banjo looking around without any indication of where they should go. What about the song they just sang about sticking together? It was mainly Crazy and Banjo singing to one another, I'll give you that, but the trio participated too, and if that wasn't spontaneously confusing enough, they do show up later after Banjo and Crazy get chased by dogs, and wish Banjo goodbye after the animators realize they need to end the short, and the car he's been looking for magically appears. But, weren't the trio supposed to know something that would help Banjo and Crazy find it? They didn't contribute shit. The car shows up on its own on account of Crazy praying for it to happen the night before, I guess, but you know what? With that kind of explanation, I kind of preferred it if they didn't provide a reason at all. It doesn't feel earned. More like the crew ran out of time focusing on miscellaneous scenes of the duo getting into shenanigans around Salt Lake and forgot they had to make sure there was a conclusion. And speaking of time, though the family is shown briefly at the start of the short and we're told how much Banjo cares for them, we never quite get enough time to see how much the family cares for Banjo. All they do is push him after he misbehaves and laugh at his misfortune. There's never a point where one of them's apologetic or whatever and pulls Banjo aside to say they only punish him in the hopes he doesn't get hurt in the long run. No sections in between him miserable in the city where the family's saying, damn, I sure do miss Banjo, I hope he's okay, I wonder where he is. Even in the conclusion, when Banjo makes it back home, the film ends right at that moment. The parents and siblings barely have enough time to communicate, cool, Banjo's back, I guess, before the credits roll. The end. I'm sorry, did I miss a scene? Or several? For all that build up of Banjo saying he misses his parents, you're not even gonna show us the family's full reaction to him coming back? What? It all reminds me heavily of The Thief and the Cobbler, if that makes sense. Both were independently funded projects that put a bigger focus on the music and animation than the plot, so they kind of fizzled out at the end with a Deus Ex Machina finish when they couldn't come up with a proper end built up over the course of the story. The difference between Banjo and Thief being that Thief was a full-length film and Banjo's a short, meaning it has less time to try and make sense of its nonsensical story in between the spectacle, so there's all the less to chew on, meaning by the end you're left more than a little confused. Basically, Banjo tries to build up its atmosphere before its story, but by the time that ambience is set, there's almost no time or money left to make sure the story is cohesive. So they've got to use what they already have the story and make a plot from what's there, but it's missing some obvious pieces, so it doesn't quite work. On the positive side, I can respect that ambience the crew focused on so heavily for how great of a job they did at capturing the full essence of the big city, but it's hard for me to appreciate considering how disconnected all the moments that take place in it are. And that sucks, because the setting, in part thanks to the animation, that I can't emphasize enough is incredibly impressive for the film's near non-existent budget, reached a pleasant mix between the bright lights and colors of downtown and the darker, seedier side to match. They've got a ton of personality, and the songs like Stick With Me are also well performed and charming, as they should be with the cast of jazz singers Bluth and crew got to voice a majority of the characters. There's so much style, but it's missing substance. If I were to turn my brain off and look at it purely from a technical standpoint, I couldn't come up with one negative thing to say. But as a story, meant to have a definite beginning, middle, and end, with characters to invest myself in, it leaves much to be desired. So it's gonna go below Small One in the ranking for how much of a mess its plot is, but I do still appreciate the effort and recognize the milestone Banjo was for Bluth as an artist. If anything, the main reason for it being this way probably came down to Bluth having too little restraint. He was still working at Disney during the short's production, so getting to let loose on a project he didn't have constant supervision over, of course it'd be super chaotic. I just hope that as his career progresses, he finds a way to rein that creativity in and refine it in the same way he did for Small One. Oh, and by the way, can I also briefly mention the shitty box art for the film's DVD release I bought? Like, what did they do to Banjo and Crazy? That doesn't match how they look in the short at all. And more importantly than that, why did I see this same trend with so many direct-to-video Disney sequels too? Who?
For real, dude, for real. What is up with this?
Who keeps hiring this damn artist?
Hold up, let me just... Like, just look at the Balto one. Trying to find the, like, the other one. Like these, oh my god, it's so bad. This one too. That one too. Like, compared to the style, it's nothing like what, I hate it. They keep doing it.
Alright,
right now we're finally getting to the movie stage of Blue's career, starting with what else but his and DVP's first full-length feature film, The Secret
That's
of
his
Nim.
best one.
Based off of a book titled Mrs. Frisbee and the Rats of Nim, the adaptation was originally pitched to none other than Disney, who rejected the idea for having a dark tone, therefore believing it couldn't make a profit. Ironic,
That is
considering Disney went on to
crazy.
make a much darker film with Black Cauldron. But since they didn't want it, Bluve convinced a small studio to cede him the rights to the book and an absolutely minuscule budget to get the film into production, and I mean it was tiny. Secret of Nim was made on a budget of around $6.5 million, and $700,000 of that came from Bluve, his associates, and the executive producers mortgaging their homes since there was no other way to raise the
Man.
money. They had to go all or nothing hoping the film would succeed, and yet it nevertheless only cost around half that of Disney's newest film, Fox and the Hound, and had half the time to be completed. The crew was really racing against the clock to get it finished on time, and often that led to strenuous work weeks and overtime with no pay, but in the end, they did finish by the deadline, and though comparatively to Disney, it played in way fewer theaters, Nim was still a moderate hit and propelled Blue's studio forward into making more. So how does the film hold up in retrospect? I'll tell you this much, it's more worth remembering than most of Disney's dark age. The film stars Mrs. Brisby, they had to change her name for copyright reasons, a widowed mouse with 4 children who needs to move her family before they get killed by a farmer's plow. She can't get away though because one of her children, Timmy, is sick with pneumonia and can't get out of bed. So she has to go on an adventure looking for help from the Rats of Nim, who her husband Jonathan was associated with, meeting several interesting characters along the way. And for sure, that's gotta be the film's strongest attribute. First thing I need to mention about the cast is just how perfect of a protagonist Mrs. Brisby is. There have been plenty of half-hearted attempts at making characters brave by having them charge into danger haphazardly, disregarding the consequences, but that's not what bravery is. That's stupidity, if not blind optimism. Bravery is going up against something, no matter how dangerous or terrifying it is, for the reason that you know you have to. And Mrs. Brisby exemplifies that amazingly. She's scared of basically everything that comes her way, and though she has enough common sense to know how to stay alive, she's willing to go against her better judgment if it means helping her family. The very fact the story occurs at all is enough to tell you plenty about her character without saying a word, and so her being chosen
She's
to get
a
an amulet that
perfect
endows
character.
strength to the courageous makes sense. She's a super enduring protagonist from beginning to end, and that makes the story's villain stick out just as much. Technically speaking, the film has a couple antagonists. Nim, or the National Institute of Mental Health, is an underlying threat, being the ones that gave the rats intelligence and tried to exterminate them. Dragon the Cat is another minor antagonist that's more an obstacle of the cast rather than a character unto himself. But who I'm referring to is Jenner, a rat of
Love
Nim
him.
that doesn't approve of the current leadership and isn't keen on change. You see, a major theme of the
Such
rats
a good
as a
villain.
mischief, because that's what you call a group of rats, is that they're trying to become self-sufficient and stop stealing electricity from the humans to power their society, having a strong urge to rise above their basic instincts to show they're able to do the same as them. And part of that means leaving the rosebush they live in to look for a place called Thorn Valley. However, Jenner doesn't want to leave the rosebush and tries to turn the other rats against Nicodemus, the current leader, by killing him and using the moment to assert himself, advocating that they should
I love
stay in
his
the
design,
rosebush
too.
and keep mooching off the humans. Everything about Jenner as a character is based on fear, complacency, underhandedness, and self-adulation. All that Mrs. Brisby isn't. He's a superb foil, albeit slightly simplistic, but by this point, if there's one thing I've learned about Bluve and his style, it's that he can take a seemingly simple concept and make it work the best way possible, and that's how I view Jenner in the grand scheme of the narrative. Simple, but memorable and effective. That's pretty much how I feel about most of the cast too. Plenty of them are archetypes, there's no denying that, but they're used and developed to the best extent possible. Other than the clumsy crow Jeremy, that is. He's not the worst or anything, but he doesn't
He's probably
contribute
the
much
worst
to the plot,
archetype
and
for
serves
sure.
the same kind of role as the duo of Birds and Fox and the Hound. He's there
not
to
a bad
add comic
character,
relief
but,
and break up
you
the
know.
flow of the film without adding much at all. So his scenes feel like a waste. It's possible I could come to appreciate him on rewatch
He's
of the film,
okay.
but regardless, it's not a deal breaker. 1-2 and a hand
He has
of
his
aces
moments.
isn't gonna stop it from being a straight flush. Is that how poker works? I came up with that on the fly. I barely ever play it. In simpler terms, it's not worth getting caught up on the little flaws when there's so much to enjoy, and that goes double for the film's visuals. I adore how Secret of Nim looks, especially after knowing about its
Fucking
harrowing
10 out of 10
production.
visually.
Don's crew having the skill to make such wonderfully fluid traditional animation on as much of a time crunch as they had should speak for itself, but I'm gonna do it for him anyway. The whole film from start to finish implements so many different kinds of unique practices to get the effects they're going for, and often you won't notice unless you pay attention. There are moments of rotoscoping, alternative color palettes to simulate lighting, and certain effects for flashes and glows are done using an old technique known as backlit animation that shines light through color cell drawings to produce it. I could keep going on, and there are other experimental visual effects used, but you get the gist. And in regards to the traditional animation, it's just as impressive. I know I mentioned it briefly
It's
when
fucking
talking about
beautiful.
the small one before, but Bluve and his crew have a knack for conveying emotion through facial expressions, and Secret of Nim, as their first full-length film, allows way more time to show off that feature than ever before. One of my personal favorite moments of them using facial emotion effectively is after Mrs. Brisby's home, with all of her 4 children in it, sinks into the mud. She believes there's no way to help them and that her family, the group she's been bravely fighting for the entire movie, the ones that keep
the memory of her dead husband alive, have sunken into the ground and can't come back. A less talented writer would have her break down in tears, screaming out in agony, but mixed in with her exhaustion and pure despair, Mrs. Frisbee doesn't say anything, yet you can visibly see her heart break in real time. It's
so
stunning how much
good.
they're able to convey in complete silence. But that's exactly what Bluth wanted to do.
So
to use the
beautiful,
skills and
really.
techniques he learned to make a film reminiscent of what Disney animations used to be before they got into cost cutting. And I'd say he succeeded with flying colors. Excellent film all around. Top of the ranking, unquestionably.
Thank you. Like I said, top of the ranking. S tier. Best movie he's done. Hands down. Nothing beats it. Literal must watch. Good for years to come. And then there was a really bad sequel that came afterward. But as a kid, I kind of liked it. But it was a disgrace. It was like pretty much the Balto sequel. But I mean, at least better than the Balto sequel. You know? It could have been worse. It could have been like the Balto sequels. Bruh. The hunter's on that side, that's why I moved over here. I messed up. Still got it though. I wasn't sure who I havocked for a second, is where I messed up. I havocked and then I swapped targets and I was like, fuck, wait. Just had a really bad, like, moment there. Holy fuck, dude. I was next to my portal, dude? No way. I can't believe that was too far from my portal. I should have activated speed boost sooner. That's so annoying, though. I thought I was within range of that portal there, because I had it on the pillar there. But it was at the, like, corner of the pillar. On the very corner of it. Man. Okay, big damn here, big damn here. I think I'm dead. Damn. Yeah, I got that off in time. I have big burst ready. Just need to set it up. Bro, I just need a little bit of help. I got no help.
Just a fool for you, and I think I'm going crazy. I can't control myself, contain my thoughts, eating me up inside. Now I see everything a little more clearly. The bad ways, the good things. Was this ever a good thing for me? Was this ever
Oof. 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 I got his trinket if he's res. Big game here, big game here. As long as I don't get interrupted. No! 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 My damn! Big game here, big game here. Did he dispel my havoc? Is that a thing? Holy shit, that damage. Okay, my next big spike is huge. I just gotta set up for it. I'm set up for it. Havoc on someone. Big damn, 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 big damn. Big damn. I mean, how can you not get hyped for fucking Chaos Bolt damage when you know you have it? When you know you're about to launch like 6 Chaos Bolts out of nowhere? The damn phase is just too juicy, man. It's too juicy. He's not happy. I ruined his burst. Accidentally Havoc the same person I'm hitting. Oh, I had nothing for it. I tried. Thought I had something. That was a big stun by Evoker. Your wall's got a lot of HP. I can't jump over this? I'm stuck. Big stun, big stun. Oh, I didn't get all three. I didn't know that was my spender, fuck. At the burst now. Crochet, Havoc someone. We got his big CD, that's good enough. Nice. My CC could have been better. Top damn though, top down. Yo! Yo! My HP. I got bursted so fast. I gotta stop messing up unending resolve too. But not unending resolve. I need to stop messing up havoc. Like I need to pop my con flag before, and I keep popping havoc before I con flag, which is bad. Like you want the con flag stacks before you're about the havoc. That's where I keep fucking up.
Right now, sound. She walking like a lick when she wobbling. Think I love that bitch when she really popping it. I'm walking with a stick like I'm mopping it. Two-tone on the tick, ain't no topping it. She walking like a lick when she wobbling. Think I love that bitch when she really popping it. I'm walking with a stick like I'm mopping it. Two-tone on the tick, ain't no topping it. Caught up in crazy girls with my side chicks. Playing so stupid like that's not my bitch. Two-tone on my wrist, look like I'm so rich. Your pocket so dry, look like a cactus. She got an ass, spin my last way. I need a cash, take it out the ATM. Call my business manager, she need to change my plan. Gave it to a little baddie, now she going ham. Went back on, racks get long. Niggas wanna see my Bugattis, they know they glow. Ay, brand new Lambo, pink flamingo. Hop inside that bitch, I hit the floor and then I'm gone. Wait. She walking like a lick when she wobbling. Think I love that bitch when she really popping it. I'm walking with a stick like I'm mopping it. Two-tone on the tick, ain't no topping it. She walking like a lick when she wobbling. Think I love that bitch when she really popping it. I'm walking with a stick like I'm mopping it. Two-tone on the tick, ain't no topping it.
Like I'm mopping it. She be wet and she be sticky, she be topping it. Bitch, we really do this fly shit, so I'm popping it. I gave baby girl free game, that's a scholarship. If I whip the dick out right now, is you driving it? Hey, all this like niggas throwing shade, bust down my Cartier frames. Oh my God, I'm ashamed. Hey, I make a pretty bitch tap my name. Her friends like, oh my God, you're insane. You're insane, bitch. It go voom voom in a Lambo. I do my two-step, my diamonds dance though. Baby, how you in the club and shoot shell toes? Upgrade you to some Prada pumps. Hello.
She walking like a lick when she wobbling. Think I love that bitch when she really popping it. I'm walking with a stick like I'm mopping it. Two-tone on the tick, ain't no topping it. She walking like a lick when she wobbling. Think I love that bitch when she really popping it. I'm walking with a stick like I'm mopping it. Two-tone on the tick, ain't no topping it.
Hey, kids.
Hey, Dad.
What do you want to do today?
We don't know.
Do you want to go to the matinee?
No.
Do you want to go to the amusement park?
No.
Do you want to go to the punk rock show?
Yeah, let's go to the punk rock show.
Lost in a sea of combat boots. Flesh of bastard and wasted youth. When did punk rock become so safe? When did the sea become a joke? The kids who used to live for beer and speed now want their fun and coke. Crusading birds are not allowed. In fact, this key noise levels down. Must separate the church and state. Why don't we put pants on the kids? Helmets and gear and map pieces. Then we could ban the fourth and one. Put cameras inside bathrooms. We make sure only night fans play. Make every show madness. Teach kids to be all they can be. And we can sing my country, 'tis a thee. Sweet land of liberty. When did punk rock become so
Jokers.
I know it wasn't Twain or Fletcher who put up the barricades like a stake in the heart. Somehow we got driven apart. I want conflict, I want dissent. I want to see new represent. Our hatred of authority. I fight against complacency. Stop singing songs about government love. You kill the hell, you free the dove. Confrontation in politics. Replace with harmony and state. Since the world becomes so sick. These fucking fans all sound the same. We want our fights, we want our thoughts. We want our birds, we want our drugs. There is no violent empathy. These fucking records rated G. When did punk rock become so safe? The piercing radiant moon, the storming of poor June, all the life running through her hair, approaching guiding light, her shallow years in fright, dreams are made winding through my heart.
Do not let the cartel down. We expect a return on our investment. No matter who wins.
Holy shit. Oh my god, I feel so bad for that hunter.
Searching for truth and triumph. Do not let the cartel down. We expect a return on our investment. No matter who wins.
Let's go.
Profits. Do not let the cartel down. We expect a return on our investment. No matter who wins, we profit. Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld. Victory is clear.
Damn, I should have sent that chaos. Doesn't even matter though. I should have committed that chaos though. This monk's so mad.
We expect a return.
He's so mad. Oh man.
No matter who wins.
Bro, healer, 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 healer. You wanna heal? Healer, you wanna heal? I just healed their healer now. And this is free. Stunned him. Doesn't matter. I was pumping there. Straight up pumping. Get big pumpage, big pumpage, big pumpage. Unless I get interrupted, don't interrupt me.
No matter who.
Big pumpage. I messed up my identity resolve. I wanted to pop it sooner. I accidentally popped a Dark Pact instead of resolve first. I think I should move resolve shift 1.
Do not let the cartel down. We expect a return on our investment.
He trinkets that. Lamo. Oh shit, what's up? I'm dead.
Victory is clear. Our
Holy
bargain
fuck,
is
can I get some
upheld.
fucking help? Can I get some CC, dude? I didn't see one fear from the Warlock. Anyone else? I have an excuse. I was being dived by 03. And I threw out my Mortal Coil, you know. But I don't think I saw my Warlock throw out a single fear for me when they're all diving me.
We expect a return on our investment.
Okay, big damn here, big damn here. Big damn here, big damn here. I'm capped on this character though. Could be mage time. Mm-hmm.
Work complete.
Oh, the kid means tidy. Bless you, friend.
Good luck out there. You'll need it.
Champion, may I have a word with you?
We protect the Isles.
Alright, anything good? No set pieces. Haste verse. Could use the haste verse leggies, I guess. Wait, is this helm? Oh, this doesn't have a... This is on verse, so I guess I don't use this?
I'm looking forward to our negotiation.
Yellow could work. So that could work. A lot of people sit and run. I probably just get my weapon first, huh?
You'll find no better in the city.
I like the gloves. They have like a little like buckle on them. It's a little unique. Not many gloves that have that. Belt's also pretty unique. So that's good though.
You'll find nothing better in the Isles.
That's good purple actually. thought there was a purple one. I guess that's kind of purple-ish blue, sorta. And it's more blue. It's kind of more pink.
so happy, 'cause today I found my friends in my head. I'm so ugly, that's okay, 'cause so are you. Broke arm is Sunday morning, it's every day for all I care. And I'm not scared, light my candles in our days, 'cause I found God. Yeah.
May your feet find good trails.
I'm a girl's girl, I'm a boss in a man's world. Yeah, I can pick and roll past ballerina twirls. Skating through the city with my snapback on. Still be looking pretty with no makeup on. It's a fuck with, get a red lip. But meet me on a court, I buy you up right quick. They be like, baby, baby, how you get so fine? But I don't do no favors for the studio time. So now you explain. And I was like, mama, I am that rich man. Oh, yo, 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 yeah. Oh, mommy, oh my God, how this girl gets so fly. I do what you doing, but doing it like mommy, oh my God, how this girl gets so fly. I do what you doing, but doing it like it's your. See, I'm a pretty thing. This lingerie sit underneath my baggy jeans. Don't gotta take my clothes off just for them to fuck with me. Whole closet full of SB, so I'm out here walking comfortably. I love living my life my way. Ain't staying cocky, I'm too soft for what I wanna. Take it on far, play my own part is what I want. Can acknowledge that the world is hard. So now you explain. And I was like, mama, yeah, I am that rich man. Oh, yo, 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 yeah. Mommy, oh my God, how this girl gets so fly. I do what you doing, but doing it like it's time for. Oh, mommy, oh my gosh, how this girl gets so fly.
Mortals, I present a lucrative opportunity for those who prove themselves worthy of the task. Many in the cartel are wagering on who are the greater combatants. Care to influence the outcome? Do not let the cartel down. We expect a return on our investment. Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld.
That was easy.
Do not let the cartel down. We expect a return on our investment.
What if you cry?
Victory is clear. Our bargain
I thought he died.
is upheld.
I was like, holy shit.
No matter who wins, we profit. A very tactical move, my child. You are. Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld. Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld. No matter who wins, we profit. Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld.
Can I step for a second?
Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld.
It's not where I wanted that.
Our bargain.
I'm messing up like crazy, man. I was pushing everything wrong. What even was my rotation, dude? Holy. Oh, it's a big pop. Shit. Lost for a minute though, at least.
Do not let the cartel down. We expect a return on our investment. No matter who wins, we profit. Do not let the cartel down. We expect a return on our investment. No matter who wins, we profit.
Let's go. Good thing arcane missiles go through walls.
Do not let the cartel down. We expect a return on our investment.
He's looking right at me.
No matter who wins, we profit.
Not. I killed my teammate. I actually killed my teammate. He's dead. Wait, I can break the wall. I can break the wall. Oh my god, I didn't know that. Okay, I thought I killed my teammate. Big damn, big damn.
Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld.
I walled off my teammate though, and I didn't know I could cancel the wall, so I almost got him killed. I was trying to wall off their healer, and then he could like grab though. This is like, unlucky.
Do not let the cartel down. We expect a return on our investment. No matter who wins, we profit.
Okay.
In the US, there's been a hilarious, buzzwordy sort of term surfacing lately among mainstream news outlets that they call quiet quitting. And from that phrase, you might be led to believe it means, like, not showing up to work or coming in whenever you want instead of following regular hours. Basically allowing yourself to be fired without having the motivation to up and quit. But no, that's not what it means at all. Really, it refers to when employees will do their job to the extent they're required, and nothing more. Yes, this is seriously something people are complaining about, and you already know what group is trying to push that idea the most. Jaded business jockeys in their mid-50s or older that take any opportunity to claim the current generation is a bunch of lazy, entitled slackers. And that's kind of what's so funny about the claim to begin with, that we should consider it a bad thing in the first place, or that the newest generation are the ones to have come up with it. Do these people seriously think that back in the 80s, monotonous number crunchers preferred to go beyond expectations and work overtime for no extra pay? What are you, an idiot? No one's ever enjoyed the idea of giving their all to a job they hate, and no one should be required to do more than their job description entitles. Especially teens or young adults in fast food or retail or whatever other demeaning job society lets you have at that age. And to be honest, isn't doing the least amount of work for the most profit possible the real American dream? Logically, you'd want to feel accomplished by completing a certain amount of hard labor as a roadmap to your success, plus it makes for a good up-and-comer story for your presidential campaign. But as Americans, we've always had the desire to avoid overexerting ourselves for jobs we hate. Portrayed best in movies like Office Space and Falling Down, they give a comedic spin on how deep/forced devotion to a job can drive people to insanity, extreme boredom, or never-ending anxiety. We shouldn't idolize pushing ourselves to an unhealthy level just to appease people that won't appreciate us or our work. Otherwise, we could end up like Japan, and that's a world I don't want to live in. Hold on a second, I'm getting sleepy. Just give me a sec. Oi! Oi! Sumimasen. Genki desu ka? Yoko ne morimashita ka? Kishi-sama, shigoto ni modoru. Koro wa official de watashi wa anata no kami-sama desu. Hey! 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 Sara ni go, boo. What you just saw and heard, in what was most likely severely butchered Japanese, was a comedic, though honestly not too exaggerated representation of the average office worker in the land of the rising sun. Though I guess for those few native Japanese citizens among my viewership, no, I'm sure there are plenty of you, you don't need me to spell it out, seeing as for several generations over there, it's been a societal norm to overwork yourself in the interest of quote-unquote, being a team player that pulls your own weight. Just take a look at this 100% real schedule for a manga artist, and there are tons of others that follow this sort of structure week week by week for upwards of years or potentially decades. You ever wonder why Hunter x Hunter is coming out as slowly as it is? Really, you should be questioning how One Piece has gone on for—
Wait, Hunter x Hunter is still... There's still episodes? Like, that's still going on? The last part I saw was when Hunter... Or when the, like, main character is, like, tall. He's got the long hair. And shit just went down, you know? That was the last part I saw. And I haven't heard a single thing of the new season, like, coming out, like, since then. But I've been, like, under a rock on that. I haven't tried to, like, look too much. It didn't seem like it was ever coming out, though. Like, I'm so far behind.
Over 1,000 chapters without its creator suffering serious health problems or going on an extended break. And though, to be honest, in the more typical workspace, these kind of hours are less frequent, it's still not impossible. You're expected to work overtime hours with no additional pay, you're seen as lazy if you spend too long taking breaks or even checking your phone, you're considered disrespectful if you don't follow upper management to an absurd degree and allow yourself to get pushed around. Hell, it's so bad the workers straight up dying from overexhaustion is such a common occurrence they have a word for it, karoshi. It's a stigma ingrained into their culture that takes the ideas of being a cog in an ever-moving machine and respecting your elders to the worst possible degree. And so thankfully, as the newest generation has entered the workforce, they've started to realize how absolutely insane this line of thinking is and are slowly taking precautions to keep it from continuing on. But right now, the country is still in a transitional period where some people can live their dreams taking alternate career routes, and others are stuck working long hours in soul-crushing conditions under seemingly incompetent, uncaring bosses. So who better to make a comedic but realistic deconstruction of this period than Sanrio, the creators of Hello Kitty and Gudetama? Alright. Beginning life as a bunch of 1-minute shorts before transitioning to a full-blown seasonal Netflix series, allow me to introduce you to Aggressive Retsuko, or as it's more commonly abbreviated, Aggretsuko, a series focusing on the daily misadventures of a red panda accountant that secretly uses death metal as a way to relieve her stress while trying to find any way out of her monotonous desk job. And as you might surmise from that description, the series is a radical departure from everything Sanrio has been known for prior to its release, having built up a brand around cutesy, wholesome, family-friendly content. But in a way, that was part of the series' genius. Here we are watching a workplace comedy about a struggling 20-something living day-to-day at her shitty job, and it's all done with the exaggeration and style of a cutesy anime. It makes such a strong impression from the second you realize what the series is about. And though you laugh at the oxymoronic concept at first, the further it goes on, the more you understand it wasn't just done as a shocking, funny twist on expectations, but also for legit reasons. Of course, there are obviously all the animal puns and fun archetypes you can use to help characterize the cast. A rude pig boss and a weasel for his side man, a hippo that spreads all the gossip because she can't keep her mouth shut, the list goes on. But more than that, it better allows the series to take on a variety of tones and
Alright. I guess I'll sit in queue again.
Shifts without feeling unnatural. Aggretsuko has the ability to be silly if it wants, which it often does, but it's never so over the top about its often dry comedy that the staff can't bring the mood back down to be serious or even potentially stressful when need be. There are so many times the series will go from relaxed and in the moment to brutally honest and down to earth, it's striking, but you never get the impression it was out of left field or unwarranted. That's just how the show operates, balancing menial work and friend drama with serious consequences and struggles through the usage of great characterization and relatable situations. Really, the way Aggretsuko can blend comedy and wholesome content with realistic, uncomfortable scenarios and genuinely unnerving suspense is nothing short of astoundingly unique for its genre. Not to mention it's helped by an iconic soundtrack that captures all those emotions phenomenally. It's no wonder the series was such an out-of-the-gate success when it premiered. It might have commented on Japanese office culture more than anything, and in a hilarious way at that, but the same worries and anxieties could also be universally applied to tons of people all over the world in similar spots. And the messages the show gave were so applicable to young adults and their issues, it was hard not to see what was so special in that debut season. Sanrio had created what pretty much felt like a cartoon for adults, but not just the, I said the fuck word, this is so edgy, kind of adults. It had something to say about the way this generation thinks, and spoke to us on our level about problems everyone has to go through, or probably will have to go through on the road to true adulthood. You knew what the writer Rarcho wanted to say, and he conveyed it through endearing characters we'd come to love and seriously relate to by the end of that season. So much akin to the series itself, its themes came off so natural naturally, you couldn't help but subconsciously understand. And boy, did the anime community understand that special connection. If you were there to see it back in 2018, there wasn't a big anime YouTuber who wasn't talking about it, though personally speaking, I never really watched those videos. Instead, I just kept watching the show and passively saw as people continued discussing it, or at least up to a point. And that point was Season 4, the occasion where an Agretzko season came out, and no one said much of anything about it, but what they did say was mixed. Whereas previously the last 3 seasons had been met with varying degrees of critical acclaim, no one quite knew what to make of Agretzko Season 4.
I only saw Season 1.
Mortals, I present a lucrative
I gotta catch up on it, though.
opportunity for those who prove themselves worthy of the task. Many in the cartel are wagering on who are the greater combatants. Care to influence the outcome? Do not let the cartel down. We expect a return on our investment.
I can't believe he got healed. How did he get healed? The Paladin?
No matter who wins, we profit.
How?
Do not let the cartel down. We expect a return on our investment.
I got him. He popped Vanish.
Very tactical move, my child. No matter who wins, we profit. No matter who wins, we profit.
Okay, this healer's really bad. Wait, which healer was it? Wait, I think it was this healer. Fuck. Wait, no, was that healer? Wait, which healer was it?
We expect a return on our investment.
I don't know if it was my healer or their healer. That was bad. They're both resto.
Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld.
Thought that was close enough.
No matter who wins, we profit.
Dude, this healer is insanely bad, man. So it definitely was my resto.
Do not let the cartel down. We expect a return on our investment.
Damn, I could have committed.
No matter who wins, we profit.
He's so bad. He's so bad. He cost me so many rounds.
Do not let the cartel down. We expect a return on our investment.
He's got a decent name, though, I will say. Mr. Mubaku. But he's so lost.
No matter who wins,
Hello?
we profit.
I push ice block too. My healer was like a foot next to me, not even healed, not even like stunned or anything though. So that was just kind of tilting. And it's just very obvious I was being dove by 2 DPS there. Like, it was very telling. It wasn't like there's a lot going on the field. Like, it was very definitely noticeable that, oh hey, 2 DPS are going this way toward this guy. Bro, I need some healing.
Victory is clear. Our bargain is upheld.
It's just so unlucky that I got the rotation with the bad healer the first 3 rounds. So I didn't know he was a bad healer. So I didn't know I was gonna like insta-die off the bat, you know? Just like no healing, and you're just gonna not know what to do and just get chased down and just... Well, we all saw what happened every single round he got chased. See, I didn't expect that the first 3 rounds, so I get fucked over. Because I don't get the healer change till like after the first 2 rounds at the very least. I think I got him 3 rounds though in the first 3. And then I swapped first 3 because I think there's an anchor. I'm not entirely sure how it works. I think there's either you're on the same side for 2 rounds as like an anchor with a certain healer, and then it swaps. I think it works like that. I think one person anchors for both teams for 2 turns at least. And then I think it RNG's 3rd round, I guess. Maybe it stays and you still anchor the 3rd. I think it might even be the anchoring of the 3rd, but... It's unlucky. It's unlucky I just got him on the first rotation. I couldn't get him on the second rotation. Because second rotation, I have more of a chance to, like, adjust. I have a better idea.
There was something off about it that no one could quite put into words at the time, and neither could I, as in all honesty I'd skimmed the whole thing during downtime before Christmas break, so I just sort of shrugged at it and said, yeah, it was pretty good, right? And moved on with my day. But now that it's been a good year since that season came out, with the final portion of the anime releasing shortly before, after this video if all goes to plan, I'm now pretty certain in my opinion of Agretzko's 4th season. It's not good. And worse than that, it's not good as a continuation of Agretzko as a series in pretty much any way. In fact, I'd go as far as to say it's less than not good. Or as some might dare to call it,
the dog character looks cool.
Bad. But to tell you all the ways that Season 4 went wrong and did Agretzko dirty as a narratively and thematically progressing series, you also gotta know all that it did right. And baby, they did a whole lot of right. Going all the way back to...
Season 1. Rapturous Roar.
So riddle me this one, smart guy or girl. We don't discriminate here.
English
the
dub, though,
perfect way
Chris.
to kick off an amazing series.
Sounds like a thought-provoking question, doesn't it? But I'll go ahead and tell you because it's actually super simple. It takes the perfect first episode. And I already know exactly what you're thinking. Braxton, you are so sexy, it should be illegal, but stay on track, okay? We're talking about the perfect first episode of a series. And shockingly, perfect in these terms isn't quite as difficult as it sounds. All the staff need to do is put out an introduction that's able to establish everything the series is about, at least in the beginning. The main characters, setting, tone, atmosphere, and overarching conflict if it has one. Basically, do the same thing a pilot's meant for when pitched to networks and sell us on what the show is about. But unsurprisingly, while perfect in this context isn't as literal as it might sound, that can still be a really difficult thing to pull off, especially if those aspects of the series are still getting worked out and writers are getting used to how these characters should normally act. For example, look at the opening episode of BoJack Horseman, often considered by fans to be the absolute worst of the whole series. But it's not because the episode fails at everything. It introduces a majority of the star cast, BoJack, Mr. Peanut Butter, Connor, Diane, Princess Carolyn, and Todd. It sets up the conflict that BoJack is a former TV star looking for a little shred of relevance in the form of a memoir. We get the setting is an alternate version of Hollywood. Those pieces are all there. But where the first episode of BoJack fails is in tone and atmosphere. Or more specifically, it's too bland in its execution. For those that have watched through the entirety of BoJack, they know that it's a generally comedic but also heart-punching series with themes of nihilism, delusionment,
the story gets so much
addiction,
better
and
later
depression. But also that we have the ability to change and improve ourselves over time as long as we have the drive to keep at it day after day. It's a show that thrives on building relationships between the characters to better understand how they function as people, and will bring back seemingly inconsequential characters to let us know that when the main cast does something, it'll have repercussions in the long run. And almost none of that is present in Season 1 until the final few episodes, where the writers finally understood how they wanted the series to function and ran with it to create 5 of the best seasons of TV animation in recent time. Season's so good that when fans go back to the beginning and binge watch it to relive all that great content, they forget that the show started out as a simplistic, cut-and-dry comedy, which is admittedly BoJack's weakest element in the early seasons. It's not terrible, but by God, it is not BoJack, at least how we've come to know him. And that tells us how easy it is to mess up the first episode in retrospect without a previously established vision. All it takes is one of those elements I mentioned to be messed up, and the whole structure can fall on top of itself. So that's why I find it so impressive that Agretzko nails what it's about from the instant we're watching, and it isn't something that happened by accident either. Rather, it's all thanks to the help of one man. A man who's been working on the project of Agretzko ever since it was conceptualized and has served as the sole director, writer, and almost sole animator of the whole series, Rarcho. Let me repeat. He is the sole director, writer, the death metal voice of Retsuko, his wife does the voice of Retsuko herself, and he animates the series almost entirely on his own. And when you learn that little tidbit, the narrative cohesion of Agretzko makes all the more sense. It's one man's creative vision, free of executive intervention or ambiguity about any step of the process because he's always there, leaving no stone unturned to guarantee it's done the way he imagined. Plus, he worked on 100 shorts over the course of 2 years beforehand. It's no surprise he'd have the perfect opening ready to go. So how does Agretzko hit all the marks for a great first episode? Well, for starters, it naturally introduces the key characters and setting without needing to get complicated. In terms of episode plots, it's about as basic as they come, taking us through Retsuko's average day in the city from the moment she wakes up till the instant she goes home. And that's part of what's so perfect. It's a day in the life, and therefore we can meet the cast in a sort of rapid-fire approach that matches how co-workers often see each other for brief exchanges throughout the workday. It's such a simple, almost boring way of doing things, but it's thanks to that simplicity that, to the contrary, we learn everything that needs to be known in an impressively smooth way. Retsuko is a cynical, stressed, overly responsible office worker that had her dreams of a happy career crushed from the second she literally jumped the steps to adulthood and twisted her ankle on the way down. Now, having been disillusioned by the world that so cruelly turned against her, Retsuko has to manage the anxiety she feels on a day-to-day basis from an overbearing society, performing death metal karaoke in secrecy to keep up the persona of a team player that takes everything as it comes. And while we aren't told this directly, we can pick up on that it inadvertently also shuts out the moral support of her co-workers and friends. The best girl fellow cynic that takes pleasure in hating on those she thinks deserves it by obsessively analyzing their social media, Finico, and a modest guy trying to keep in the boss's good graces that often worries for Retsuko, Haida. However, what they can all agree on is that they have a similar distaste for the co-workers giving Retsuko anxiety. Tone, their sexist, gluttonous boss, Komiya, his Weasley sidekick, Tsunoda, the local suck-up / social media whiz, and to a lesser extent Kabai, the unintentionally annoying blabbermouth of the office. It all functions together in a way that makes you think, these guys have dealt with this same routine for a long time, and that's exactly what it's trying to say. The Retsuko's had to deal with all of this for far too long and wants to make a change, even if she doesn't know it right now. And we get the sense it's beating down on her unbelievably hard thanks to the pace, which is faster than the average anime, running for 15 minutes instead of the typical 24. That's way less time than normal to communicate all it wants to say on an individual level, so each story from beginning to end has to be optimized, meaning much of the show can be pretty fast in execution, and that's by design. It's not so quick it's impossible to keep up, but it's constrained enough that Rarcho can't waste any time and has to give every scene a purpose, so that leads to a tight, structured viewing experience that matches the feeling of Retsuko making it through the day. Plus, it creates an extra feeling of ease whenever the episode does slow down to give us room to breathe. And that leads me into the real kicker for what makes the series so interesting, even from the first episode: its conveyance of tone and theme. Agretzko, much like previously mentioned BoJack Horseman, is a comedy series that turns out to be way more than any of us were led to believe. However, unlike BoJack, Agretzko knows that's what it is from from the beginning, and so instead of waiting half a season or more to go from episodic, humorous content to including the nitty-gritty, it weaves that harshness of reality into its comedy through relatable cringe. After all, Rarcho doesn't want to overwhelm us with the depressing side too much too quickly, so the first episode relays it as an underlying but ever-present issue we'll come to understand further if we keep watching, which is exactly what this needs to do, entice viewers to keep going. And to me, more than anything else, it's that which drew people in. That theme of the world trying to get Retsuko down that's never not at the forefront, so her struggles, while usually played up for laughs, are also taken seriously enough that we understand it's a problem. We can see an outline of the instantly relatable issues it's going to tackle through characters we've already come to find charming and fun after 15 minutes, so what better word is there to call it than enticing? So much has been left to be developed, and the big picture isn't filled in yet, but the narrative, as well as the characters' struggles, are set up so well, you feel a connection after no time at all. And that's a feeling the series is able to maintain over the course of the whole season through its usage of a process I like to call loose linear storytelling. Or maybe there's another actually defined name for it, but I don't want to look it up, so yeah. Hopefully I can go ahead and assume that you, the viewer, know the difference between linear and episodic storytelling, seeing as most of us have passed 6th grade English. But just in case, linear is when a story continues on from episode to episode, building on previous events to tell one continuous plot, while episodic refers to series that have conflicts within the confines of an episode or two, and the status quo resets at the start of the next. So therefore, loose linear storytelling fits in the in-between of those two extremes, taking elements from both, but not following the traditional format of either. And how do you pull that off with such an oxymoronic concept? In Agretzko Season 1's case, it's by taking the structure of episodic storytelling, making each individual episode feel like its own thing without the need for any context beforehand, but additionally including the status quo changes of a linear story, connecting those episodes together by relating the conflict of each story to Retsuko's ever-changing mentality and outlook on life, which in turn ends up creating a much larger conflict to deal with later in the season. And that all truly gets moving when, after the first episode setting the state of affairs, Retsuko reunites with an old friend of hers that does whatever she pleases, doesn't care about proving herself to anyone, and hardly bothers with serious obligations. In short, she's everything Retsuko longs for but isn't able to do because she's responsible and knows it isn't smart. But then, the friend offers Retsuko a position at her newly formed company that sounds like a dream come true, and though it ends up going nowhere when Retsuko realizes it's still a pipe dream, the hype she feels at the idea really gets her thinking. The reason she wanted to join that new company so badly to begin with is because she hates her current job and all that comes with it. The bullshit she takes from higher-ups, the absolute humdrum of her life, and the excruciating pain of keeping it all together without telling anyone. So Retsuko decides she wants to change that by looking for ways out, leading us into subsequent stories and a deeper exploration of not only Retsuko herself, but those around her as she tries to achieve the goal to varying degrees of success. It's not exactly a step-to-step process though, more so a side project she's got in the background while dealing with other issues that turn into something prominent over time. For instance, Retsuko is in desperate need of money after giving a big gift for a wedding, and in conjunction with her wanting to quit her job, she comes up with the idea of marrying herself off to a super rich guy to get out of the work entirely. But how does a 25-year-old bachelor attract a rich sugar daddy to quit her job for? What else but getting in shape with yoga? And yet, it's funny how Retsuko immediately goes for the most shallow option possible, but beyond being funny, it's also where she meets Gori and Washimi, two higher-ups that work in the same company as her, who become incredibly important to Retsuko's character journey throughout the rest of the series. So you see, it's all connected, and naturally transitions from one story to the next, building upon itself like a linear story does. But if somehow you don't notice that due to some form of sudden severe brain damage, I know I've been there, each episode also works independently as its own narrative without you needing to remember what happened before. And what's equally impressive about that sensible connection between stories is that it applies just as much to the show's themes. I've already briefly mentioned the series' tendency to lean towards mature topics and less of an I'm a 12-year-old that just discovered 4chan way, and more so like it was written by an actual, fully developed adult that's learned a lot over the years of their young adulthood and wants to give advice to the next generation. But the extent to which it can be relatable is out of this world when taking into account its format. From the offset, you'd never come to the conclusion that a series focusing on an overly responsible, death metal singing businesswoman could be regarded as so down-to-earth in the problems that it handles, but that's exactly what it does, and rather than acting as a restriction to the show to be taken seriously or seen as relatable, Agretzko's often cartoony depiction of issues actually works in its favor, and that's because it isn't the situations themselves that are blown out of proportion to cartoonish levels, it's the emotions of the characters and how they react to things. The problems Retsuko and others have to face on their own are pretty mundane, all things considered, but in reality, when you're living your lives, dealing with drama, stress, anxiety, whatever, yours and everyone else's emotions feel really big in the moment. And Agretzko is about capturing that feeling through its humor, through its own brand of creative imagery that can only be done with animation, but most importantly, through its conflicts and metaphors that give sentience to the extreme emotions we all feel during times of stress. After After all, that's why Retsuko goes to karaoke, to let out all she's built up over the course of the day in a sort of release. It's a clear, concise method for her to vent all the feelings she has, something tons of people have various methods for dealing with. And though it'll become a full-on motif across the series, Season 1 in particular uses that method of communication to map out her process of opening up. It begins with Retsuko in a state of complete isolation, not allowing herself to be fully honest with anyone, and screaming into a void instead of facing her issues head-on. She allows stress to build up until she explodes, but that doesn't show for anyone around her. All they can see is the responsible, put-together front. And the added stress of keeping that up while hiding her true feelings makes Retsuko hate her job. It's a prison of solitude she's unknowingly created by her own design that continues a feedback loop of misery. So unsurprisingly, when she finally does open up to others, starting with Gori and Washimi, her mindset begins to change. Retsuko realizes that, with the strength given to her by confiding in people willing to listen, she can turn this release of frustration into a statement, a declaration of her feelings in their most primal form to truly get the point of what she's saying across to whoever she's singing about. And for Season 1, the most prominent example of her doing as such occurs, as these moments will go on to do, during the last few episodes, with another office worker she falls in love with for Sasuke, coinciding with another theme about blind love. I already mentioned that in an earlier conflict of the series, Retsuko got the idea to become a gold digger so she could get out of work, leading to wacky shenanigans. And in a way,
that's
what
pretty
I'm about
funny.
to discuss is a logical conclusion to that. Or I guess more so, it's an evolution. Retsuko has reconciled the main problems she had with her job by this point, using her singing to get through to people, so now that that issue is solved, she doesn't have any reason to go out looking for love other than, well, the sake of it. That and all the people telling her she should be on the lookout in case Mr. Right is just around the corner. So when the opportunity arises, she ends up going on a group singles date, and amidst a flurry of loud party-going, gets formally introduced to Risasuke, an absent-minded space cadet of a person who, to her, stands out for being soft-spoken, introverted, and mysterious. And from there, she falls head over heels. And the style Retsuko uses to demonstrate puppy love is just as well done as how it portrays emotions through music. Getting all lovey-dovey for someone often leads to a super positive change in overall perspective, so Retsuko views Risasuke, and by extension the world, in an unrealistically happy fashion. It comes as a total shock to the system that makes her want to protect that feeling, something many young adults can attest to when moving on to their first serious relationships. But the danger of trying to hold on to this new feeling, as displayed through Retsuko, is that just like how she initially bottled up her feelings to be a pushover at the office, she hides the difficulties to keep living for that dopamine rush. The flaws she was once capable of pushing out have begun to pop up more and more in glaringly obvious ways, but much akin to the fear she has about possibly losing her job, plus her tendency to isolate problems, Retsuko doesn't want to lose Risasuke or what she thinks they have, leading to a burnout that no one around her can help with, but everyone can see, other than, ironically, Risasuke, who's too oblivious to notice. She's basically created a bubble that can't pop until someone gives it to her straight without beating around the bush, and for Retsuko, when that moment finally comes, she's able to do as she once did and let out her true feelings to Risasuke. But it isn't really about showing her true side to him. Risasuke is such an unintentional dunderhead it wouldn't matter what you told him. He'd stare and give her a thumbs up either way. It's about reassuring her own identity to herself, that Retsuko is confident in who she is and can choose the decisions that are best for her. It's a powerful moment unlike anything else in the season that leaves a good taste in your mouth and a feeling of conclusion for her character arc that started all the way back in 101. But hold on a second. Who was it that got Retsuko to see past her rose-tinted glasses and want to face reality to begin with? She wasn't being upfront with Gori or Washimi. Haida and Fineko have been out of the picture as far as their close circle goes, so who would be there for Retsuko in her time of need? You wouldn't believe me if I told you, but it was none other than Mr. Tone, the piggish boss of hers that she feared in the beginning and saw as one of her major sources of anxiety. Like, what? How does that make any sense? Well, it all circles back to the first time Retsuko ever had the courage to stick up for herself using death metal, that being against Tone in 107 after a load of buildup. Leading up to this moment, he's been singling out Retsuko as lazy and deserving of bullying ever since he discovered she wasn't happy at her job in 103. He calls her short timer, forces her to take extra shifts, and generally puts greater pressure on her than anyone in the office, and it really gets to Retsuko over time, who vents her frustrations to Gori and Washimi, but also, in learning how to better get onto Tone's good side through Tsunoda, who uses her suck-uppy nature to keep him from flying into a rage, Retsuko learns there's more to him than meets the eye. For sure, he's gruff and intimidating and prone to anger, but looking at him from a positive angle, Tone's also the best there is when it comes to calculating numbers in his department, despite the fact he still uses an abacus while the rest of the crew is on computers. He's a man of his time who had to deal with way harsher bosses process that gave him so much worse than what he can dish out, but in the end, he doesn't want to be seen in the same light. He also values certain methods of the past and believes they can work to encourage better performance, which is the real rationale behind why he starts acting way harsher to Retsuko after seeing a video of her anonymously badmouthing him on TV. But it's not on the grounds that she badmouthed her boss. Tons of people are like that. What he hates about it is how the video shows she can be opinionated and out there and confident, yet in the actual workroom she's meek and submissive and totally unmotivated. That's what Tone hates about her to begin with, the utter inability Retsuko has to stand up for herself or just quit her job if she really hates it so much, choosing to opt out instead and look for easy solutions when that's no way for her to get anywhere in life. He wants her to grow a pair and make a fucking decision instead of tiptoeing around. And in episode 107, after loosening his inhibitions through alcohol and thinking his own preconceived assumptions have been validated, he tells her as much through a rap in front of the whole office, humiliating her in the process, and it's such a blow to her self-esteem, Retsuko considers throwing in the towel like she normally does, which inadvertently would have demonstrated Tone to be right about her. But with the support of her friends she's confided in so far, Retsuko finds the courage to do the unthinkable to Tone and rips him apart with no remorse. Of course, no one remembers the event after the fact thanks to how drunk they were, so it appears the status quo hasn't been shaken. However, there is a catch. Tone remembers. But he doesn't reprimand Retsuko for what she did to him. He doesn't hold his position over her. None of what she'd expect to go down does. In fact, he acts as though he doesn't recall the night at all, since whether he's willing to admit it or not, Retsuko sticking up for herself that night surprised him. But more importantly than that, it gave him a reason to finally respect her. And from that point on, he becomes a boss to Retsuko who, while still harsh and occasionally sexist, looks out for her best interests and knows when she's getting into a rut that requires a push. Because Agretsuko doesn't really have villains, it's not two-dimensional like that. It has people that, from your perspective, could seem evil or bad without a closer look, but then when you finally get to know them, there's more than meets the eye. It might sound basic as a moral compared to everything else I've discussed so far, seeming-wise, but it's just as important for us as we go into adulthood to understand that our bosses and rivals and whatever usually aren't terrible people despite how we most often see them. Plus, disregarding the theme, it's also nice to see a cartoon where the piggish boss and materialistic dunderhead aren't complete morons or just obstacles for the main character to overcome. Helps accentuate Agretsuko's maturity as a series, a theme that sorta translates into the second season, though the opening half was a bit of a bumpy ride.
Season 2, Confused Courageous Cry.
Commencing from almost exactly where the previous one left off, Agretsuko Season 2 follows the same blanket format of the first, which will also go on to be used as a motif in Seasons 3 and 4. Issues pop up in Retsuko's daily life, causing her to look for an escape from it, then she finds unexpected new connections and gets caught up in something she never expected to. We've been over it before, but we also gotta remember that that side of the plot has to be set up and foreshadowed through small moments until it becomes prominent, in this case episode 6. So what does the series choose to focus on before we get there? This is Anai. He's a new hire at the accounting company that Retsuko's put in charge of mentoring when need be, and in the beginning, he seems like an okay guy, just a bit awkward. Everyone's had those instances where they want to look impressive and professional from the moment they start working at a new job. You understand why he's acting this way, and so does Retsuko, who tries to be sympathetic by taking his work on when he looks nervous. But oh dear lord, Retsuko, you done fucked it. Why's that? Well, right after that happens and she has to go home, Retsuko checks her phone to find that Anai has sent her a detailed, threatening email asking for specifics on why she decided to help him, seeing it as condescending. And that doesn't stop at one email, he keeps sending them like a spam bot over and over again waiting for her reply. But it doesn't get any better when she does. Retsuko confronts him about the email, saying that it's unprofessional and annoying. He uses it against her to make it seem like she was bullying him. Retsuko tells her friends what's going on, and Haida tries asking about it. His inbox is filled with emails too. They ask Tsunoda to use her powers of flirtation like she does for Tone. She gets shut down. They bring in Tone himself to straighten Anai out. He leaves defeated with an inbox to match. It's like nothing can stop this guy or appease his rage. But then Kabai appears. You know, the gossiping hippo I mentioned several paragraphs ago for like a second? Yeah, she walks up to see what Anai's doing, compliments the way he makes his lunch, shares some of hers, and just talks. Soothingly. It's not intended to change him, she ironically hasn't heard anything about it, but through giving him a sympathetic touch, one she's developed and honed for many years as a mother of 3, Kabai disarms him non-aggressively, and the next time we see them together, she's helping Anai do the work he'd put off to send out all those emails. But why did her approach work while everyone else's didn't? Simple. Anai is scared. He's scared of becoming an adult, and really, who hasn't been? You spend all this time in school preparing yourself to enter the real world, where you're supposed to be a well-adjusted, functioning member of society that's got all the right answers, but once you're there, you realize, I'm on my own. I've left my parents' house, I've left college, I maybe left my hometown to work for a company. This job represents all I need to be, all I'm expected to be, so if I fail at this job, What am I? What have I been doing? How can I get back on track if I'm failing? Am I a failure? There's no one to help me. I've left that behind. Who do I ask? Where do I go to? The bosses are yelling at me. They aren't supposed to do that. Who do they think they are? I've worked so hard. I've worked too hard to be pushed around. No one's gonna push me around. That's what Anaya is meant to represent. The ultimate culmination of anxiety and hardship and paranoia that society turns some of us into when we enter adult living. And all they're really looking for is someone to push them in the right direction without being forceful or mean. Someone with a gentle touch that can see them as an individual with thoughts of their own. It's a great concept for a character, but I don't gel with the execution, mostly for how Anaya himself is characterized. It's a great concept, don't get me wrong, but that doesn't mean it should be their entire personality. Really, whether or not this type of idea works hinges on the affected person having likable/relatable qualities and traits, demonstrating that they're more than the seemingly spiteful, angry, psychotic person they come off as. And Anai doesn't have those. As far as positive traits, we come to know that he enjoys cooking and is a super methodical person that can't stand imperfection, but other than that, he's still kind of a dick. Like, spoiler for the next few seasons ahead, it's not really gonna affect anything if you somehow haven't seen it, but once Anai chills out and he's no longer an active threat, Rarecho doesn't know what to do with him. Like, he's there, he's kind of part of the cast, I guess, but he's more of a background ornament that occasionally gets a line or two, then disappears from multiple episodes. And I understand that, his character arc is finished. It's the Gohan from Dragon Ball Z dilemma. Now that he's gone Super Saiyan 2 and defeated Cell, what's left for him to do as a member of the cast? But that shouldn't be where Anai's story ends, because his character is left at a point where he's still incredibly unlikable. Like, yes, I understand the dilemma. I know what's scary about the prospect of turning into an adult and wanting to keep people from messing with you by acting aggressive. But Anai is excessive in how much of a dick he is, to an extent that, without a proper explanation for why he has these specific mannerisms, makes me think he's using his lack of experience in the real world as an excuse. What I mean is that, if he scared his coworkers off by acting aggressive and tried to do his work but failed since he shooed away anyone that could help him, that's one thing. It could add to his relatability even. But before Kabai comes in, after blowing everyone off, he pretty much stops working, doesn't take assignments when asked, and does nothing but check his emails for hours. He's using the chance to laze off, and what's worse, he never gets called out for any of his bullshit. It's cool he's redeemed with the help of Kabai and becomes less antagonistic, that's fine, but he never faces repercussions for acting like he does towards Retsuko and Haida and all the rest, which irks me to no end for the reason that it caused some intense mental strife that we got to view firsthand. It's possibly the only instance in the show's history where its usage of over-exaggeration for comedic levity works against it. The showrunners amplify all of Anai's negative traits so far that whenever I see him, I want to punch him in the fucking face. Someone needs to bring him down a peg. That's part of why I'm able to like Mr. Tone. He's humbled by Retsuko in a demeaning fashion, and it feels super good, but it also leads to the two finding a mutual understanding that carries on across seasons to convey he's a good guy despite it all. And I never gets that moment, so my anger keeps growing instead of extinguishing, and that makes it so much harder to rewatch season 2. I can't skip over his scenes, they're integral to understanding the other major story arc and theme in the season, but he's also so... I wish I could love him as much as I love the rest of what the season does, especially when it comes to furthering Retsuko's character. In case you forgot, during my unhinged rambling, where we left off with her at the end of season 1, through experiencing a one-sided romance with her Sasuke, Retsuko came to terms with the notion that a relationship needs to be built on the foundation of mutual commitment, participation, and love. If one isn't giving enough, the whole dynamic goes off its axis and is unfair to one partner or the other. So you'd think with that revelation, our girl would get the time to slow down and deal with her love life after she's done with Anai, but unfortunately for her, he's not the only new addition to the cast. Rather, who else but Retsu's own mom shows up to convince her to go on arranged dates with rich men. Why? Same reason Retsuko was so miserable in the first season. An inherent obligation to follow cultural traditions. She's 25 in the prime of her life, yet she hasn't found a husband. So now, to make sure that doesn't stay the case, Mom is here to change it. And aside from giving us additional context as to how Retsuko ended up the submissive, responsible person she was at the beginning of the series, it also demonstrates to us how much she's grown as a character. Remember before, how she was constantly yearning for this exact thing? Well, now that she's gone through a real relationship, she understands that it takes more than money for her to be happy. Life doesn't have any easy outs. She's come to know that isn't what she wants or needs. And so that consistent pestering ends up having the opposite effect, giving Retsuko the realization that she should stop worrying about the future all the time. That's what Anai did. He couldn't think of anything but how his work in college needed to pay off or else he was a failure, and like Retsuko in season 1, it made him miserable. So she decides to stop living for the future she can't predict. And again, like how Anai was able to overcome his worries with the help of Kabai, Retsuko finds the courage to...
Holy shit, this is an hour long. Dude, I was sitting through this, I'm like, it's gotta be almost over, right? Oh man, I didn't know that was like an hour-long review. Hour and a half or some shit. What the hell? He talks so fast in his videos too, so I'm so surprised.
A very tactical move, my child. You are learning.
Nice. So annoying. Easy clap, dude. Let's fucking go. I played that so well. What? How did I not knock him up? Messed up there. He's club. Yo, Ice Wall is so broke. My blink goes too far. My teammate's dead. My teammate just keeps running toward where I knock him to. Interrupted. Let's go. The good old 6-round dub. I almost got my vicious saddle.
So, we're here. Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, we're here with Tim Jones and with Lenny Cook's Saver. Is it Saverline or Saverline?
Saverline.
Saverline. Okay, I got half of each one. Okay, cool.
You got it.
These are our developers that are joining us today for Classic Season of Discovery. Very, very excited about this. Yeah, I hope you guys are excited as I am to answer some of these questions.
I'm stoked.
Absolutely.
I'll start off. I have a lot, and I know we don't have a lot of time today, but I'll start off with some of the some community questions because I asked people on Twitter and just through stream and stuff like what are some things people want, and a lot of the feedback that I've gotten. One of the big ones is and I'm sure you guys have heard it nonstop. It's two-handed enhanced shaman.
Yeah,
I'm sure you guys have heard it maybe once or twice.
I haven't seen anything about that.
Yeah. So, are there any plans to add support? Maybe not in this phase of SOD, but maybe whenever you guys,
seriously,
you get
support, come on.
In the next phase.
I just said that we were only going to support dual wield because I really just wanted people to make memes. That's what fuels us on our team. So the community's voice has been very loud on this.
Two-handed shaman
we definitely
was
see that.
Unique as
I think the original comment that I made about sort of the design philosophy being oriented around dual wield, there's definitely dual wield oriented runes. A lot of that comes from the fact that two-handed enhancement shaman really isn't that great until you get self-buffed Wind Fury. Dual wield sort of helps shaman out in the first phase when you wouldn't have Wind Fury normally. Yeah, there will definitely be support for two-handed shaman in future phases.
Good.
People don't have to worry about that.
That's all we wanted.
We know it's a beloved play style.
Thank you.
We love the memes.
There you go. Okay.
We're very enthusiastically listening to feedback.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Well, no, that's good to hear. Especially that class fantasy. That's the big thing that people want. A lot of the classic shaman players, they like their big two-handers. So cool.
Me included.
Awesome. Good to hear. The next question that I have, and let's kind of stay with some of the class questions. On the other side of the fence with paladins, Wrath Rep Paladin gameplay of Divine Storm has been implemented. And so we've seen that in Season of Discovery, and it's almost there with Seal the Martyr. With the move to make Crusader Strike 6 seconds instead of 4 seconds, like it was in Burning Crusade, is there any hope for seal twisting to be a thing with Seal the Martyr and Seal of Command? Because we didn't see that in the BlizzCon demo.
Currently, I believe Seal of the Righteousness and Seal of Justice can be twisted into Command or
Waiting for that. No way. Bro.
This spell is ours now.
That guy LOS his healer, Lamau. Wow, that wall broke so fast. That was absurd. Bro, what is he doing? Oh, I'm so dumb. I was pushing the wrong button. My teammate's dead. He's just standing still. You gotta move, man. You gotta move. You gotta, like... Oh my god, man. Like... You can't just sit there and not move as a warrior. Especially as a Fury warrior, you actually do have to, like, kite here and there. You have to, like...
Champion,
You have to reset, you know? Oh, man. Like, with arms, at least you have, like, some kind of mitigation with the whirlwind. So you have, like, some defensives that are a little bit better, I think. But as Fury, if you're just standing out in the open against a caster, you're fucking dead, man. You're just dead. Like, I don't know what that guy's doing. He's just standing right there in the open. No regard for his life. And that Demon Hunter would have chased. Like, he would have chased the warrior. He just has to back up and do damage. And the Demon Hunter should be, like, dashing in, trying to not get, you know, outspaced and shit. He'll do something stupid, most likely. He'll do something stupid, you know? Like, he will chase, he will use mobility skills. And that lock will have to come toward us. We can LOS on the pillar slightly, force him to use defensives and, like, movement skills when he shouldn't have to. Just, man, I don't understand. I just don't understand why that warrior's just sitting right out in the open. And he expects to be healed, and he blames the healers. He blamed the healers, man. He blamed the healers when he LOS'd the healer, and he's just like, what the fuck, man, I didn't get hit. And his healer gets hard CC'd and blocked off, and then, like, I'm, like, literally pushing him away, and he just doesn't see me do my ice wall, and still blames the healer he had last round. It's just, like, crazy. I've never seen someone just not move.
We're
He
just
sat in the
really
open.
waiting for people to make more memes asking us for being able to twist Martyr into command or vice versa. No, it's definitely something that we're being influenced by you and the feedback of the people who really love that play style. It might not be currently implemented, but we might be able to get to it in phase 1. We know people are excited about it. We know as a beloved.
Weaving skills like that has some skill expression to it and is fun on its own. They should add it and make it balanced more around this weaving mechanic that they have, because they swap between, like, their attacks. They do their attacks, they do their, you know, skills, and then they do their they have their weapon swing timer, is what I meant to say. They have their off-G CD skills, and then they have their actual spells, and there's a lot of weaving between these three sources. So it being, like, more like that, more like Gunbreaker and FF14 is better for Paladin, I think. I think it's more fun.
Playstyle, so
cool. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, that's
More
a
fun,
big one.
skill
You know,
expressive
it's something
playstyle.
like having kind of the the option of the Wrath gameplay of Divine Storm, and then also having the Burning Crusade option would be huge.
Being able to like for players to be able to express their skill like within the nuances of playing a class is really important, and we want to embrace that where we can in Classic.
Awesome. Next question. Are you guys looking at changing any of the current items or proc rates of these items in Season of Discovery?
Oh, well, I would
How
like
the
to see the
procs work?
proc rates change.
Yeah. So I mean,
Unlike some
for
items.
content like Black Fathom Deeps, we're definitely taking inspiration from previous items that existed in that content set, breathing new life into them, making sure that they're balanced based off of their item quality and budget. Some items will actually just become more desirable based off of the content phase that we're in. Maybe an item that had a proc that wasn't that great if you were just leveling past it. Maybe it's more interesting now. As far as like adjusting the balance of existing items or proc rates, it's definitely a possibility, especially as we get into later phases and get into the max level rating content.
To me, this answer is telling me that they have not thought about changing the proc rates of items. This is what the answer kind of seems like. It seems like, no, we haven't, but maybe we should in the future. Because that's a good idea. That's pretty much what it sounds like he said.
Room for more player choice is important. And I think where some items were maybe memes or just like never desirable or only useful in a very specific
They definitely
case,
changed up some
I think
items
there's
that were like
definitely
garbage
room
though.
to try to breathe new life into that item for a Season of Discovery. Like maybe Vendor Strike is desirable in some way to some class.
Okay.
I think it makes the encounters more interesting too if there's more options for desirable items from those bosses.
So
Desirable,
speaking of encounters,
unique
how
playstyle
much
gear.
new content do you guys expect to add at Endgame? So you guys have talked about the BFD is going to be a mid-level raid. We saw a slide that wasn't supposed to be in the presentation. That might have teased some things, but is there plans to add a lot of content at the end game as well, with like a horizontal progression as opposed to like a vertical progression in terms of power creep?
There's a lot of lessons that we're going to learn along the way.
I hope we see more horizontal.
We are planning as far in advance as we can, but we're keeping things a bit open-ended at the same time in order to be able to react to player feedback. What do people like about level up raids? Are there aspects of that content that can be interpreted at max level? Should we have additional instanced content at max level, or should we focus more on rewards or some mix of those things?
Rewards
There's
and
definitely
instance
a
content,
desire to create new content, and that the desire to make new level up raid content.
Really, like, to me, the biggest thing Classic WoW needs is just new things in the environment. New PvP objectives throughout the world, like what they're doing with like the PvP area in Ashenvale. Like, that's perfect. That's exactly the kind of like fresh breath of fresh air that we needed. Content like that. More new dungeons, raids, more items that are unique and bring out unique playstyles through these like unique proccing chances depending on what they do,
And doesn't just
But items, PvP and PvE content. That's all people want. You don't have to make more of a gear climb. You don't have to do anything else, just content on what is already there. And people would be extremely happy.
and at level 60. Right, so like we're passionate about making that new stuff as well. So I won't make any promises. There's definitely a desire to have interesting content that is just beyond
More things to
improving
do though is what
rewards
there
and
needs to
letting
be.
people go through the traditional
More
raid tiers.
PvP content,
And like
more
we did with
PvE
this
content.
phase, we want to make sure that we have something fun and cool as far as like raids, PvP events, all of that at each of the caps, so that you have something that you're exploring when you hit that level cap.
Okay,
Good.
cool. That's awesome. I mean, I think you guys mentioned it in the presentation, the idea of approaching it with like the drawing some inspiration from like the classic beta and what was fun about the classic beta is a really, really, really good approach. I think a lot of people are really excited about that. Continue on with itemization, and it sounds like you guys are, there's some potential to rework some of the current itemization and making more things more useful. Is that gear going to be more optimized like it was at the end of vanilla, or can you expect more mid vanilla type of itemization, early to mid vanilla itemization, like BWL patch gear versus like Nax patch gear? Because Nax patch gear was basically Burning Crusade, like it was all perfect stats and everything.
And this sort of plays into the horizontal progression that sort of exists even within raid tiers. When you don't have a perfect item, it sometimes makes like choosing how to gear your character out or figuring out what combinations of items and stats are best on your character. It makes that a more interesting process and more nuanced process. I'm sure all of us have heard Kevin Jordan talk about like item balancing, how it's interesting to have items that have well-rounded stats, items that are specialized in offense, utility, or defense, and how the stat
I
budgets
love having
change,
specialized stats.
based
I think
upon
that's cool.
like the design of that item. I think we want that more nuanced approach to item design.
I
think it just
Like when something randomly has like plus 20 fire spell damage, on an item, but like no other stats, shit like that. Like I kind of like it. I like having those specialized weird items. You know what I mean? I think that's cool. I think that's
creates more interesting
makes it
choices for players.
super
right?
interesting when you come into contact with it too. Decide how to
We
you want to
also
build around it.
Want
if
to
you
make sure that our items
do.
have a handcrafted feel to them. That's what I wanted to add.
I like that. That's a good way of putting it. Here's another thing that I've seen. This is a lot of feedback I've gotten from rogue players. People being worried about having to apply instant poisons mid encounter, like if they're in assassination build and their poisons are being spammed, and then all of a sudden they run out of charges mid fight. So is there any plans to I guess counter that?
Yeah, we've actually made some adjustments that I think rogue players will be excited about, especially people who want to pursue the poison gameplay. There's actually a couple adjustments
Am I going to Rogue or
that I'll
Hunter
go
chat?
through. So people may have seen in the BlizzCon demo that Wild Strikes from Druid could stack on top of temporary enchants, so people could benefit from poisons and Wind Fury at the same time. We want to make sure that there's parity in between Shaman, Wind Fury Totem, and Wild Strikes from Druid. Cool. So Wind Fury will not stack anymore from with temporary enchants. However, rogues who we're gonna buff the Deadly Brew rune for rogues, such that originally it was if you had a poison on your weapons already, then it would simultaneously be able to apply deadly poison if you had an active poison. Now, if you don't have a poison applied, or if you have a temporary enchantment like a Sharpening Stone or Wild Strikes or Wind Fury, then your weapon can proc instant poison without it being applied. So rogues who want to have instant poison on their weapons for the sake of playing assassination don't actually have to have a poison at all, as long as they're using the Deadly Brew rune, and they can additionally benefit from Wind Fury or Sharpening Stones if that's what they want to do. So want to give players that flexibility and also that excitement of maybe having a poison and something else on your weapon simultaneously.
Wow, okay, so you get like a default poison put in there. Sick. Speaking of some of the talents and stuff, will there be any fundamental changes to classes or talent trees outside of the new runes? So possibly stuff that we'd see applied to classic era as well.
So there's not a plan to really ever explicitly change the structure or placement of talents in the talent tree. Right. With that said, people have probably already seen that some runes benefit from talent points spent on other abilities. So like, for example, Wild Strike on Warriors benefits from any talent that benefits Heroic Strike. There will definitely be a continuation of that policy. If there's ever something that benefits fire damage, then runes that deal fire damage will benefit from those talents as well. And we want to make sure that we're catching all those where we can. But as far as like changing or adding like healing specific talents to the arcane tree. That probably won't happen. That'll manifest itself in the runes themselves.
Yeah, we really want to make sure that the season is self-contained and any of the new kind of wacky functionality is specifically in the season.
Yeah, there's also technical
It makes
limitations
sense.
that we have to deal with. Like, it's a good reminder is that Season of Discovery lives on top of Era and Hardcore. Maybe one day we can have conditional talent trees based off of what content set or what season is active.
Wait, so
We
they
put
might
our
be
effort
really
into
limited there.
making the content as exciting as possible. We might have that in the future, but that's not on the table for the current season.
I guess to clarify, I guess what more so instead of changing like the shape of the talent trees, what I was talking about was changing specific like values or like under the hood things with the talents, like how they're applied and whatnot. I guess is more so what I was talking about. Which so I guess if it lives on top of Classic Era and it lives on top of Hardcore and everything else, then it would have to. If you made a change in Era, it would then apply to Season of Discovery, right?
It depends. Like there are ways of us conditioning spells to do a different thing in Era versus Season of Discovery. So we can make a talent that exists behave differently
But they can't do it in the talent system.
However,
it's
like
in the
actual
rune
structure
category.
and placement of those talents is not going to change.
Oh, okay, cool.
But the
It's just
talents
not gonna affect
themselves
the
could
talents, is what
potentially
it sounds
behave
like.
or read differently, and we can condition that in Season of Discovery how we like.
That's super interesting, actually. Awesome. I like how you're answering like multiple questions that I have at a time, which is nice. Or like you can context clue it, and it's like, okay, well this means that. Great. You guys have added Warlock tanks, Mage healers, basically new roles for existing classes. Are you guys hard committed to having these things in the game throughout the different phases as you level
That's what
up?
I'm curious.
So we are going to make this work. And also, are you guys open to adding anything else that is not currently there? Some people have been talking about maybe like a melee mage, like a battle mage, or like a melee priest or something.
Battle mage would be
Is there a
sick.
chance that there's even more roles of more classes?
For your
Battle mage, for real though. Like sword, offhand trinket or wand or whatever that okay, can't you just whatever. It'd be cool. Sword and like a staff. Oh my god. It wouldn't be a staff though, because it'd be like that's two-hander. It'd be like a scepter, main hand, but whatever. It'd be cool. It'd be cool as fuck.
first question, we are definitely committed to keeping these roles in Season of Discovery. People are really excited about them, and we want to keep growing them. So we want to make sure that people can keep exploring those class fantasies.
I'll jump on the second part of your question. Nothing's off the table. The existing batch of runes that we have planned from 1 to 60 is actually a fraction of the total runes that we planned and built for the season, and we've some we've had to remove based off of just design philosophy reasons. Like we actually had a lot of, when we were doing our blue sky ideation of just throwing everything at the wall, maybe some versions of movement enhancing runes were originally going to be included. I think Warrior had like a chain death grip, which sounds tight. That sounds really cool. Or like, wouldn't it be neat if druids had stampeding roar? Like, that's a useful spell. However, making sure that we still stay true in some respects to what classic vanilla is, I think is incredibly important. And raid
movement skills
dungeon
would have
encounters
ruined
weren't
it.
built with
Straight
the
up.
assumption that everyone could move to any space on the battlefield at any given time. We have added Warbringer. So,
Classic movement was very
have
finite.
extra mobility, but like the classes where that's part of their identity, I think it's okay to accentuate that and build that up. But giving those tools to everyone, it sort of muddies the water and makes those classes less special. And it trivializes some of the existing mechanics in encounters that we still want to feel.
It trivializes
like classic,
a lot of it
and we
with
still
movement
want people
skills.
to have to strategize around some of these mechanics.
Awesome. I mean,
It makes it way too easy,
I actually,
like
to
PvE
follow up
content
on
was
that,
too.
a lot of what we've seen, and a lot of what people talk about, and just all things considered, all the suggestions, it's, hey, can you add X ability from Y expansion for Z class? And I guess so when you guys are in your design meetings, how are you guys kind of managing it and keeping it from going too far, and to differentiate from, to basically differentiate Season of Discovery from being more classic plus and less retail minus?
Honestly, our biggest focus right now is, does it feel like classic? We want this to feel like you're continuing your adventure through the classic World of Warcraft, and with just, plus a little bit more to do. So we really want it to feel like that world, and everything is focused around the class fantasy, feeling like it's just a continuation. We've talked a lot about with runes, with different rune discoveries and new things in the world. We want them to feel like maybe they've been there the whole time, you just haven't found them yet. Maybe they were back there in 2019, who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
And we want to do the same kind of thing with the classes to still make them feel like they're classic classes.
There's also elements from the original design of vanilla back in 2004 that some of these things aren't actually that outlandish or pulling from someplace that has never been. Like rogues had bucklers,
Yeah, they had shields.
In the original alpha of
Yeah.
WoW. So there was maybe some design intention for
Kinda wild.
rogues to be able to tank in a certain way, and in sort of embracing that. The avoidance aspect of their tanking, I think, stays true to aspects of classic. And we, as far as like the design of tanks, for example, I think it's also important that it's okay for certain classes to have strengths and weaknesses. We don't. I think like every tank should be able to function at a base level and do basic content, but there should also be some places of the game where they're not the best at, or that they really excel at. Whether that's throwing a chain lightning out to start a pull, so you have group aggro. That's an incredible pulling tool that a shaman has, or like if you need huge defensive cooldowns, maybe a warrior is the best tank. Maybe mobs have resistances that makes the warlock and shaman not the ideal tank in that situation. I think it's okay to have elements of friction in the world. That's something that makes classic, and we are definitely keeping those rough edges to keep the spirit of classic alive in that way.
Yeah, we love that. That's good stuff. I mean, that's I literally had that question. I was like, it feels like the classes, or maybe the tanks specifically, that's what I wrote. The tanks are getting homogenized. But yeah, there you go. Boom. Good to hear. That's good stuff. Without getting too specific, because I know you guys can't for obvious reasons. Do you guys have any plans in place to do anything to nip potential botting and gold buying in the bud, just stop it in its tracks as much as possible on the new server launch? Because it's not there yet.
Those blinks are saying no.
Do you guys have a plan in place?
They're saying no.
That maybe you're trying something new or anything like that?
Yes, we're
those blinks are sun for help.
New tech and new detection
We're
methods
being held at
that we
gunpoint.
are implementing and working with our engineers. It's not just engineers on the classic team looking at that stuff. We have our risk department. We have engineers on mainline who are creating new tech to help us identify people who are exploiting.
Now they're being held at gunpoint,
either like through the various hacks that
They're not
people
doing anything
use
about
to gain unfair advantages. And we're definitely sensitive to that, especially on new servers. Like having as pristine of an economy as possible is something that I like as the assistant lead designer on Classic. It's something that's incredibly important to me. Coming up with design and engineering oriented solutions to help fight against that is something that's incredibly important to us. And I know a lot of people don't see like what goes on behind the scenes, and it's easy to focus on like what is visible, but it's a constant battle. It's hard to see what isn't visible, right? Like to unknowns of what we're doing. I'm just repeating myself at this point. It is important. We are doing stuff. It is a constant battle. I hope people can see that.
Cool.
Yeah, it's a very active discussion and always on our minds.
Yeah.
Awesome. That is good to hear. That is very good to hear. Can we expect any big changes or any additions to professions in the mid to end game? Because some people have been talking about this.
I hope there's profession
you
changes.
You never really know with stuff that's leaked, data mine, whatever, right? Can we expect to see some changes to professions in the mid to end game?
Yes.
I think they really need it.
Just as we want players to feel like there's a lot of options to play within.
There wasn't a lot of options
What
in
runes you choose, what class you
professions
play.
before.
We want there to be choices in professions as well. Just
Good.
as we tried to bring
I
things
kinda like
up
that.
to perhaps where the warrior is, we want to do the same thing for all the other professions that aren't engineering, right? Like,
Yeah, it's gonna be
engineering's
hard
great.
to, though.
We love engineering, but we want the
Engineering's
ability for
probably
other
still gonna be
professions
meta.
to shine.
They're probably
whether
not gonna
that's,
have anything as strong as
profession-oriented
engineering.
Quest lines, really embracing
Everything else
profession
could be like
specializations,
sub
maybe
profession.
looking at
I feel.
some recipes for profession items that were way too expensive to build in the future that sort of made them unavailable because they were such an investment before you maybe got a drop that was better than the profession item because it would take too long to buld that profession item at certain levels. We're looking at those as well, or anything from the Thorium Brotherhood, right? So, looking at those things and figuring out like what would be cool with professions. I know I have great memories of becoming like an armor smith and aligning myself with the Thorium Brotherhood as a blacksmith in original vanilla. So those are great memories.
forgot about
want
that.
people to have an excuse to be a tribal leather worker. You know, those are definitely things that we want to explore.
The options with engineering
and be
too.
a part of Season of Discovery for sure.
Fantastic.
That was cool.
That's good. That's real good. Next up, I have this is a little bit more. I guess this is a little bit more outside the scope of like talents and that kind of stuff outside of the character. Are there any plans for changes to the level design of the world? Like building out any of the new terrain, maybe a new zone, or even possibly finishing like what people consider to be unfinished zones, like Hyjal or something, like vanilla Hyjal, or anything like that.
I don't think we can say anything specific on this. What I will say, however, is that there is a desire to make new things on our team. We are doing our best to not let anything really be a limitation to that. Whether or not that there is something completely new that has never been in Season of Discovery or any version of Classic WoW before. I mean, we're making new things, right? We're making things that haven't been there before. We're reusing some stuff initially. There is definitely a desire to explore the types of possibilities that you're talking about. So our team is passionate and excited to try all sorts of new things.
Cool. Speaking from a player's perspective, I think that a lot of people would agree that we can see it. If you build it, they'll come. You know, that's what they always say. So we'll be there. You know, if the opportunity comes, then we will absolutely be there to play and enjoy it. So earlier this week, I think it was this week, there's a post that went out that was talking about faction locking servers for balance. Do you guys have an idea what percentage the character creation for dominant factions will be locked at on the PvP servers? Like what like population split? Can you guys even say that? I don't know.
We definitely have an idea. we know. We set the values. I don't know.
As to whether we're ready to talk about it today, not so much.
Okay. No worries.
Yeah.
There's
a level of obscurity that's probably important for players to have. We don't want it to feel too unnatural or
super mathy.
We're gonna do our best to make sure that those servers feel good and balanced. We'll be constantly monitoring those numbers and be making adjustments as needed.
Okay, cool. Okay, I have another itemization question.
Sure.
How are you guys trying to balance runes against talents and gear? For example, some of the newest tank runes give a lot of the biggest and most important tanking stats for free, while original tank builds are still built through talents and gear. And that's a lot of like what vanilla is. A lot of what classic is people like building their character and they like getting that loot. They like being like, oh, I'm put on this piece of gear for this encounter and all that. How do you guys really, I guess, balance that, differentiate that, and try and apply that to some of the new tank classes?
It's tricky, right? Because I'm sure that, all those tanks, those warrior tanks who've had such a hard time playing classic are really jealous of classes getting some stuff for free. No, just joking aside, Protection Paladin some of the tools have been there to be a functional tank, but they also suffer from the fact that like you need a lot of different stats.
Yes.
So many stats that are just so hard to get.
Do what you need to do at even a baseline, whether it's like the hit or the spell hit.
For real.
Needing attack power.
So many nuanced shit for paladins for gear statting.
Sort of like you sort of
items too.
Having items that fulfill all those roles.
Yeah.
The amount of total stats that you have is just sort of not enough to measure up to the performance of other tanks. So with that in mind, I don't see it as really a negative that we're giving stats away for free.
Yeah.
We're giving crit immunity away
some
for
of these
free,
classes
or
do
armor
need
bonuses
it.
away for free. I think that there will still be really interesting gear choices for those characters. And at the same time, like, it's interesting to have items that are hyper specialized, like only one class wants this, only one specialization wants
I agree.
this.
I love
but
this.
I think it's even
cool.
more interesting if an item maintains desirability for multiple specializations, multiple archetypes.
Yeah. You don't want it to be just one class for sure.
Person gets that item, like,
but I mean,
like cloth with armor
having those items too.
on it, like that's gonna be like cloth with bonus armor as part of the item budget. That's gonna be really special to warlocks.
Yeah,
warlocks who want to tank now, right?
Yeah, be something you.
Yeah, so that shit's cool. I'm a fan of that. That type of like gear optimization, having those kind of drops within the game. How are both of them AFK? This isn't real. There's no way. What the?
This spell is ours now.
$123K. $123K Arcane Barrage. Red -1 brain. Rett syndrome. That just made sense. I don't know. Someone just left? Are you kidding me?
Useful now.
But it maybe someone wanted to use that piece for PvP or dueling against melee classes.
I waited 20 minutes for that game, 25 minutes for that game, just for that guy to leave.
Specialized, it is still desirable by multiple classes, and because we're giving some defense-oriented stats to classes baseline, and we don't have to build cloth with defense rating on it.
Okay.
Right. So we sort of give ourselves more room to make cool items for more classes. This way, there's itemization ramifications, obviously for building the runes in the way that we did. I think that's what really matters at the end of the day. We want to make cool items. We want lots of people to be interested in the same item. Having healthy competition over rewards is important at all stages of the game. So that's sort of the philosophy there.
First on, completely agree. I mean, I love that you mentioned specifically for prop paladins, like you just need so many stats for them to be like really effective is one of their biggest problems. Outside of the taunt, everybody talks about the taunt, right? Everybody talks about that as like the thing, but there's a number of other like small issues. Now, to everything you said, from a class fantasy perspective, this is kind of me and talking with the fellow paladin brothers, right? Spell power. People really like having spell power as like one of the primary like threat generation stats for prop paladins. Is that still going to be a thing with how prop paladins want to build their class? Like, are they still going to want to have like a spell power sword or some other ways of getting spell power on their gear to be able to increase their threat gen?
Sorry, just jumping in. This will be the last question.
Okay.
Perfect.
I might not have the best answer for you. I'm not like as much of an expert at Paladin as you are, as other people on our team are that are helping make these types of decisions. I will say, like, if that's something that you're passionate about and that you like how the class functions, and those are the types of rewards that you want to see, then we will do our best to make sure that those are the types of rewards that exist in places that they don't currently. So
cool.
I don't want to give you a non-answer, but like
no, but it's a good answer because people get to see that like the feedback is heard. Like when people have a chance to share their feedback with you guys, that you guys are listening, and I think there's a lot of value in that. I think there's a lot of value in this interview and the fact that you guys are willing to come and talk to us as content creators. And
is it full? No.
Just show up and hit record a lot of times. So. I really appreciate you guys coming on, spend the time. I know you guys are incredibly busy. Hopefully Season Discovery is not late because of this interview. So,
bro.
So thanks a ton for joining me, guys. Again, for those of you guys watching, Tim Jones, Lenny Cook, Saverline is here as well. So
I missed the main server. It's locked. It's fucking locked, man. It's fucking locked, chat. It's locked. Fuck, dude. Am I just going lone wolf, I guess? Sag. Wait. I'm in queue. Now I just got to sit in queue.
Yeah, like, I want y'all to understand that God is real. Without God, there is no us. I'm telling you, He has done things in amazing ways, man. I'm telling you, and I'm just blessed. So, that being said, you know who did? God did. Yeah. yeah, like I want y'all to understand that God.
I thought I got disconnected. Any Xbox Counter-Strike gamers?
With the recent release of Counter-Strike 2, and many people...
Legitimately? This game was so fucking hard on console.
Approach.
Playing it on console, there was no aim assist.
Yeah, there we go.
It's actually hard as fuck. Every fight was like that.
I got a gun and I don't know how to use it. Shit. That's one. Look at this retake, boys. Oh, this is going in the montage. Oh, it's gonna be close. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be close. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh. Wait, do I have a... Yes. Oh.
Dude, classic relaunch was wild. This queue time is kind of reminding me of the same. For the classic relaunch, I had so much fucking fun though. Like, that shit was fun. I sat in these queues. I kid you not. I was on Fairlina. So I sat in these queues for 11 hours every time. I would only... I would log out when I was about to get off and log back in and then go to sleep. And then I would wake up and I still wouldn't be in the game. I'd take a shower, still wouldn't be in the game. Made some coffee, still not in the game. You know, couple hours pass by, finally in the game. And then play for like 24 hours at least. I went hard in Classic. Got my Skull of Impending Doom and my nifty stopwatch as soon as I could possibly get it when it was like red quest and shit for both of them. My Warlock was goated. And then, dude, oh my god. To get the rarest hunter pet in the game, Classic. Broken Tooth, I think his name was. Or Broken Fang? Broken Tooth? This is what I did. Hunter, spawn, camping. Wow. The Broken Tooth. This is what I did. 6 hours. 6 hours of doing this. I'm not even kidding you. Except I did it way better and cleaner and with, you know, actual style, you know? Not this lazy keyboard turning grossness.
Hey everybody, add on. And as you can see, on the hill and the adjacent mountains. This means that if you stay by this little mountain,
I camped Broken Tooth for at least 12 hours though. At least 6 to 12 hours. I knew when someone killed it and I was just like waiting for it to spawn. There was like another point when I almost had it. I kid you not too, the moment I got Broken Tooth, a hunter was coming up looking for the spawn. Right when he was about up. With another hunter. Like, it was a high level and a low level, so they were like 100% trying to get it for his buddy. You know, so I got there just in time and got my Broken Tooth. Or I didn't get there just in time. I sat there for fucking hours on end. But it was worth, man. It's the best PvP pet in the game because it has it has like a higher attack speed than other pets in the game. All the pets had pretty much the same attack speed. But this one, as a rare spawn that spawns once every like 6 to 12 hours, this one had a higher attack speed, which means when fighting casters, you could push back their spells even further. So it was the best pet in the game for Classic. Having this pet was a need. Like, you had to.
I can't like drink out of a normal cup because it's big. Oh! What the fuck? No, wait! It's too high level! Wait, what? No
Damn,
way.
that's sad.
Stop! No! It's too high level! I can't tame it! Are you kidding me? There's no way. There is no way.
He's upset because he knows how strong of a pet it is. It's the best pet in Classic. Yep.
Howdy friends! So, one of the best parts of Classic WoW is the level of depth the game has regarding hunter pets. For those who don't know, one of the WoW classes called Hunters gets access to an animal companion of their choice that they can find, tame, feed, and train in order to have them fighting by their side. It's actually quite impressive how much information there is regarding one aspect of this class. I've been playing Hunters for 15 years, and there seems to be a number of things I'm still learning about their pets. But it seems to me that one of the most common misconceptions people have regarding hunter pets is that of attack speed, what it really means, and when it's good and when it's bad. So to give you a quick rundown
It's
of
good against
pets and their
casters.
attack speeds, all pets belong to a certain family. This includes everything from cats, whether it's lions, jaguars, tigers, etc., to wolves, which could be coyotes and wargs. No matter what color or type of pet it is, its damage and abilities are based on its pet family. All boars can charge, all birds can dive, and so forth because they all belong into the same family. Something that often does vary in a pet family though is a pet's attack speed. Some attack much faster than others. Sometimes the speed difference can be as extreme as twice as fast as other.
Yeah, see, there it is. There's all the attack speed values right there. They're not all the same, so my bad on that. There were definitely different attack speeds. But Broken Tooth had the best attack speed with a 1.0 compared to a 1.4, 1.2, 1.7, 2.0. And that's from a Flatland Prowler. A Flatland Prowler at a 2.0 attack speed.
Members of that family. But a common misconception you might hear is that a faster attack speed means more damage. After all, more attacks means more damage, right?
No.
Well, not in this case. Likely for reasons
It's more about
of
the
balance,
pushback.
Blizzard has standardized all pet damage within a family, meaning a wolf that attacks with a speed of hitting once every 1.2 seconds will deal just as much damage as a wolf attacking with a speed of 2 seconds. Because the slow pet will deal more damage each hit. Same can be said for all birds, cats, hyenas, and just every pet. Damage is based on pet family, not attack speed. As a side note, most pets in the game have an attack speed of 2.0. So many, in fact, that it would be fair to say that an attack speed of 2.0 is standard, and anything greater or slower is actually the exception to the rule. Some other pet misconceptions exist.
Broken Tooth,
for
half
example,
of
one I
that.
see all the time is that people say cats have the highest DPS in the game, or Broken Tooth has the fastest attack speed in the game.
Alright, maybe I'm wrong.
And by far the most
You
common
better not
one
call
I
me
hear
out.
is that faster attack speed is better. Now, of these three common misconceptions, the first one on the list does make me sad because it leaves out the beloved raptor pet family, as raptors tie with cats for DPS output. Both are able to use claw and bite as their abilities, and both have a damage modifier of plus 10%. So you can confidently bring a raptor in a raid and know that your pet is putting out the maximum DPS any pet can. So it's actually incorrect to say cats are the highest DPS pet in the game, because they're actually tied with raptors. But I'm going to put an asterisk next to this, and I'll get to it later. And before you say, well, cats can learn dash and raptors can't, so that means a cat can get to a target faster and begin DPS sooner. And that would be a fair statement, but by doing this, a cat would use focus on its dash and have less available for its damaging abilities like claw and bite.
It's a lot of
So I think
focus
it's fair
too.
to say that cats and raptors are still tied for DPS when you take all things into consideration. The next misconception that I hear is that Broken Tooth has the fastest attack speed in the game. For those who don't know, Broken Tooth is a very rare, very coveted pet that has a attack speed of 1.0.
Okay, so something else ties it. I didn't know that.
This misconception is so common, it's even present on Wowhead in the Hunter Pet article, which clearly states, and I quote, Broken Tooth has the fastest attack speed in the game, clocking in at 1 attack per second. This should instead say Broken Tooth has the fastest attack speed of any cat in the game, as you can clearly see on Petopedia that bats available on Soul Grub boast the exact same attack speed as Broken Tooth. Now please don't
Those
think
are
I'm trying
late
to
game
nitpick
pets
here
though.
like some
Like those
know-it-all
level
who
60.
enjoys correcting people, as Wowhead likely wrote this article before Zolgrub is available, so it was accurate when they wrote it, but is now out of date. My goal for pointing this out, though, isn't to say that
But yeah,
they're
it should be
wrong,
said.
but simply just trying to clear up some common misconceptions that people have about hunters
I didn't
and
know that, though.
pets. And that actually brings me to the final misconception I want to go into that you'll commonly hear, and this one I'd like to explore a little deeper, and it's that faster attack speed is always better in PvP, and that it becomes irrelevant in PvE.
No,
These
just
claims
casters
appear
specifically.
true on the surface, but when you dive a little deeper, you'll see that there are actually many exceptions to this being the case. So first, when it comes to PvE, it's true, attack speed doesn't matter for the same reason I stated before, because a mob can't be interrupted with knockbacks while they're casting, and so whether your pet is attacking once every 2 seconds or once every 1 second, it's going to equal out to the same damage. That is, unless you introduce the talent Frenzy from the Beast Mastery tree. See, this talent gives your pet a 30% increased attack speed for 8 seconds after your pet deals a critical strike. You don't have to think very long to realize that a faster attack speed is going to mean a sooner chance for your pet to get a critical strike, and therefore, more chances for this to proc. Once it does, your pet's attack speed will be so high, you can almost guarantee a 100% uptime of this ability. Now sure, a pet with an attack speed of 2.0 can achieve this as well, but all it would take is some poor RNG and you might not see this proc for quite a while, so with this logic, I can see it argued that a pet like Broken Tooth, with their attack once every second, is actually a better DPS pet than a Raptor with a 2.0 attack speed, even though they both technically do the same DPS on the surface. Now, on the flip side, there are many benefits for faster attack speeds in PvP. These include the Frenzy benefits that I just stated, they also translate to PvP, and the most common one, more interrupts against casters. This is probably the most mentioned benefit, as you can make life difficult for any healer, mage, warlock, druid, shaman, you name it,
It is
trying
a
to cast a
brutal
spell.
difference with
This
a
is
pet.
a value that can't really be overstated. But a faster attack also means your pet can consume more charges, such as Lightning Shield, Redoubt, and Shadow Guard faster, as all three of these abilities that I named have on-hit charges, which are spent when the target takes melee or ranged hits respectively. So these are more likely to hit your pet instead of you, the hunter, which will even out the damage and help you out overall.
There's no downtime
But
between
at the
those
same time,
procs
there
hitting
are
too, I'm
many
pretty sure.
negative
On Lightning
consequences
Shield.
to a faster attack
So it can
speed.
like
Namely,
kill your pet
the
faster.
variety of class abilities that trigger when they're hit with a critical strike. Now, one of the most frightening of these is a warrior's blood craze,
Yeah.
and their enraged.
That's why it's bad against warrior.
Blood craze is a warrior ability which
I
causes
know,
the
'cause
warrior
it's
to
fucked me up
regenerate
before.
3% of their total health over 6 seconds every time they take a critical strike. and Enrage gives them a 25% melee damage bonus for 12 seconds after being critically hit. If you imagine a cat hitting a warrior from behind every second on top of your ranged attacks, it doesn't take much to imagine both of these abilities have a almost 100% uptime. Now, I don't play a warrior, so I'm not sure how frequently these talents are selected in PvP scenarios, but considering how common warriors are
Pretty
in
often.
PvP, I could imagine this is a problem you'll run into often if you bring a
Those
fast
are pretty
attack
often
pet
grabbed
into a
ones.
battleground.
100% for sure.
And next we have a Shaman's Eye of the Storm ability, and this is another frightening possibility. If you've faced off an elemental shaman in PvP, you're probably all too familiar with their insane burst potential. With just a few critical hits, they can drop even the tankiest players in a matter of seconds, even more so when their Eye of the Storm ability goes off, which gives them the ability to gain 100% immunity to knockbacks for 6 seconds after being critically hit. Go after one of these shamans with a fast swinging pet, and you'll have a difficult time stopping that shaman from casting on you without interruption. Another scenario
It's mainly
is a
short
paladin's
shamans
redoubt
warriors.
ability. You probably don't have to go far to find a holy paladin who picks up this ability, as it allows them to increase their block chance by 30% after being critically hit. Now, a player can't block attacks from behind, which is where your pet will usually be, and they won't be able to block your incoming range attacks, but you're certainly going to frustrate a melee teammate who are trying to help you focus down a paladin, only to find that your 1.0 attack speed pet keeps critically hitting this paladin for 100 damage and ensuring they get a maximum uptime on their blocks. So with all of these examples in mind, I think it's fair to say
I didn't know about the paladin
value
one.
of a pet's attack speed, whether that's slow or fast, depends
I don't play
heavily on
Valiant
your
Classic.
spec as well as on what you're fighting. Because of this, I often choose more than one pet to switch to depending on the composition I am, or if I'm anticipating fighting a different class. If I'm going into maybe a Warsong Gulch and I can almost guarantee there's going to be a lot of warriors, I'm going to bring a Wind Serpent. If I plan to target healers in the back, a cat with a fast attack speed should do the trick. However someone chooses to play a hunter, I can say I'm genuinely impressed by how in-depth the pet system is.
Oh, I've
It really
always
gives
loved
the
it.
hunter class a completely new dynamic of play and a lot to think about.
I hope we see more of like animals like Broken Tooth in the world. It's where like it's a rare animal that is unique to its like cat origin family tree that has a higher attack speed, and it's a rare and it spawns every like 6 to 12 hours. That is fun. That is engaging. That makes it to where like you come in contact with it and you're just like, "Oh shit, dude. This spawned, this motherfucker, this one does the thing with the shit. Oh my god!" You know, it gets crazy. It gives you hype moments.
Expansions.
And then when you figure out it's dead because someone else just walked up and killed it for no reason, and it didn't have any special loot on it, and you're just like mega sad because you could have tamed it.
Anyway, that's all the time I have for today. If you enjoyed this video or any of my content in general,
I love that shit though. The
you might be
yeah. Tanks are giga buffed. Oh shit.
All right, director's take balance preview for season 8.
All right, let's see what they're doing.
Get rid of the whole damn thing. Go back to Overwatch 1. There was no reason, like, you're swapping characters, like you're getting an advantage by swapping characters. You should.
Wait, we're making a general change to the amount of ult charge retained from when swapping heroes, reducing it from 25 to 15%. Removes friction when swapping heroes, and think that it should be at least... Yeah, it should be 15. It shouldn't be 25. 25 was too high. That's good. I agree.
Also keep ult charge. That's what I think, but we do like this mechanic. We do like this mechanic removes friction when swapping heroes, but there's too much counter swapping at the moment.
Yeah, yeah.
There still should be at 15%. However, there is a perception that it's almost always an advantage to counter swap upon dying, and lowering this value to see if it has an effect on swap rates.
I think that's
that
fine. 15 is fine.
However, though, obviously,
other changes need to be made.
Actually, is a massive problem. especially for tank role. Other two, not as much, but tank role especially. We're also looking at making additional changes to some core mechanics in the game for Season 9 that will line up with the release of the competitive overhaul. We're not quite ready to talk about what those are yet, but I thought I'd like to tease a bit because, well, I'm a tease. All right, dude. Let's look at changes coming from our heroes in Season 8, starting with some of the larger changes we have coming to our tanks. Let's go. Released a reworked Roadhog late in Season 7. Roadhog quickly became one of our top performing tanks with a win rate around somewhere 54%. There's been a lot of feedback around his kit, but we're going to hold off from making any changes at the start of Season 8. Maga has a lot of answers to Roadhog, and we'd like to see...
That's a good change, I think. But I'm scared of how much shield he's going to have for Doomfist. So they're making it toward Doomfist. He's going to regenerate health when he's in the air during his ultimate, since it's always used as like an escape, usually. More than engage. I think that's fine, though. I think that's good. But when he comes down, he gets a shield per enemy hit. So if he's gaining health, too, I'm kind of scared where that can go.
Where the meta settles a bit before aiming at the mid-season patch for any balance adjustments. That's interesting. I figured Roadhog was probably about 50%, but 54 is a little higher than I thought. I thought maybe like 52, maybe 51.
Shifting 100 health to armor for Ramatra, I think, is good. Because armor reduces damage compared to the overhealth. I think that's a good change. I always felt like it should be armor originally to begin with, to be anyways. Increasing the size and damage of his projectiles to see if it helps. This, I don't agree with. I don't think the size and damage of his projectiles is needed. I think Ramatra was fine. He was a skill-based character. The increased size of projectiles, too, can make it to where...
There are times where Doomfist, while taking create space, and when Ramatra is in his base form, he can be a little too easy to ignore. We're going to shift 100 of his health to armor.
Agree with this, though.
And we're slightly increasing the size of the damage of his projectiles to see if this helps.
I don't like the size of his projectiles.
That's actually low-key a massive buff. 100 health to armor is good. But this one, depending on how big it is, like
I don't think it's needed.
No offense
Shouldn't be
to you
done.
guys, but not many people are good with the left click and ram staff form running around. Like you guys just
it's good.
aren't that good at it. But if
people
you
are
ever
just bad.
actually hit all headshots on somebody,
it's
like
nutty. It does
by,
so much damage.
Really quick, like, and just running them over.
You melt
with
someone.
They explode.
Yeah.
So if you hit people with that, oh man, I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. That's
also, if you're wondering,
that's probably gonna be too much.
There's a lot of shit happening.
So he pretty much agrees with that too. Like that's gonna be a little bit menacing. Winston isn't the best matchup for other tanks as part of his kit. Disadvantage to elevate a bit in Season 8. Winston's Tesla cannon will now ignore armor's damage reduction. That's a good change too. That is a massive good change. Winston should ignore armor damage reduction, so it's good.
Gifties event that's going on up here.
He probably agrees with that too.
Not get all of them, but I hope you guys know I do genuinely, truly do appreciate
that.
That
is a good.
I hope you guys know that seriously.
Winston change.
So much. Winston isn't the best matchup for other tanks. This is part of his kit. Feels the disadvantage, but the disadvantage feels too extreme. We'd like to alleviate it a bit in Season 8. Winston's Tesla cannon will now ignore damage reduction. Wait a minute.
It's good. You should. Good change.
Your time is coming to an end, Brig players. Your time is coming to an end, you little shits.
Truly. I'd rather have a Winston meta than a fucking Bridget meta.
No, you guys don't. No, but like, you don't understand, chat. You don't understand.
It's massive because a lot of things give armor.
Was what kept Winston from being so good in like certain metas, like goats. Like there was technically floats Winston meta, Winston goats, but you tip.
Winston was so dog shit against goats back then because of the armor.
Typically played Rhine goats because he was just so much more survivable, and you didn't do as much damage versus the Diva and the Rhine and the break. But removing that now. Oh man, I think Winston's going to be crazy.
Good change too.
Moving on to a few of the changes for our DPS heroes. Let's start with Sombra.
She's had a lot of moving parts recently. We feel like she's in a much better spot. Her win rate 45 to 48%, depending upon rank. However, her ultimate isn't as satisfying as it could be. Ability lockout time of her EMP from 1.5 to 3. Reduce the amount of damage it does from 30% to 25% max health. That's a good change too. 3 seconds is pretty long. I feel like 1.5 to 2. So like making it 2 seconds or like 2.5 would have been fine. I feel like 3 seconds is too long. Like slightly too long. They'll probably think the same. Me and Flats usually got a lot of the same opinions here. He's a smart guy. I think he'll see this too. 3 seconds. That is a long time. That is brutal. That might be a little bit too much.
She's had a lot of moving parts recently. We feel like she's in a much better spot. Her win rate hovers around 45 to 48% depending on the rank. However, her ultimate isn't as satisfying as it could be, so we're going to raise the ability lockout time for EMP from 1.5 to 3 seconds.
It's too long.
Yeah, it's dive next season. Winston buff and Sombra buff to oh boy.
Yep.
And reduce the amount of damage it does from 30 to 25% maximum health. Oh boy.
Yeah, so he agrees.
You know,
if anything, 2, but like I'm thinking 1.5 at most to 2 seconds.
One, Chief.
To 3 seconds, that's
I feel like
way
we're going back to Overwatch
too
1
long.
little by little. You know what I mean?
Truly.
We'll see, I guess. We'll see.
There isn't a we'll see on this one. That is too long. That is absolutely too long. We'll see it reverted. 100%. At least by 1.5 to 1 second reverted. I think at least a full second is going to get reverted, though. Yeah, so 2 seconds. I think they're going to make it 2. I don't think they're going to make it... There's no way they're going to keep it 3. 3 is way too long.
But
so far, me and Flats have agreed on absolutely everything here. I think so far. Yeah, everything here so far. We've had the same exact opinions here.
Win rate hovers around 45 to 48%. You know,
I think Flats is super smart on his opinions on the game. He actually has some good takes compared to other Overwatch streamers. He doesn't agree with 6 vs 6 being better. That's where we disagree. I think 6 vs 6 was better. 5 vs 5 is worse. Getting 5 kills also feels worse. Being able to play on less parts of the map because you only have 1 tank also feels worse. So the game changed too much. I like that. That's one of the things we don't agree on.
Enjoyed a lot of the success.
Okay, so Soldier 76 has a lot of success in Season 7. He has really well-rounded DPS, has self-sustain from his heal, and can really difficult, making him really difficult to deal with when he's in radius. Rather than reducing the effectiveness of heal, we'd rather open up a larger window of opportunity, by increasing its cooldown from 15 to 18 seconds. I like this change. Although, I don't feel like Soldier's too oppressive. I think he's really strong. Or he is really oppressive, to be honest. Like, just because of the shit he can get away with. But he's like, it's not a big deal. I think his heal cooldown. I guess, yeah. I don't know. Like, I don't think Soldier needs a buff or a nerf. So I'm kind of indifferent to that one. Like, that's kind of nothing. It's like a nothing burger. The window of his heal being up, I guess. I don't think it really affects much.
Success in Season
Whatever.
7. He's a really well-rounded DPS, and the self-sustain from his
I don't
heal
care
can
about that
make him
change.
quite difficult to deal with while he's in the radius. Rather than reducing the
It's
effectiveness of
whatever.
the heal, we'd rather open up larger windows of opportunity, increasing the cooldown from 15 to 18 seconds. Oh, okay, all right, I'm fine with that. Okay. Wow, they're coming out here just like telling us everything early. This is great.
Does anybody remember how much Tracer's pulse pistols do? I wouldn't blame you if you don't, because I don't. I don't think anyone does. Truly. We've changed them a lot. If you guess 5.5 per shot, you'd be right. But not for long, because we're changing them back to 6. The previous change is to 5.5 was made to offset a bug with her fall off and spread, and now that the bugs are fixed, we're moving it back to previous value. Okay. I'm not that much of a Tracer player, but it's hard to keep track of her changes with her damage, so it's hard to tell really with that change. 6 sounds like what it should be. Sounds like what it should be. Like, I don't have a complaint with that.
Does anybody remember how much
playing Tracer also is ass, so they want to buff Tracer, you know?
Remember how much damage Tracer's pulse pistols do? I wouldn't blame you if you don't, because we've changed them a lot. If you guessed 5.5 damage per shot, you'd be right, but not for long, because we're changing them again back to 6. Oh yeah, dive meta for 100%. It's dive meta for sure.
Like, when we're talking about dive meta, though, I feel like Tracer's not a big issue when it comes to dive meta. Like, if anything, like, compared to all the dive characters in the game, I don't mind if there's a Tracer on the enemy team when I'm being dove. You know what I mean? Like, she's not a big deal. Like, I go Hanzo, I headshot her, she's fucking dead. I go Widow, I headshot her, she's fucking dead. I go Mei, I headshot her, she's already pretty much dead. I get Mercy boosted with Ashe, she's dead. Wait, I don't even need to be Mercy boosted with Ashe. I just shoot her in the face, she's dead. I get Mercy boosted with Mei, and right-click her once, and she's dead. Like, she's not an issue. she absolutely is not an issue, so I don't care if she gets buffs, personally. She's not the biggest threat when it comes to dive, when it comes to the roster.
The previous change to 5.5 was made to offset a bug with the fall off and spread, and now those bugs are fixed. We're moving them back. Yeah, it's GG. Yeah, it's dive meta next season for sure. Anna.
It is gonna be dive meta, though.
Sombra, Tracer, Winston.
Based off these changes, it will be dive meta.
It's already wraps. I don't care what any of the rest of the changes are. It's already wraps. Let's look at our support changes. Brig was the best performing support hero since the last patch. Wow,
No
Who
shit.
would have said that?
Who would have guessed?
When all the people are like, but dude, I see this all the time on Reddit, TikTok, Twitter, whatever. People are like, but Brig is the most balanced support. Like, oh my god, people are complaining about Ana and Bap, and don't get me wrong, Bap's strong. Oh my god, but Brig is actually super balanced. I'm like, what the fuck are you guys smoking, dude? Just because, like, what the fuck? Hello? Don't get me wrong, I don't think she's like as OP as she has been in the past, but like she's still extremely strong. Like, I can turn my brain off and play Brig. It's
That's the issue with her being so fucking strong, is she's so easy to play. Is she's so punishing to play against. The armor packs reducing damage, that is huge. But yeah, definitely not as bad as she's been before, you know?
really not that difficult. I'm sorry. But yeah, so we're seeing feedback that she's becoming a must pick. We're going to revert the damage on Whip Shot, trying to bring her back in line, but we're also looking at her damage potential of Baptiste, and we're lowering the primary fire ammo from 45 to 36. Holy shit, they are cooking!
Oh, they lowered Baptist primary ammo. Good. Yeah, okay, so when it comes to BAP nerfs, I definitely think the ammo category and the damage per shot category are the things that should be focused on. AoE healing should be maybe toned down to a little bit. But BAP is too much of a menace DPS-wise, I feel. He's got good mobility. He's got way too strong AoE heals to have that good of damage to go with it. I think if you have really good AoE healing, you shouldn't have hit scan good DPS like BAP has right now, you know what I mean? Like, that's crazy good DPS, what he has now. If you can aim with burst fire weapons, BAP is an absolute menace in Overwatch. Always has been. You just always just need good aim, recoil control, which isn't too hard because the recoil control resets in Overwatch. It has like an automatic reset, you know what I mean?
Wait, this patch is cooking. Oh my god, that's a major nerf. 45 to 36. Yeah, Brig never even needed that buff. Let's be real. And the whole reason why
He's good strong. He's good mid too.
Balanced compared to the rest is because everybody else was giga buff. Now that they're all getting nerfed, it's like, surprise.
It's not
bitch.
that bad a follow.
So, anyways, though, yeah, dude, they're kind of cooking with this. I like this. This is a good patch so far.
This is a good patch so far, though, for the most part.
In the last director's take, specifically the leave rate in quick play matches. Based on the recently implemented set of penalties for leaving too many matches, that rate has gone down considerably.
Don't care.
Don't do that. Repetitive. So
okay, so that's it. Those are all the changes. Yeah, I agree with like most of the stuff Flats says here. And we both disagree on this Sombra change. I feel that the Sombra change, oh boy. 3-second EMP is not fun. You wanna know how long 3 seconds is? 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, dead. Dead because you couldn't cast anything for that time. Average reaction time of good gamers, like 150 to 200 ms. Okay, so 150 to 200 ms is the reaction time of like good players. Okay, it can be even lower too. Now 5 or 3 seconds, I mean 3 seconds, you know how much time that is? That 200, that 200, that 200, that 200. That is so much time to react and do shit. 3 seconds is too long. Yeah, but that's 3 alts. Using 3 alts for a team wipe is bad. Using 2 alts for a team wipe is ideal. If you have to use 3, then it's too much. It's a little bit of an over altage. Depending, that might be the only combination of skills that you have that you like need to finish off the fight, but it's bad if you have to. You kind of have to though, you know. But that isn't really a win when you use 3 of your alts on a team of 5. On a team of 6, it was more understandable, but also another reason why the alt change, or the, like, player count difference also is kind of worse. Having 6 players was better. But yes, even with 6 players though, using 3 ults was bad. Like, high level play, you use 3 ults to win a fight. That is considered a loss in a way. Like, it's a win, but it's also a big L to like your ult economy. Even back in Overwatch 1. It was always ideal to try and finish your fights with 2 and try to get it like a 2 ult team wipe. Because otherwise, let's say you use 3 ults and they come back and they didn't use a single ult there. Their ult economy is way better than yours. Ults were also stronger back in Overwatch 1. Like, just slightly. On me all the time, so if you guys can help. See my ult percentage here? 78%. 79. 89. You see that? 79. I land a shot, 89. 79% ult charge to 89. That's why ults were stronger back in Overwatch 1. It didn't scale right. It was like, if you did high damage, you got more ult charge. So characters like Hanzo got a lot of ult charge.
Behind. She's above us.
Can't see you, Anna.
Game please, wall climb, please. I know.
Fucking Farah.
Farah's low. I got her. I need healing. I'm above point. Oh, Roadhog on the right. Roadhog on the right. She's gonna pick me.
No.
Ned low. Tank low. They're taking point. I can't get on it.
Oh, I'm dead. I almost have surge.
Okay.
Look,
The wolf marks his prey.
Do we have Sorial?
What's Zarya ult?
ultimate is almost ready.
90.
How do you not have done it? Farah above behind.
Just use Dragon Strike and Zarya. I'm gonna use Pulse Bomb.
Very dead. I'm dead. But you guys should be able to do a Tracer Bomb. Oh, Tracer's dead.
I used
That's not ball, never mind. Oh man, I got so many hits there too. Big boost Zarya.
I have like no charge.
Get here.
I'll be there in 3 seconds. You can use it. I'm here. No, that's not gonna do anything.
Trans.
Are you healing? Yeah, fucking
I'm
fair.
dead. I'm hungry.
How do we lose this? We're not lose this. 90%. Fair above us. Like really close. I heard her. We got 5% left. Fair, fair. I'm just getting targeted by Farah. Nothing I can do. Yikes.
Soldier 76 reporting for you.
First round.
Fair low.
Fish off their honor.
Send in. Fair lit, fair lit. Fair really lit. Fair's still low, I got her.
My arrow finds mark. Art of deception.
Fair's on the right. Out.
Watch out, we'll post on left.
Need to protect the objective.
Get the right in point. Low, 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 low. Fair dead. Rodog left. Slow.
Nice.
I have my ult. I'm ready to combo anytime. We have a Tracer now. No more Fair on their team. What's that?
Why? What are these manners?
I need healing. Healing really bad. Wow.
I reached it, Dave.
Okay.
Why'd you ult me?
I don't know why, but I kept thinking she was gonna go the other way. What's your grab at? I was dead.
See through the wolf's eyes.
Did you use your ult already?
Yeah. I have an evil ult.
Oh, let's break it!
Shit. Okay, well, I still have ult at least.
I'm on the objective.
I must reclaim my honor.
Are you guys winning though? No.
See that which is unseen.
They're down in nano right now.
Let's attack the objective.
Sorry, how close?
Rodog right side?
The wolf marks his prey.
I'm marked. The Tracer's down. They still have a Rodog on right side of point.
I claim this objective. Settle with me.
See through the wolf's eyes. Pass into the dangerous.
Dude, what am I doing, man?
Marked.
I don't know why, but I feel like there's input delay right now. She didn't get barriered, but I had a chance. Tracer could never bully Hanzo. Unless you're a bad Hanzo. Hanzo just beats Tracer. You just want shot her in the face. Literally, if you die, it's your fault. You should have shot her in the face. I need to make a montage again. Yeah, I love my voice in this clip. I don't know why. It's just, I sound so cute, man. Oh yes! Get pro. It's funny because I posted this to Reddit and the guy actually found it. It's kind of funny. He's like, oh shit, I was looking for this post on Reddit. Oh yes! Get pro.
Dude, why do people keep dying? Himbo Slice died today.
Yeah, I saw that. Say why?
I think heart failure or some shit. Yeah.
Here we go. Steroid related.
Heroes never die.
Fighter would have.
Yeah, I miss playing with Lyric. Golden days of Overwatch were so fun, like the group of people. I met so many like amazing people during Overwatch times. It's crazy. During like the beta and shit. Like such good experiences. Beta was magical. This was actually beta. Let's play the game one. Oh, these are all beta, actually. I don't remember this. This one's old as fuck. Elliot, how you doing, man? Dude, this looks so old. This is ancient. Oh my god. This is ancient Overwatch. Yo, look. This is ancient Overwatch, legitimately. Look at this. I don't even remember this. Yo, Tides of Time? Eggs Tyrone? LBC? Sketch? Psy? Blizzard dev? Content creator? Blizzard dev? Top 500 player. Eight years ago. Okay. Yep, that's definitely Forever Sickest Kids in the background. Yo, I loved Division PvP. Look at this clip. This was beautiful. So, Division 1. So I have like increased damage and like resistance when I'm behind cover. That's what that move is. So if I pop that, that's bonus damage. My scan is also bonus damage. I'm also rocking like a bolt action sniper that I'm pretty sure it did like it was like almost a one-shotting headshot bolt action sniper depending on it, like if you got a crit or something. I think it was a little bit random. I don't remember. And this is just Dark Zone PvP, chilling, vibing. Someone called an extract, a group of people, 6 of them, I think. They're extracting right now, all as a group. It wasn't a bolt team, my bad. But holy shit, they're just all dead, man.
Yo. Yo. Hey guys.
Division PvP was so fun though. That setup though, look at, they're all extracting, man. They're all just extracting. And then pop, 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 pop. Oh man. My stream quality was so bad back then. Like, you hear my mic, it's so bad.
Please tell
The
me
video
they
quality,
see me.
everything.
I think they see me.
Hey, welcome, Grelly.
Oh my god, there's so many.
Commencing extraction.
That was my bolty. It one-shot sometimes, it kind of depended on the headshots.
Oh shit, dude.
For the, like, depending on the damage or whatever. I think the damage was like random or like there was like armor or some shit. I don't remember.
Nice.
Damage reduction,
Fuck yeah,
mitigation or
dude.
something.
Give me that loot.
It felt
No
good
time
in
to
Division.
extract, though. This sucks. Any high ends? Any high ends? Come on. Where you crawling to, buddy?
It's old. This clip was kind of funny. It's just, it's so bad though, the quality. Or just like my voice and everything.
Yo, yo, what up, homie?
I was so cringe too.
How you doing? Why kill Navi again? It's Navi, not Navy. I'm not the Navy clothing store, okay? No, don't come. No, that's mean. Stop. Stop. What's? Why are you being mean? No, are we friends? Are we cool? Are we friends? Friendly? Si, senor. Mi amo por qué? Oh my god, this guy's laugh is... Oh my
That guy
god.
is fucking hilarious though. I love that guy. He's just fucking laughing and running away.
Oh my god, this guy's laugh is...
That guy's just so fucking funny, man. His fucking laugh, man. I was cringe though. I was cringe. I was very cringe Division PvPer. Ooh, the double heady? Oh, the triple heady? Wait. Wait, am I hacking?
Whew. That was some crazy snipes.
You can hear that guy in the background go, oh my god. Squad of 3.
Whew. That was some crazy snipes. Good fight, guys.
COD Online was goated. This was Chinese Call of Duty Online that was free to play, that they shut down. And it played like Modern Warfare 2, but with all of the maps from all of the series. Black Ops, Modern Warfare 2, COD 4. I'm not kidding. All of them.
That
Zombies.
wall thing!
But it played
Fuck
like
yeah,
Modern
dude.
Warfare 2.
It's speed right now.
Has
It's
the
just
intervention.
insane.
It was fucking amazing. COD Online was goated. And the reason why they had it was because in China, I think consoles weren't used really. Like there wasn't really a console market or some shit. It was like mainly PC gaming, I think in China. So to get Call of Duty out to the Chinese market, they made a free-to-play Call of Duty, and this is what it is, since they didn't have like consoles over there that were there wasn't a big console community back there. So this game was fucking goated. This game was sick. It was better than what we have over here, to be honest. Yeah, Merc played it a lot, I think. It's a mobile version? No, that was a PC version. This is just the... Yeah, just PC version. Quality just looks a little bit bad. Yeah, it was with Tencent too. Activision began attempts to sell the Call of Duty game in the Chinese market, but struggled with the cost of Chinese distribution laws. However, in 2011, Activision partnered with Tencent to create an exclusive Chinese title for the franchise. I thought it was something to do with the consoles too. Like, there wasn't like a big console market over there or some shit. I'm pretty sure that was like part of it though. Only 4,000 in queue. Battlefield 4, the greatest FPS ever made. Go to game. There is a COD on mobile, and it's pretty good apparently, in terms of like fun, I guess. But the aim assist is atrocious, monetization atrocious. You know, just like things you wouldn't really want to dabble in. I mean, maybe you do though, as like a casual game. I wonder if there's a way to like upscale my old videos to make them look better. Because these are ancient, man. These are like Twitch clips. These are like from straight to Twitch to YouTube. From like 10 years ago. Damn. Like, these are old. I gotta upload again though. It's been 6 years. I should upload something. I should do something. Yeah, it's been 6 years. Once I quit Overwatch, I quit YouTube. Titanfall 2 is goated. I wish they would make another Titanfall. Still my favorite game to date. Like one of my favorite games to date. Instead, we're stuck with Apex. I'm so proud of myself on this montage too. I feel like I did a good job on this montage. Chat, what do you think of my montage? Give me an actual rating, like 1 through 10. Like, honest opinion. Besides the saturation issue and the quality issue that happened across the production. Let's not think about that. Let's pretend this has a high bitrate with perfect saturation. It's definitely 4K. At least 6K, I think, actually. God, I wish I put the slow-mo in this video, though, on that one part. Can I still edit this video? Can I add slow-mo, like, midway? There's one part I want to add slow-mo on. I miss that guy, but I know exactly where he's going, and I preemptively get ready to pre-scope onto exactly where he would peek. And good night. think the quality went down. Oh, it did go down. Dude, I'm not kidding. I could have been in FaZe. Like, if FaZe knew about me, they would have probably recruited me. I'm just saying. No, for real, dude. Like, I grew up just quickscoping. Like, that was it. Like, COD 4, Call of Duty 1, Modern Warfare 2, Black Ops. I was the kid who was quickscoping constantly. Nothing else. Intervention. Like, all the time. 360s. You know, I knew all the nuances of, like, using a controller with, like, how it worked, you know, with abusing the aim assist. That's why I'm so against, you know, controller aim assist competitively as a PC player now. Because I grew up with console. I know how good aim assist is. I know how easy it is. I know how strong it can be. I played Modern Warfare 2. Like, dude, I intervention quickscope. Dude, I know you look for the aim assist about to, like, stop for, like, a fraction of a second, and all it takes is a good reaction time, and that's all you need. It's not very hard. You know what I mean? I could have been in FaZe, though, is what I'm saying. Like, I sat in front of a console, quickscoping, 24/7, all day, every day. It was all I did. It was all I knew. I was that kid. Aim assist doesn't count. It was console back then. Like, I was a console player. Everyone played with aim assist back then. Like, it was built into Call of Duty. I started off a console player and then eventually became a PC player over time, starting with MMOs, actually, on PC, before anything else. So I played games like RuneScape, Rift, WoW, Rapples, Rose Online, World of Warcraft, Guns. I played all those games, like, early on. All those really old-ass MMOs, too. Like, you name those old MMOs, I probably played it. I didn't play Ultima Online. That was too old for me. I couldn't get into that one. Yeah. This is PC though. All this footage right here is PC. I forgot to mention. Like, this isn't from my console days. This is from my PC days. This is when I was a PC gamer. This is when I was ascending. Beyond the planes of existence. Into a PC enjoyer. PC connoisseur. Nah, I could have been in FaZe though. I could have been in FaZe, chat. Look at this. Look. Tell me if you think I could have been in FaZe. That's one kill. Cool. Okay, that was only 3. I could have been FaZe. Fucking beautiful. You're not afraid of the dark, are you? I loved going for these window shots coming up, you'll see in a second. These window shots were so bomb to go for, they felt so fucking prime. Also, those shots on this map, I love this map in general for sniping. This was such a fun sniper map. Look at this, just clearing out the map. Those window shots. Going for shots like that on this map felt so fucking good. I loved it. Any window shot in general in Titanfall felt good while you're on the go. But these ones were especially good, those windows. Oh, it just felt nice. I see a hit marker here when I get shot, and I go back for the kill. Right there. Hit marker tells me exactly where that came from. I had no idea before until I was looking for that hit marker. I mean, I had an idea actually, but I was looking for the hit markers. What I mean. See, that's where I should have added the slow-mo, man. I'm telling you, man, it would have been so fire. The slow-mo would have been so good. But I was dumb. It would have been so good. I wish I had a capture card when I played on console though. Like for real, for real. $3,000 in queue. Getting there. Yeah, my montage could have been better though. Definitely could have been better. My first one's definitely the best. Or not my first one. My second one? Wait. Was Titanfall second or third montage? Oh yeah, I had a League montage. Oh my god. Okay, my Soldier Front 2 montage is actually bad. Like, this montage, actually bad. It's up there with my worst montages of all time. This is old gaming though, man. This is like 10 years ago. This is Soldier Front 2, alright? Everyone was poop. Everyone's bad, alright? This was the beginning of the FPS genre on PC for free-to-play titles. What? That game looks so good. Soldier Front 2. It was actually pretty fun. I had a lot of fun Soldier Front. Soldier Front, legitimately, actually, Soldier Front is one of my favorite game series that was a free-to-play shooter on PC back then. I think it was actually at the time, for sure, my like favorite FPS, hands down, free-to-play. Soldier Front was up there. One of the best. One of the best options you could choose from. Way better than AVA. AVA was dog. This game's not around anymore, though. I'm pretty sure it's deadsy.
It's the guest mix on BBC Radio 1's Residency.
Appreciate it. Nah. I love gaming though. Yeah, this game's probably dead. It was fun though. The sniping was really enjoyable. It had Call of Duty like sniping. It was like one-shot body. Sniping was hella fun. God, I miss this game actually. It's actually good. The sniping was very fun. I wonder if there's any videos of it recently about like it being a good game. This is the first one. I fucking loved the first one, dude. It looks like CS 1.6. Look at it. This game was so fucking fun, dude. Words cannot describe. It was a glitchy, buggy mess. There were so many instances to where you could bug into the walls and like get into spots that you weren't supposed to be. And you could get banned for it, but you know, there were so many people who would glitch in this game. It was pretty glitch infested, but it was fun as fuck. This was the first one they made though. In a sea of, you know, the first free-to-play games that come out. Crouch spamming is very strong though. That's how everyone moved around. You can see how strong the sniping is though, just based off of this gameplay. The game is all about sniping, pretty much. I mean, there's other guns that hit hard and like do a lot of damage, but like, it was the most fun to snipe in this game. Like, it was all about the sniping.
Headshot!
Love those sound effects back then too. The old sniper noise from the shots, the little headshot noise. Old knife noise.
Double kill.
This is a good game though. We didn't realize we were making memories. We just knew we were having fun. Yep, I forgot. It was on IJJI.com. One of the most goated websites from back then. IJJI had the best games back then. The best free-to-play games. I'm not even kidding you. They had Gunbound. Alright, that's already the biggest dub in the world. Oh wow, they're from Irvine, California. They had Guns the Duel, man. Literally one of the best games ever made. And Gunbound. Yeah, Gunbound, man. What are the games? I know they had one more. I think they had one more good one. Oh, I think they had AVA also, but I never liked AVA personally. Like I wasn't an AVA enjoyer. Not for me. There was never a point where I liked AVA. I always thought it was like one of the more trash free-to-play shooters out. I think they had this racing game too that I thought was, yeah, vague, actually, I don't know. Yo, they had X-Steel. That's the other game. Back when there was like no mech games on PC, we had X-Steel at least. Oh, and I forgot, there was gonna be like 2023 something, right? Oh no. But yeah. Yo, there's gameplay from this like this year. This game was fun as fuck. There was no limit to what you could have as your primary and secondary, so if you wanted to, you could have 2 shields in this game and block the back and front of you, sorta, but there was still like a point to where you could be hit. But you could run any dual weapons that you wanted. So you could have double SMG, you could have a sniper SMG, you could have a double shield, you could have melee. It was cool as fuck. Highly mobile, you know, you can see people jumping around, flying, dashing. A little bit slow mobile, but I mean, like, still pretty fast. That guy's rocking double sword. That's the execute. There's a little auto lock on, as you can see, but it's not atrocious. Like, you need to be within, like, you know, a little circle to get it to lock on. Love the X-Steel, though. Man. That was the old menu, too. The old game menu. You can see everyone's mech and everything. It was just a server browser, pretty much. With, like, yeah, little shop menu. It's pretty customizable, from what I remember. What Gundam Online could have been, for real. Me, personally, I didn't like Gundam Online. I kept saying it was just, like, generic. Everything was done worse. Like, all the combat abilities. And people were gushing over it. Like, it's crazy people were gushing over Gundam Online when it came out. I'm like, How do you guys not see this is awful compared to like Overwatch and some of this other stuff we've had? Like, there's no substance here with Gundam Online. Where's the substance, man? Where's the depth? The classes and the abilities feel one-dimensional and plain. It wasn't very dynamic, and it was just gross. Gundam Online was absolutely disgrace. They should have looked at X-Steel Online. They should have looked at Hawken too. I'm not sure if anyone played Hawken, but Hawken is also what Gundam Online should have been. I'm not sure if you've played this, Haxed, but this is one of the best mech games ever made. It's sad it's not around anymore because it had good graphics, had good sound design. This person has motion blur on, but this is a good shooter game. Good mech shooter. High mobility too. This is old footage though. This is like beta, so better video would be, I guess, maybe this guy. But you see how fast you're moving on the map here? When this guy's like dashing with the fuel, that's his health. Everyone has a self-repair. There was also healer classes in this. So you have healers, you also have a self-repair option by going off and trying to find spots where you can self-repair and have a moment. I don't quite remember. There's Death of a Game that goes over it the best. I know they tried to cash grab it and create it into a single player game and relaunch it onto Steam as like a single player game, and it didn't go well. They ended up making the graphics worse, making the gameplay worse. Death of a Game goes over it pretty well though. Very good game though. Very good game. I'm so sad it's gone. I would love to see this back. The mechs were unique. Like, look at that. That looks sick, right? That guy's mech. There were so many unique mechs in this game. Like, the mechs had unique characteristics. There were sniper mechs. There were, like, tank mechs, kind of. Repair mechs. Yeah, support role. Like, that one's more of a tank. You can see, like, the armor and shit. Even one that could put a turret down. So you have, like, an engineer mech. You have a heavy mech back there, and then that's turret right there. Lots of dashing around in combat. Flying in combat too. Both these games were better than Gundam Online though. Oh, and the customization was actually like, the customization was absurd for its time. For the mech customization, you could put custom decals and change every like individual part.
In beta. This marked the first time money was able to be spent in the game, which for many review sites prompted an open beta impression.
Also, the microtransactions were also annoying. That's also probably one of the reasons why it went under. Was probably due to microtransactions. I kind of forgot about that. But there were a lot of things that were like, I think you could earn it in-game, like the mechs and everything, but kind of took a while and you could just like insta-buy, so pay to progress for sure at least.
Or a review, if you will. On aggregate review site Metacritic, Hawken was able to score 73 out of 100 from 7 critics, and a 7.7 out of 10 user score. PC Gamer remarked about Hawken being a beautiful and competent shooter with some depth, and that the reviewer hadn't felt as physically connected to a first-person game since Mirror's Edge. High praise. However, PC Gamer and other critics like Rock Paper Shotgun had to point out that the matchmaking in the game was certainly a problem. In fact, it was non-existent. In fact,
Yeah.
if matchmaking did exist, it seemed like it actually broke the matches the majority of the time, instead of functioning as some sort of matchmaking system. Rock Paper Shotgun pointed out that they often had matches where the enemy team had 4 times the collective rank.
It was always a
What
mixed
most
bag, yeah.
worrying about Hawken in open beta was its monetization system. Being
Yeah,
a free-to-play
yeah.
game, it allowed for anyone to download.
Yeah, I was right. There was a lot of microtransactions on pay to progress for the parts and stuff. I do remember that.
And play the game. However, like with most free-to-play games, they need a certain hook. A hook, if you will, that allows them to continue to make money, whether it be through
It wasn't pay to
costumes,
win, but it was like
power-ups,
pay to
XP
progress.
boosts, and the like. And like Mark Long said, Hawken was looking to learn and drive
Pay
inspiration
to
from
progress.
the League of Legends business model. In Hawken, you basically had to spend money in order to change the appearance of your mech.
Yeah.
And although this is similar to LOL, the difference with a mech-based game is players are sort of already expecting a greater level of control over the customization of their mech, as it's a core aspect of such a game oftentimes. So instead of coming across as a mech-based game, they took the business model of a hero-based game in League of Legends, and Hawken wasn't really a hero-based game. In order to make money as a free-to-play game, they had to slow down the progression and make mechs purchasable for $10. The problem arises in League of Legends certainly didn't start by charging people out the gate, and its champions could absolutely be reliably earned through gaining the in-game currency. The skins in League of Legends are transformative.
Skins
They can
definitely
really
weren't like
change
that in
the look and
Hawken.
feel of a
Like, you had to pay
hero.
for 'em.
In Hawken, you could spend $10 to buy enough currency to buy a single plain colored skin to only use on one mech. Oh, and that's right. In Hawken, you pay
Yeah.
for each customization change individually, not a lump sum.
Yeah, I forgot
price
about that.
like
That
in
was-
League of Legends.
that's pretty bad.
With the average price of a skin in League of Legends being $7 or so, by comparison, Hawken would require you to spend at least $15 for the equivalent in customization. Except, well, it still wasn't really equivalent. You see the problem here. The model itself certainly seemed heavier-handed than the game they were trying to implement after.
Dude, look at this gameplay though. It was so fun, dude. Look at this desert map. The map design was actually so good. I wish I could visualize it and send it to you guys.
Except, well, it's still.
But look at this map. Look at this map. Okay, so there's mechs that can fly, some can't fly, dashing, yada yada. But look at this design. There's high ground, there's low ground, there's lots of like turns. There's places to go. There's places to maneuver, and there's space to play with.
Equivalent. You see the problem.
Just try to look at the map
model
design.
itself certainly seemed heavier-handed than the game they
just
were
looks
trying
fun.
to implement after, in ways of monetization at least. And this would continue to be a problem throughout the life of Hawken.
See the ramps?
When you have so much money riding on
It
something,
was good map
however,
design.
a
I'm
safe
telling
and
you.
slow approach to monetization might not be viable. The combat in Hawken was clearly its crowning feature.
Yes.
The ability to use movement and superior aim to dominate a target, or use your jet thrusters to fly above an unsuspecting target, or maybe your Hellfire missiles to nail down a target from afar. The mech gameplay overall was impressive in Hawken.
Yes.
Hawken had 9 different.
It was very skill expressive. This could have been an esports game, like with how skill expressive it was, in a way, you know.
Classes and a handful of maps that were designed to be small, so that the game could focus on having a fast-paced.
Way more than Gundam, at least. You know what I mean?
Hawken
Gundam Online shouldn't have been what it was.
had 9 different classes and a handful of maps that were designed to be small, so that the game could focus on having a fast-paced shooter feel. You've got lightweight mechs, medium-sized mechs, and the like. Each class or mech having a different type of playstyle or difficulty rating. Hawken had 5 different game types: Team Deathmatch, Deathmatch, and a co-op mode, as well as 2 other special game modes in Missile Assault and Siege. In Missile Assault, pilots must defend their team's base using missile silos around the map. These missiles attack the enemy base and the last base standing wins. In Siege, it's similar to Missile Assault, but the main difference is that instead of it being missiles to destroy the enemy base, you collect energy in order to summon a giant battleship that attacks the enemy base. Same concept. Unlike typical mech warrior style games, which had big open maps, with a lot more variety in size and mechs as well, Hawken focused more on smaller arena style shooter maps, like in games like Halo.
It made
This
it
meant
feel
that
more
team
competitive.
focus fire was often more of a focus over strict 1 versus 1s. Hawken in some ways was seeming to be stuck in between being an arena shooter and trying to also plant its roots as a mech game. With it being difficult to customize your mech, and the majority of maps being smaller by nature, this meant that the most important aspect of Hawken, and frankly its most redeeming aspect according to the impressions from open beta at the time, was its combat.
Yeah.
Will the great combat in Hawken be enough to push the game into a full launch at a later date? The likeliness of such was looking doubtful already, because although Hawken was certainly getting positive reviews, many critics and reviewers were afraid about the longevity of the game, with few maps and a not so great matchmaking system. The future for Hawken was already looking uncertain. Hawken would receive a large update in September of 2013, gearing up for their Steam launch the next year. The Ascension update, as it was dubbed, contained, according to Adhesive Games, massive updates, changes, and improvements planned for Hawken. The bulk of these changes were considering customization and mechs. Old optimization systems for starters would be replaced by the tuning system. As your pilot level
I didn't play with
increases,
the
you gain
tuning.
more
I don't know
points
what
to
any of
invest
this
into
is.
your mech. These tuning points are much like leveling up your mech's power. They increase stats like speed, health, and etc. With
Yeah, definitely
progression
didn't play
being
doing this.
tied behind a pilot level, instead of individual mech classes, this turned the mech levels into ranks. I don't quite think that Adhesive Games knew what to expect after making these grand changes, with, as far as we know as well, little to no testing, because you already had a bad matchmaking system in Hawken. Now combined with the fact that the veteran players were not only going to be fully leveled in their new mechs, but also this would afford them faster shooting speeds, movement speed buffs, and even more armor. What started as an arena shooter in Hawken quickly became a typical free-to-play style game that rewards those who spend money to circumvent grinding in order to increase in power so you can stomp those who don't. It's an obvious switch in game focus for Hawken. That's easy to speculate that it's because of an increased need in monetization for the budding title. Adhesive Games certainly wasn't doing itself any favors putting out stories like the following, and assuring people that they don't want their new progression system to become a grind, which is exactly what they created. The Hawken Ascension update is the first of many big balancing changes that in some eyes negatively affected the game. The new tuning point changes would stay in effect until the following year, in 2014, making 2013 a quiet year for Hawken, and with player metrics still hidden at this point, it was difficult to gauge how well the title was doing. The quietness came to an end in February of 2014, when it was announced that Hawken would be launching an early access on Steam. With this news of the early access launch, also came news of more sweeping balancing changes.
Yo, I'm actually about to be in game. Am I going Alliance or Warden? It's almost time. Da, 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 da. I don't know where to go. Am I going to ally? I want to go hunter. Am I touring hunter chat? Okay. Did I stand myself free? Unlucky. Well, GG, that's all I got. I can't believe someone took that name. Straight up. How did someone take that name? That's actually so funny. Yeah, it wasn't blocked before, and now it is. Fuck, I didn't think about add-ons. Jeez.
All members of the tribe share in the harmony of life. We live together and work together. Our commitment to one another carries with it a high degree of responsibility. I ask of you now a humble task. My mother set out this morning to fetch water from the well to the southeast of Naracha. It has been quite some time now. Perhaps you could check on her for me while I attend to trial.
God, there's so many people. Pawn, Boastful Pratt, Quartz, Omni, Pawn. What am I looking for? Hardcore, high level alert, guild line.
Greetings, adventurer, and welcome to Camp Narache. News of your arrival spread quickly among the tribe. You have a promising air about you and will prove yourself to the tribe. Perhaps someday soon, you will be welcomed into the great city of Thunder Bluff. But before that can happen, you must prove yourself to my father, Chief Hawkwind. Up here on Red Cloud Mesa, we pride ourselves on keen hunting skills. Tor and hunt out of necessity and for sport. Our supply of meats has run low, and we require feathers for clothing. Hunt the nearby plain striders, and prove yourself by resupplying the village.
Yo, they're extinct. Oh, stole it. Damn, alright, I gotta get ahead of the curve. Too many dang people.
You traveled all this way just to help an old woman? My, aren't you a keeper? I have traveled many paths through life, and these old legs lack the vigor they once had. I can still perform my duties to the tribe. Sometimes it just takes an old woman a little longer to do the task. But you look like an eager adventurer. Let's put some of that youthful vitality to the test. Take a water pitcher from the well and bring it to my son, the chief, in Camp Narache. Remember that even the most humble task can gain the recognition of elders.
707, need one more.
Well met. The Tauren of Naraki. Thank you, adventurer. You show much promise. A Tauren skilled in the ways of the hunt knows that his prey is not for mere trophy. The beasts of the plains provide us with a means of survival. You will make quite an impression on the elders if you can bring back some highly valued mountain cougar pelts. You can find the beasts lurking in the hills to the south. Our children need clothing and our tents need mending. Just a moment ago, a messenger was looking for you, adventurer. I believe she was sent by the hunter trainer, Blanca. If this note is from Blanca, I wouldn't take long in reading its contents. You carried this picture back at the Great Mother's bidding, I see. Your willingness to help others and provide for the Tauren of Camp Narachi leads me to believe you would make the tribe proud in Thunderbluff someday. Your willingness to perform a humble task for the Tauren of Narach and your eagerness to learn are noble traits, adventurer. I believe one day you will be heralded in Thunderbluff as the adventurer of greatness. Before that, you must embark on the rites of the Earth Mother, of which there are 3. The first test is the rite of strength. Travel to Seer Greytongue and tell him Chief Hawkwind has sent you. You will find the Seer's abode directly to the south of Camp Narachi, tucked away in the hills. Your willingness to perform a humble task for the Tauren of Narach and your eagerness to learn are noble traits, adventurer. I believe one day you will be heralded in Thunderbluff as the adventurer of greatness. Before that, you must embark on the rites of the Earth Mother, of which there are 3. The first test is the rite of strength. Travel to Seer Greytongue and tell him Chief Hawkwind has sent you. You will find the Seer's abode directly to the south of Camp Narachi, tucked away in the hills.
Narachi. I missed me some classic WoW chat. Some good old classic WoW Hunter.
Chief Hawkins sent you? Embarking on the rites of the Earth Mother is no small task. The rites of the Earth Mother are the steps a young Tauren needs to take to gain respect in Thunderbluff. First, you must pass the Rite of Strength. In this test, you must
Wait, this
prove
guy's
your
got, like,
bravery by slaying enemies of the tribe.
5 of them to himself.
Bristlebacks of Brambleblade Ravine to the east are encroaching on our tribal lands. They ambush our hunting parties and steal from the village by dark. Show your valor by slaying these villains and return to the chief in Camp Narache with their belts as proof of your deeds.
Yoink.
I thank you.
Wait, did I miss? Wait, did I miss? Try to yoink it. Fuck. Oh fuck, I wasn't close enough. Alright, all done. Yes, Sod. We do be out here. Solid hype. Oh, grind the level fucking... I grinded my level? Shit, I didn't know. Yeah. They probably realized they could just be making money off of it though, and they were like, oh hey, what the heck? Classic's always been the best iteration of the game, though, in terms of, like... Yeah. Well, we all know. We just all know. Just the combat, weaving in general. Like, weaving wasn't a part of the game later on. Like, weaving in retail isn't a thing. Nor, like, weapon swing timers acting differently than ranged and melee for your cooldowns.
Hail, the Tauren of Narachi. Thank you for this provisional adventure. With your skill in the ways of the hunt, you will surely be revered in Thunderbluff someday. The battle boars of Brambleblade Ravine to the east are encroaching on our tribal hunting grounds. They are trained to be malicious by the bristleback quill boar, with whom we are at war. Go and slay the vile creatures.
Engraving. Chimera shot. Oh my god, you get Chimera shot this early?
Just a moment ago,
What the heck?
looking for you, adventurer. I believe she was sent by the hunter trainer, Lanka. If this note is from Lanka, I wouldn't take long in reading its contents. And it is my job to make sure you are prepared by teaching you the basics of our profession, how to tame your pet, how to fire your rifle, and many other skills that will become necessary. Hunters are a strong part of our tradition and history, adventurer. You would do well to remember how important you are to the tribe. You will be respected and revered if you serve our...
So many girls.
Adventurer. I've heard of you, newcomer. Perhaps it is you that will help us where others have failed. We Tauren have carved a home out of this land, but not without a cost. The bristleback quill boars of Brambleblade Ravine, led by Chief Sharp-Tusk Thornmantle, have made our lives difficult with their continued war against us. I charge you to bring me the chief's head. He will be found in the ravine to the east in their makeshift village.
Farewell.
Alright, I'm going on auto run. I'll be right back. I'm making coffee. Actually, I'm heating up my coffee. I'm back. Alright, this better not DC me, or else I'm gonna rage. Okay, good. Yo, that is revealing as heck. Oh my god. All the way down there? Like, all the way down there? What the heck? What else do I reserve, chat? What do I need to reserve? Chat, give me names to reserve real quick. Hurry. Go, go, go. Where are my degenerate names? Yeah, me either. I should have tried for Owo. Honestly, my name's probably gonna get a name change. It's gonna be a forced name change in the RP server. I bet there's gonna be so many people in this square, or in this circle I'm in. Like right over here, where the boss spawns. I guess not. No! No! Oh, wait, it's normal. Wait, no, it's... Damn, that was the boss. Fuck. Damn, he stopped tagging. He's supposed to grab aggro from me. No. What a type moonshot. Hey, welcome, sir. Hope you're doing good. Doing good. Check out side. Why is this board killing me? Wait, did Mendo go ally? Mendo never plays ally. Bro, he's running so far away from my mob, bro. Why am I in this like area? I don't need to be in there. Oh yeah, I need the ones over here though. For the damn, I don't even know if I should do this quest because of how bad the spawns are. Damn, I tried to tag it last second again. If only. Bro, why are there... Why is everyone going up here? There's not that many mobs up here. There's no way the spawn's this bad on this one. There ain't no way. Okay, now it's spawning. Surely. Surely spawning now. Holding that tent was a bad idea. I try to ninja my loot. Bro, there's so many people here. They're all getting stuck here. Wait, that must be a streamer. That has to be a streamer. Oh yeah, everyone's gonna get stuck here. I don't think they can beat me, chat. Fuck. Yeah, oh no. Wait. So I just need the boars, I guess, now. The boars and the bear, like, pigmen, quill boar. Yeah, people are gonna get stuck in this part of the zone, I swear. Damn, I was slow with that one. Oh, come on! No, he got that? If someone has Moonfire, I can't compete with that. Can't compete with the Moonfire. Fuck. I don't think Serpent Sting pulls right away. Because it needs time to, like, tick. Bro, this Moonfire man's cheating. No, yeah, it's really bad here. I think I should just leave. Mob grinding is actually better here. But, like, fuck, man, this is bad. This board's kicking my ass. Yeah, board one I just go outside the cave. Damn, I think there's a bug or something with like one of the quests. He's got Moonfire. I thought it'd be easier to get the boar one done out here. Damn, I was wrong. Man, druids suck so much before 20, but them having Moonfire for mob tagging at a fresh start of a realm makes them S tier. Like, it makes them the best. Like, they are the best because of that. Like, unlucky, man. So many druids here. No, Shoddy beats me. That guy was too fast. I forgot Earthshock pretty good too. No way, he dodged! He dodged! I'm getting robbed, chat. Oh, those need double. One's gonna spawn in front of the cave, I think. Oh, I just missed it. Oh, no! Wait, can I use the rune? Oh, wait. Oh, I have a bag. Yo. Damn, I only have control of one spawn. Ooh, got that one. Right now. Wait, right now. Right now. Where's the spawn? Damn it. Yeah, this sucks. Oh wait, that one's up. Damn. So I just put this on gloves? Oh, okay. I have Chimera shot now. I do not have a target. I cannot cast that. My mana is low. Insufficient Vespene gas. No, it took my one spawn. Wait, it's spawning faster now. Oh, Khmer Shot's such a low cooldown too. Wow, no one got that. It's free. Oh my god, I'm done. I'm free. I'm saved. So I should grind to 25, but or grind to like the next level, or not next level, 880 XP. Could probably do that, I guess. Yeah, I'm just gonna Earth. I'm getting out of here.
How may I? Most excellent. These ingredients will make a fine stew, and the loss of those boars should be a fair lesson to those vile bristlebacks.
Justice has been served on this day by your swift actions, adventurer. Let this deed serve as a warning to all who would threaten our home. You have earned this reward to help you on your sojourn, young adventurer.
You have passed the first test of the rights of the Earth Mother. The tribe will be proud. For you to continue with the rights of the Earth Mother, you must pass 2 more tests. It is time for you to broaden your experience, adventurer. Travel to Bloodhoof Village and seek out the chief, Bane Bloodhoof, son of Cairn. There you may continue your journey and earn the acceptance of the Elders of Thunderbluff. Take this totem to Bane. He will recognize my carvings and help you on your path. Follow the road out of Camp Naraksh and travel with haste. Do not stray, or you will lose your way. This is quite alarming indeed. But with this information, we can call on our brethren from Bloodhoof Village to help thwart the attack. You have saved the lives of many, Tauren, adventurer. Do you prefer guns or bows?
Dude, what is going... Oh, there we go.
Ancestors, do you prefer guns or bows?
I don't know what's up with that quest, though.
Go in peace. Do you prefer guns or bows? Goodbye.
I don't even think I have that quest. Yeah, I don't even have that quest.
Many are the paths of the Earth Mother. May your ancestors watch over you, adventurer.
Woo.
Be careful.
Arcane shot? Get that later.
Adventurer, please, I beg of you. Can you help me? I have not finished my tasks here on the mesa. I'm in the middle of my rite of strength, and my father asked me to deliver these furs to the inn in Bloodhoof. I'm far from rested enough to complete both my rite and this task for my father. Would you mind going on for me? The inn is pleasant and a perfect place to rest during your long travels. I'm sure you'll agree once you see it.
This guy ran all the way over here at level 1. Why would he do that, chat? Why would he come here all the way at level 1? He can't even quest here, I don't think. Like, pretty sure he can't even quest over here. Not in, like, that area, at least. Could be wrong. But I think those were torn only.